But what does this have to do with her? Although she belongs to the Dongfang family, she now manages the Eastern Newspaper Agency. She does not intervene in the other affairs of the Dongfang family. Just as Dongfang Longyu was about to speak, Dongfang Yi said with a smile, "The prince just discussed something with me." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longyu felt a jolt in her heart and immediately sensed something ominous. Dongfang Yi continued, "The prince's meaning is that he has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to marry into the North Prince mansion." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longyu's heart tightened. It's over. It was exactly what she had feared. She had long guessed that a day like this would come. The North Prince's hints had been very obvious whenever they were alone together, but she had not expected this day to arrive so soon. It's not that she detests Lu Chen, it's just that, in her view, once she entered the North Prince mansion, she would likely have to stay there for good. As someone accustomed to freedom from a young age, the prospect of being confined to the North Prince mansion to be a wife and mother was something she feared could make her ill. Seeing that Dongfang Longyu's expression was a bit unsightly, Dongfang Yi immediately guessed what she was thinking and then asked, "Do you think that by marrying into the North Prince mansion, you will have to give up your position as the chief editor of the Eastern Newspaper Agency?" Dongfang Longyu replied, "The Eastern Newspaper Agency is a private enterprise. Once the daughter marries into the North Prince mansion, the prince will certainly have the daughter relinquish that position to someone else." Dongfang Yi stroked his beard and then said, "You needn't worry about that for now. The prince's intention is that you can continue to oversee the Eastern Newspaper Agency. He will not grant you formal recognition for the time being. If there comes a time when you are willing to give up that position, then he will give you recognition." This. Dongfang Longyu quickly realized that the North Prince meant to have her enter the North Prince mansion to serve him first, with the reality of marriage preceding the reconocimiento, and whether she valued recognition was up to her. The thought spurred a small tumult of emotions in Dongfang Longyu. That lascivious North Prince, she knew from the first time she laid eyes on him that he intended to include her in his harem, yet she had not anticipated that this lecher would seek to possess her body first. Seeing Dongfang Longyu fall silent, Dongfang Yi asked, "Longyu, have you really thought it through?" Dongfang Longyu remained silent, contemplating. At this moment, Dongfang Yi said, "Longyu, think about it, how many men in this world are worthy of you? And how many of those men do you actually fancy? Without a doubt, the North Prince is your best choice, and besides, our family has always been a vassal to the Son of Destiny. Marrying the North Prince will not be to your disadvantage. If you don't marry the North Prince, you won't have many marriage prospects left. Do you plan to never marry and remain single forever? Even if you wanted to remain single, the North Prince would likely not agree." Here, Dongfang Yi glanced at Dongfang Longyu to gauge her reaction. Seeing that she still had none, he continued to persuade, "Dad doesn't want to pressure you with any family mission, but it's clear to me that you have a fondness for the North Prince. You think Dad is unaware that there are quite a few of the North Prince's portraits in your study." At his words, Dongfang Longyu was jolted back to reality and, looking at Dongfang Yi, she asked coldly, "Dad, how could you go into my study without permission?" Dongfang Yi responded, "You can't blame me for that, it was your brother who entered your study and found out. You weren't coming home from the newspaper agency, and he went to fetch things for you." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longyu immediately realized what had happened. She had been too busy recently, and just when her brother visited the agency, she had him go back and fetch something for her. Originally, she had meant for the servants of the Dongfang family, namely her personal maid from the prince's mansion, to go into her study to fetch things. Yet her brother actually went into the study himself to fetch things and even told their father about the portraits of the North Prince. Dongfang Yi then said, "Think it over." At this, Dongfang Longyu said, "There's no need to think about it anymore. After the move to the new city, your daughter will move to the North Prince mansion to attend to the prince." Dongfang Longyu had come to a decision. After all, she did have a liking for the North Prince, and besides, hadn't the North Prince said that as long as she did not seek formal recognition, she could continue as the chief editor of the Eastern Newspaper Agency? In that case, she would simply delay that formal recognition indefinitely. She believed the North Prince wouldn't mind whether she had that status or not. The lascivious North Prince, After all, only craved her body, so she might as well satisfy him. As for the North Prince, he might lust after her body, but presumably that was only temporary. With so many women at his disposal, he couldn't possibly attend to them all. It was very likely that after sleeping with her once or twice, the North Prince would lose interest due to the loss of novelty. By then, even if she lived in the North Prince mansion, she could devote her attention fully to the Eastern newspaper agency. Seeing that Dongfang Longyu had agreed, Dongfang Yi's face burst into a brilliant smile, binding the Dongfang family even tighter to the North Prince mansion. As she watched her father's joy, Dongfang Longyu suddenly realized something. She stared straight into her father's eyes and asked with an icy tone, "Dad, was it you who initiated the offer to send your daughter to the North Prince mansion?" Upon hearing this, Dongyang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt extremely uneasy. While stroking his beard, he said, "How could that be possible? How could I bear to send you away so soon? It was the North Prince's idea." Seeing Dongfang Yi so anxious, Dongfang Longyu immediately understood what had really happened. Her father had indeed taken the initiative to bring up the matter to the North Prince. Dongfang Longyu then said, "Dad, I have important matters to tend to, you should head back now." With that said, Dongfang Longyu picked up her brush and continued to write vigorously on the piece of paper. Seeing that Dongfang Longyu did not pursue the matter further, Dongfang Yi was relieved. He then turned and walked towards the door. Just as he reached it, Dongfang Longyu's voice reached him again. "Tonight I will go home and speak with grandfather, and tell him everything you've done today." Dongfang Yi's heart stalled. In the end, Dongfang Yi was severely scolded by the patriarch of the Dongfang family, but this did not alter the conclusion that Dongfang Longyu was to move into the prince's mansion. After all, Dongfang Longyu herself had agreed, and everything else would have to wait until after the move to the new city was complete. The relocation of North Country was a major event. Although most of the belongings from the old prince's mansion were moved to the new one within a couple of days, Lu Chen and his family did not move to the new prince's mansion right away. There was still a lot of work to be done in the old city. The common people did not resist the relocation much. They were well aware of what the new city was like. Most had already visited the new city, where the houses were much more spacious and the streets were particularly wide, clean and incomparable to those of the old city. The key was that such nice houses in the new city only cost 500 wen. In the past, coughing up 500 wen would have been a struggle, but now, with Yan County's trade so developed and the numerous businesses owned by the North Prince Mansion, earning 500 wen was no problem at all, not to mention that the North Prince Mansion had given a 10-year deadline. Earning 500 wen in 10 years was nothing. If you had hands, you could do it. A month went by in the blink of an eye. Although there were still some common people in the old city, most had already moved to the new city. Lu Chen felt that it was about time for them to move to the new prince's mansion, so he picked a sunny and breezy day for them to officially move in. Standing at the entrance of the new prince's mansion, Lu Chen looked up at the tall gates. Apart from its larger area, the new prince's mansion had also become more luxurious. Gone were the days of paper windows. Now, every window was made of glass. After entering the prince's mansion with his wives and concubines, the sight of the spacious courtyard immediately lifted their spirits. The old prince's mansion had been built by officials from North City when funds were tight. Not only were the prince's mansion's rooms small, but the courtyard was also cramped, almost suffocating those who stayed there day in and day out. Now, the courtyard of the North Prince Mansion was immeasurably larger than that of the old prince's mansion, which would give their children plenty of space to frolic as they grew up. Unlike the common people's houses, most buildings in the prince's mansion were not built entirely from cement and red bricks but rather from natural boulders, which would greatly outlast any cement or brick construction. In the center of the prince's mansion, there was a 10-story tower. Standing atop, one could see almost the entire new cityscape. This tower was the tallest building in all of New Yan County, while the highest buildings where the common people lived were only 6 stories tall. Moreover, there were no high-rise buildings surrounding the prince's mansion, with the nearby houses being only 2 or 3 stories tall at most. Primarily to prevent any observation of the interior of the prince's mansion from taller structures, which could be detrimental to its security. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to his wives and concubines and said, "You all should go and familiarize yourselves with your respective courtyards." As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, Chu Yukan and the others, led by their maids, headed to their courtyards. Lu Chen then went to the inner courtyard where the male head of the household would reside. Above the entrance, no name plate was hung, this courtyard was yet to be named. By his side, Mu Zixuan spoke, "Prince, why don't you give this courtyard a name?" After a moment of thought, Lu Chen said, "I can't think of a good name right now, let's just call it the Wind Cloud Court for the time being." This. Mu Zixuan hesitated to speak since it was a name given by Lu Chen, and it was not her place to say much. This was, after all, Lu Chen's residence for the inner court, where he would sleep at night, so the name seemed a bit inappropriate. The words, wind, and cloud, were often used to describe change and unrest, which didn't quite fit the stability expected for a place of rest. After the name was settled, Lu Chen stepped into the Wind Cloud Court, where in the southeast corner stood a bare tree trunk, the dragon phoenix tree that had been transplanted just days before. Lu Chen quickly approached the tree and drew a small knife from his sleeve. He made a cut in the palm of his hand and blood began to flow out. He let droplets of blood fall onto the trunk of the dragon phoenix tree. As soon as the blood touched the trunk, it was rapidly absorbed. Suddenly, the tree emitted a green glow, and in the next moment, green buds sprouted directly from the trunk. Once it seemed sufficient, Lu Chen stopped feeding the tree his blood. He then used his rejuvenating skill to heal the cut on his hand. At that moment, a maid entered the Wind Cloud Court and approached Lu Chen, saying, "Prince, the young miss from the Dongfang family has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Dongfang Longyu to come to the North Prince mansion on the very first day he moved in. As Lu Chen was about to speak, Mu Zixuan stepped forward with a smile and said, "Prince, please allow me to take care of the matters concerning Dongfang's sister." As Dongfang Longyu was to move into the prince's mansion, she naturally needed a place to stay, as well as arrangements for servants and maids. Everything from food to lodging needed to be organized. Since Dongfang Longyu was one of Lu Chen's women, it was only fitting that Mu Zixuan, the main wife of the harem, should arrange these matters. Lu Chen said, "All right then, I'll leave it in your capable hands, my beloved consort." Mu Zixuan replied, "It's no trouble at all. I will go find Dongfang's sister now." Lu Chen responded, "Yes, go ahead." Afterward, Mu Zixuan left Lu Chen's side to meet Dongfang Longyu and arranged for her to stay in a courtyard close to the Plum Blossom Courtyard and the Spring Sound Court. Dongfang Longyu entered the inner court of the new North Prince mansion, her gaze constantly surveying the entire inner court. Initially, Dongfang Longyu thought that upon entering the inner court of the prince's mansion, she would feel particularly oppressed. Contrary to her expectations, after she entered the prince's mansion, she didn't experience that oppressive feeling. The new prince's mansion had fewer residents than the Dongfang family, but it was much larger than the entire Dongfang family complex. The Dongfang family had built their houses in Sufeng City with their own funds, and she had thought the Dongfang family's compound was already luxurious. Now, compared to the new prince's mansion, their compound was nothing. Even the inner court of the prince's mansion was very spacious, to the extent driving a carriage inside was no problem at all. At this moment, Mu Zixuan said to Dongfang Longyu with a smile, "Sister Dongfang, from now on you will live in this courtyard." As Mu Zixuan's words fell, Dongfang Longyu stood at the entrance of the courtyard and swept a glance over it. There were pavilions and towers, small bridges overflowing water, and everything was serene and elegant. It was bigger than the courtyard she had lived in at the Dongfang family, and the environment was better, even the courtyard in Sufeng City could not compare to this one. Of course, what truly surprised her was not the scenery of the courtyard. After all, this was the North Prince Mansion, the Son of Destiny's residence, so it was only right that the living standards were more luxurious than those of an aristocratic family. What really caught Dongfang Longyu off guard was the attitude of the princess, Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan didn't put on any airs in front of her. As a princess, she had actually called her sister as soon as she entered the North Prince mansion, which made Dongfang Longyu feel unexpectedly flattered. Dongfang Longyu was no fool. How could she not be aware of the messes among the women of the imperial harem, not to mention the royal court, but also the scheming among the women of the inner courts of aristocratic families? Dongfang Longyu even suspected that Mu Zixuan might be two-faced, smiling on the surface but plotting behind her back. As a princess, not only arranging her accommodations personally in the prince's mansion but also calling her sister seemed too approachable. Although she didn't understand what Mu Zixuan's intentions were, Dongfang Longyu still politely said, "Thank you, princess." Mu Zixuan continued, "Sister Dongfang, if you need anything in the future, you can tell me directly, or you can tell the maidservants." Dongfang Longyu replied, "This humble woman understands." Seeing that Dongfang Longyu was somewhat restrained, Mu Zixuan said with a beaming smile, "Sister Dongfang, now that you have entered the inner court of the prince's mansion, you are now the prince's woman." Hearing this, Dongfang Longyu's heart skipped a beat. Was the princess revealing her true intentions? Perhaps now she would start to impose rules on her. Just as Dongfang Longyu was thinking this, Mu Zixuan said, "The inner court of the North Prince Mansion is not like the harem of the typical princes, nor is it like the inner courts of aristocratic families. Once inside the North Prince Mansion, we address each other as sisters, and everyone gets along very harmoniously. From now on, Sister Dongfang, there's no need to call me princess. Just call me Sister Zixuan." Dongfang Longyu was taken aback again. She tentatively said, "Princess, manners should not be discarded. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Sister Dongfang, you're new here and probably don't know the situation of the inner court of the North Prince Mansion yet. After some time, you'll understand how harmonious our inner court really is." Although Mu Zixuan said this, Dongfang Longyu still felt somewhat skeptical. After all, this was the prince's harem, a place where women competed for attention and jealousy. Could the inner court of the North Prince Mansion truly be harmonious? Or was it that the princess was trying to win her over in order to deal with some other woman? This kind of situation was very common in great families. If the lady of the house disliked a concubine but the male head of the house favored her, and the lady had no way of getting rid of the concubine, she would try to win over other women to oppose that woman together. In Dongfang Longyu's view, there had to be a reason Mu Zixuan was being so nice to her, it must be serving some purpose. Dongfang Longyu did not want to get involved in such matters, but now it was Mu Zixuan who had taken the initiative to be kind to her. Even if she was guarded, she could only accept Mu Zixuan's kindness. A day passed quickly. Today, everyone in the prince's mansion was busy setting up the environment. Lu Chen's wives and concubines were quite nostalgic. Even though they moved to the new prince's mansion, they still tried to make their new residences feel like the old prince's mansion. After nightfall, all of Lu Chen's women gathered at Wind Cloud Court. When Chu Yukin reached the entrance of the courtyard and saw the name, Wind Cloud Court, she froze. She turned to ask the maidservant at the entrance of the courtyard, who named it Wind Cloud Court. The maidservant answered, "Madam Chu, it was the prince himself who named it." Upon hearing this, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment. Chu Qingli remarked from beside her, "That's an awful name. He is a prince after all, even naming a place he just chooses, Wind Cloud Court." Chu Yukin also wanted to say it was an awful name, but considering that it was Lu Chen who had named it, she didn't say much else and headed straight for the main hall. When she arrived at the entrance of the main hall, she noticed that the plaque above still read, Main Hall. The name of the courtyard had changed, but not the name of the main hall. Chu Yukin didn't think much of it and entered the main hall. By that time, a large table of dishes had already been laid out inside. Having entered the main hall, Chu Yukin saw Lu Chen cuddling the child and trying to soothe him. At this moment, she asked, "Chenur, why did you name this courtyard, Wind Cloud Court? Isn't the name somewhat inappropriate? After all, it's a place where we live." Upon hearing this, all the ladies agreed that Chu Yukin had a point, finding the name unsuitable. While continuing to entertain the child in his arms, Lu Chen replied with a smile, "I've just given it a provisional name for now. We can always change it later. But come to think of it, there's nothing wrong with the name. I live here, and isn't it true that I still manage to stir up quite a storm at night?" As soon as the women heard Lu Chen's reasoning, They instantly understood, and both Dazhou and Xiaozhou's faces flushed with a hint of redness. If he had mentioned wind and cloud alone, they might not have understood, but connecting it to stirring up a storm, they grasped his meaning in an instant. This scoundrel. So that was the reason behind choosing this name. Chu Yukin's face turned slightly warm, and she chose not to continue the discussion. At that moment, Mu Zixuan turned to her servant and said, Xiao Ru, dinner is almost ready, go and call Miss Dongfang. Although Dongfang Longyu had not yet officially married into the family, she had already decided to become Lu Chen's woman. And as Lu Chen's woman, she was definitely supposed to come to the main hall and dine with him in the evening, which was considered one of the customs at the North Prince Mansion. A short while later, the maid Xiao Ru arrived at the courtyard where Dongfang Longyu was staying. At that time, Dongfang Longyu was painting alone in the pavilion, appearing somewhat lonely. The maids from the Dongfang family were not brought to the prince's mansion, and being new to the North Prince Mansion, she was not familiar with the people there, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Xiao Ru spoke to Dongfang Longyu from the entrance of the courtyard, Miss Dongfang, the princess consort invites you to the main hall for dinner. Dongfang Longyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Dinner. Was the princess consort actually inviting her, a newcomer of just one day, to dine together to win her over? Thereupon, Dongfang Longyu responded, please extend my thanks to the princess consort, but I'll have to decline. I'm not hungry at the moment. Hearing this, Xiao Ru said, Miss Dongfang, everyone else in the prince's inner court is already going. If you don't go, the prince may be displeased. Dongfang Longyu, puzzled, asked, what does this have to do with the prince? Xiao Ru realized that Dongfang Longyu must not know the rules of the North Prince Mansion, and took the initiative to explain, Miss Dongfang, in the inner court of the North Prince Mansion, the prince's wives and concubines are required to join him for dinner in the main hall every evening, unless there are important matters to attend to. Dongfang Longyu was slightly taken aback, now understanding she had misunderstood. She then said, I see. Immediately after, she set down her paintbrush and stood up, following the maid to the main hall. Upon entering the main hall, Dongfang Longyu saw that indeed, as Xiao Ru had said, most of Lu Chen's wives and concubines had already arrived. Seeing Dongfang Longyu's arrival, Mu Zixuan promptly walked over to her, took her hand, and introduced her to everyone, this is the sister who has recently joined our prince's mansion. Hearing this, all the women turned their gaze to Dongfang Longyu. Most of Lu Chen's women had already met Dongfang Longyu, but they weren't very familiar with her. However, they had long expected that this woman would eventually be lured into the prince's mansion by Lu Chen, the lecher. Dongfang Longyu did not show any signs of panic. With a smile, she introduced herself, my name is Dongfang Longyu, from the Dongfang family. It is my pleasure to meet all my sisters here. At this, Mu Zixuan promptly corrected her, Sister Dongfang, I told you this morning that now you are a member of the North Prince Mansion. There's no need to be so formal, nor do you need to refer to yourself as a commoner. You are no longer just a commoner. Once in the inner court of the North Prince Mansion, she became one of the North Prince's women and could no longer be considered an ordinary civilian. Dongfang Longyu gracefully responded, you're right, princess consort. I understand. At this point, Lu Chen handed the child to a nearby wet nurse and then said, well then, since everyone is here, let's start dinner. Following that, all the women took their seats at the round table in the main hall. Dongfang Longyu, being new, thought that seating arrangements might be particular, such as the princess consort sitting next to Lu Chen, with other women of higher status in the prince's mansion seated closer to the male host. However, as she contemplated this, she noticed Zhou Yuyu and Xiao Wenyao sitting on either side of Lu Chen, while Mu Zixuan, the princess consort herself, did not sit next to Lu Chen, contradicting her conjecture once again. At that moment, Mu Zixuan, holding Dongfang Longyu's hand, brought her to the table to sit down. Her place was several seats away from Lu Chen, which might lead those unfamiliar with the North Prince Mansion to speculate that perhaps the princess consort was at odds with the prince or that she was not important in the prince's mansion, being neglected by the prince. Lu Chen then took a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth before looking across the round table at Dongfang Longyu and saying, Longyu, this is your first time at the prince's mansion. You might not be familiar with everything here yet, but don't worry. There are not many rules here, unlike your aristocratic family. You don't have to be so overly cautious. Dongfang Longyu replied, yes, my prince. I understand. Just then, Xiao Wenyao took out a jug of wine from below the table, poured a cup, and slid it in front of Lu Chen. Your Highness, will you be having wine tonight? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled subtly, glancing at Dongfang Longyu across the table before saying, I've got work to attend to tonight, so I'll pass on the wine. At those words, the eyes of all the women instinctively turned to Dongfang Longyu as they quickly grasped the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. Suddenly finding herself the focus of the gaze of Lu Chen's wives and concubines, Dongfang Longyu felt exceedingly embarrassed. Although it was her first time entering the North Prince mansion, she was no fool, and had almost guessed what Lu Chen meant by having work to attend to tonight. Just then, Chu Yukin placed some bare penis from the soup bowl into Lu Chen's bowl. With a smile on her face, she said, Chenur, if you're going to be up late tonight, eat this to keep your strength up. Lu Chen was speechless, thinking to himself that with his constitution, he hardly needed such tonics. However, he didn't refuse Chu Yukin's kind gesture. During dinner time at the North Prince mansion, Lu Chen's family gathered together in great merriment. Over the meal, Chu Yukin and the others were chatting and laughing, discussing children's matters one moment and the North Prince mansion's estate affairs the next. However, Dongfang Longyu remained silent throughout. If Chu Yukin and the others had not deliberately steered the conversation towards her, she wouldn't have initiated any talk. Dongfang Longyu felt very out of place. To her knowledge, only ordinary commoner families would eat together at one table. In slightly larger families like her own, a side concubine like her would not have the privilege to sit at the table. Yet, here in the vast North Prince mansion, such a large family actually sat together at one table for dinner, including Lu Chen's concubines. Not only were they at the table, but Lu Chen's wives and concubines seemed to pay no attention to Lu Chen, the prince, during the meal. She saw several women drinking alcohol, and moreover, they were pouring for themselves. Lu Chen didn't seem to mind their behavior at all. From the behavior of these women, it appeared as if this was their usual practice. Dongfang Longyu couldn't help feeling utterly perplexed. Was the North Prince so indulgent with his wives and concubines? It seemed the North Prince mansion was indeed quite different from what she had imagined. After dinner, Dongfang Longyu returned to her own courtyard. She was about to ask her maid to prepare hot water for her when she discovered a maid coming out from the room next door, who said, Miss Dongfang, the hot water is ready, you can take a bath now. Dongfang Longyu took out her clothes and walked to a room adjacent to the bedchamber, discovering that this room was divided into two sections. One part held a huge bathtub and the other had something like a commode bucket, except that it was connected to the ground. Dongfang Longyu was somewhat surprised. She had not expected the architecture of North Prince Mansion to be so unique, with a room specially designed for bathing, and such a spacious one at that, completely capable of accommodating several people. The white ceramic bathtub, in particular, looked incredibly luxurious. Without hesitation, Dongfang Longyu shed her light gauze and lay down in the tub filled with hot water. Instantly, her body was enveloped by the warmth, and she completely relaxed. Since her arrival at the North Prince Mansion that day, she had been quite tense, given it was her first time here and she was unfamiliar with how to interact with the other women of the mansion. After soaking in the hot water, all of her worries seemed to disappear, she now only wanted to enjoy a quiet soak. After an unknown period, Dongfang Longyu suddenly opened her eyes, to find the water had cooled. Only then did she realize she had dozed off while bathing. She quickly got up from the tub, dried off her body, and after dressing in a white undergarment, she entered the bedroom. To her surprise, upon entering the bedroom, she saw a person sitting by her bed. Dongfang Longyu was taken aback. The man sitting on her bed was none other than the North Prince. At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze was lasciviously sweeping over her body. Dongfang Longyu had just bathed, and although she hadn't approached him, the scent of flowers from her body had already drifted to Lu Chen's nostrils. Lu Chen said with a smile, Longyu, have you finished bathing? Dongfang Longyu, conscious of being clad only in an undergarment and fully exposed before Lu Chen, felt her cheeks heat. She hadn't expected him to visit her room so soon. Dongfang Longyu said, "Prince, why didn't you wake me earlier?" Laughing, Lu Chen replied, "I saw you were asleep and didn't have the heart to disturb you." Then, Dongfang Longyu began to slowly walk towards the bed, each step causing her heartbeat to quicken. Approaching Lu Chen, she felt as if her heart might burst out. Seeing Dongfang Longyu's blushing face, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then reached out and pulled her delicate body into his embrace. Instantly brought close to Lu Chen's body, Dongfang Longyu felt a scorching breath assaulting her, followed by a unique scent entering her nose. It was an aroma she had never encountered, not exactly fragrant, yet extremely pleasing, and after inhaling it, her body grew even hotter. Lu Chen's hand rested on Dongfang Longyu's slender leg, caressing it as he said, "Longyu, your father must have told you that I won't grant you a title for now. If you desire one, you would have to leave the Eastern Newspaper Agency and give up your position as chief editor." Dongfang Longyu softly murmured in agreement, "I understand." Being embraced by Lu Chen, Dongfang Longyu felt increasingly strange. She had almost never been in such close contact with a non-relative man, and this was her first time being so intimate. Lu Chen continued, "I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that by marrying into the prince's mansion, you will lose your freedom and from then on must only remain here to serve your husband and teach your children." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dongfang Longyu lapsed into silence, for that was exactly her concern. Lu Chen was more than just a prince. In the future, he could very well become the Sum Emperor, or even the ruler of the world. By then, his women were very likely confined to spending their lives inside the imperial palace, forbidden from leaving. Seeing that Dongfang Longyu did not speak, Lu Chen's hand continued to move unrestrainedly. As he caressed Dongfang Longyu's body, he said, "I am different from other seigneurs, I trust my women very much. Even if you marry into the prince's mansion, you can come and go as you please, and you can even have your own career. You have been in the North Country for a while now, and I guess you know that the businesses of the North Prince Mansion are basically managed by the princess, and the treasury of the North Country is managed by my side concubine, Yelv. Apart from these two, the women in the mansion who know martial arts generally all have their own things to do." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dongfang Longyu was stunned for a moment. Although she was not very familiar with the women in the prince's mansion, having been in Yan County for so long and spending so much time with Lu Chen, she had heard some things about Lu Chen's wives and concubines. She was well aware of the princess managing the mansion's assets and Yelv managing the treasury. Besides them, Dongfang Longyu also knew that Lu Chen had a woman overseeing the rain listening pavilion. Although she did not see that woman today, there was one time she came to the prince's mansion and accidentally saw that woman enjoying intimate pleasures with Lu Chen in his study. Thinking about it now, Lu Chen indeed gave his women a lot of freedom to expose themselves in public, as seen at dinner when it was obvious that Lu Chen's women were not particularly reserved in his presence, drinking if they wanted to, and one woman, drunk, even declared she wanted to go riding with Lu Chen tonight, looking quite unrestrained. Such a scene at tonight's mansion would be absolutely impossible in any other prince's mansion or aristocratic family. But then again, even if Lu Chen indulges his wives and concubines now, once he becomes the Sum Emperor, the ruler of all, his women will eventually have to be managed by someone if he does not manage them himself. There will be countless eyes watching Lu Chen, especially the women by his side in every move they make. If Lu Chen continues to allow his women to go out and do business outside the imperial palace, there will inevitably be ministers who stand up and criticize them for not attending to proper duties, for as women of the Son of Heaven, they should not be seen in public. Perhaps Lu Chen will have no choice but to silence the mouths of the ministers and can only allow his women to return to the imperial palace, to stay there for life. Thinking of this, Dongfang Longyu asked, "Prince, if one day you become the ruler of all, will you still allow your wives and concubines to expose themselves in public?" No sooner had Dongfang Longyu asked her question than Lu Chen's hand suddenly slipped into her inner garment, touching places that usually would not be touched. Lu Chen then said with a smile, "Of course, as long as their safety is assured, it's no problem for them to go wherever they want." Dongfang Longyu continued to ask, what if ministers say that your wives and concubines should not expose themselves in public? Lu Chen replied indifferently, that's their business. Some things always have a beginning. As the North Country develops, more and more jobs will become suitable for women, and women who have always stayed at home will come out to work. We need to encourage those women to engage in labor, and the women of the mansion must set an example. If the women of the mansion stay indoors all day to attend to their husbands and teach their children, how can we encourage civilian women to voluntarily leave home and join the workforce? Hearing this, Dongfang Longyu was momentarily stunned. She had not expected the North Prince to have such ideas about women working, something no emperor has ever thought of before. Indeed, the North Prince was different from most men, worthy of being the son of destiny, his thoughts far ahead of this world. The son of destiny is the one who leads the development of the world, and since Lu Chen thought this way, in the future, it might indeed be possible to see women boldly stepping out of their homes to participate in labor and production. After all, ordinary women in the world, compelled by their livelihood, would also expose themselves in public, but such women are always subject to criticism. If Lu Chen could lead the trend and have the women of this world boldly come out and participate in various labor activities, then even with a small population, the North Country could have enough labor force. While Dongfang Longyu was exhilarated by what Lu Chen said, she suddenly realized that her inner garment had slipped off her shoulders and a cold breeze caused her body to chill. Dongfang Longyu then came back to her senses, as now was not the time for her to be considering other matters. At this moment, Lu Chen whispered in Dongfang Longyu's ear, Longyu, you smell so good. Hearing this, Dongfang Longyu immediately froze, her body growing even hotter. Lu Chen continued, it's late at night, we should go to sleep. With a blushing face, Dongfang Longyu said, please be gentle, prince. As soon as Dongfang Longyu finished speaking, Lu Chen laid her down on the bed and began to busy himself with the matter at hand. Dayu Dynasty. Empress's bedchamber. Two snowy figures were faintly discernible behind the red curtains, and at this moment, they approached the beauty couch. Wu Junwan sat behind Yu Emperor, gently massaging the emperor's fragrant shoulders. Yu Emperor spoke, Junwan, we haven't been this intimate in a while, have we? Hearing this, Wu Junwan smiled lightly, indeed, it has been a long time since we bathed together. Yu Emperor sighed softly, I miss the days at Misty Immortal Sect when we sisters could be together all the time. Now, we reside in two great dynasties, and even meeting once is not easy. Wu Junwan said, it's because we've both grown up, each with our own duties to attend to. At this point, Wu Junwan asked, Qingru, do you really have no intention of joining forces with Great Wu to eradicate Great Sum? Upon hearing this, Yu Emperor said indifferently, Junwan, you from Great Wu are underestimating Great Sum too much. Turning around, the Yu Emperor placed her jade hand on Wu Junwan's smooth, white leg, gazing into her eyes and said, do you really believe that if Great Wu joins forces with Dayu, they could eliminate Great Sum? Facing this question, Wu Junwan replied without hesitation, currently, Sum Emperor is at death's door, and various seigneurs across Great Sum are amassing troops, plunging the state into chaos. Once they start fighting over the throne, it will provide Great Wu and Dayu with an opportunity. Yu Emperor smiled slightly, the solemnity she showed before her ministers gone from her face, your intelligence operations still leave much to be desired. Don't you know about the strange phenomena that have been happening in the capital city of Great Sum? Wu Junwan was taken aback for a moment, then said, I am aware of that. Yu Emperor continued, it's very likely that Great Sum has gained a celestial of the heavenly human realm. Not to mention whether Great Wu has the means to deal with a celestial, Sum Emperor just happens to fall ill at this moment. Don't you find the two coincidental? Moreover, you must have noticed that the North Prince seems completely uninterested in marching south to fight for the throne. As far as I know, the North Country has an intelligence agency known as the Brocade Guard, and their ability to gather intel is incredibly powerful. Whether Sum Emperor is truly in trouble, I believe the North Prince must be the most aware. If there was really something wrong with the Sum Emperor, the North Prince would surely make a move southward, instead of deploying 30,000 heavy cavalry to Yonggan County to guard against the Great Wu dynasty. Upon hearing Yu Emperor's analysis, Wu Junwan fell into deep thought. Initially, she too had considered this issue. She just thought the North Prince hadn't made a move south because he deemed the North country too lacking in resources, unable to sustain the consumption of a war. Although the military might of the North country seemed strong, having defeated several invasions by the barbarian tribe and destroyed armies numbering hundreds of thousands, they acted in defense of their homeland, not as aggressors. To march south and attack Great Sum's royal court or the lands under control of other seigneurs, extensive resources would be required. Given the current capacity of the North country, their logistics might not be able to keep up. Of course, this was Wu Junwan's initial thought. At this moment, Yu Emperor raised her slender, snow-white hand and lifted Wu Junwan's chin, looking into her eyes as she continued, Junwan, the North Prince is not simple at all. The power of the North country is far greater than what you know. Your arrival seeking an alliance with Da Yu against Great Sum is likely because you do not understand the North country enough. It seems your intelligence network indeed needs a thorough overhaul. Surprised by these words, Wu Junwan smiled and then said, I didn't expect you to think so highly of the North Prince. Yu Emperor said, it's not that I think highly of him, but that you don't understand him, nor do you understand the North country. The North Prince had been in the North country for only a short while before he effortlessly wiped out 300,000 of the barbarian army. Haven't you wondered how he achieved that? Wu Junwan said doubtfully, the North country possesses 50,000 heavy cavalry with formidable combat strength, so it doesn't seem strange that they could annihilate 300,000 of the barbarian army. Yu Emperor smiled faintly, and then her hand slid down from Wu Junwan's chin, gliding smoothly over her long, white neck and gently caressing her soft body. It seems indeed that your intelligence network needs some rectification. With that said, Yu Emperor raised her hand, and the next moment, a book flew from a phoenix chair not far away. She took out a letter from within the book and handed it to Wu Junwan. Wu Junwan took the letter from Yu Emperor with curiosity and read it intently. Upon completing the letter's intelligence report, her brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Wu Junwan's serious expression, Yu Emperor said with a smile, Junwan, this is why I don't intend to join hands with Great Wu. Wu Junwan was silent as the letter the Yu Emperor gave her turned out to be an intelligence report from the North country, detailing an investigation into the military strength of the North country's forces. Though the military discipline of the North country was already exceedingly strict, there were no walls that can keep all winds at bay. The North country's troops have begun to extensively use advanced weaponry. It would be impossible for there not to be any whispers about it. The North country daring to annex the entire North land into their territory and even easily eliminating the barbarian army, which included a Grand Master, proved the North country's military was not to be underestimated. Even at its height, the Da Yu dynasty could not as effortlessly wipe out the Tianqi king's army as it confronted the allied barbarian tribes. It could only deter the Tianqi king's forces. However, once the Tianqi king fled to the North country, he was promptly annihilated by them. That was an army of 400,000, yet it was so easily taken down by North country, which was obviously somewhat off. Therefore, the Yu Emperor had the spies of Da Yu dynasty try every means to gather information about the military of North country, and eventually, they did indeed uncover some rumors regarding the North country army. It was said that North country's army could summon lightning and thunder. During the defense of Yan County, the Sky Wolf King's forces were defeated by North country's army with the power of heavenly thunder. Naturally, the Yu Emperor did not believe such rumors, and she continued to have Da Yu's spies investigate whether North country possessed any mysterious weapons. This investigation actually led to the discovery of the names of North country's new weapons, such as Thunderous, Mo Xing's firearm, and mortars, were all uncovered by Da Yu's spies. Of course, Da Yu's spies had only managed to discover the names of these firearms, but had not obtained the weapons themselves. No matter how strict North country's military discipline was, there were always some soldiers who could not keep their mouths shut, talking about military matters at home. With such powerful weapons at their disposal, some soldiers could not help boasting to their relatives once they were back home. The strictest military discipline could not prevent this from happening, especially since North country had just recently begun reforms, and the reform of the army was still ongoing. To have the soldiers of North country follow orders completely was simply impossible. At this moment, Wu Junwan put down the letter in her hands, then looked up into the Yu Emperor's eyes and asked, Qingru, is all this true? The Yu Emperor replied, most likely, it is. North Country's army, possessing such strong combat capabilities, is very likely due to them equipping mysterious weapons unknown to us, weapons whose power is so immense that ordinary martial artists couldn't possibly withstand them. I sent one of the maids who had been serving me to North Country exactly for this purpose, to investigate the origin of these mysterious weapons. It's the same maid you saw the last time you came to Daiyu, her name is Marong Shuiye. She does bear a resemblance to you. In your absence, I had her serve me. Wu Junwan clearly did not take in what the Yu Emperor said last, as what she was most concerned about were the mysterious weapons of North Country. If North Country truly had the mysterious weapons mentioned in the letter, and if their power was as horrific as the intelligence suggested, then no matter how numerous Great Wu's forces were, they would likely stand no chance against North Country. She thought back to how resolute the Yu Emperor had been in rejecting the idea of an alliance with Great Wu to attack Great Sum during the court session today. So that was all because of North Country. Indeed, North Country was Great Wu's greatest enemy. Wu Junwan asked, Qingru, have Daiyu's spies come into contact with North Country's mysterious weapons? The Yu Emperor replied, no, we have also been trying to send people to infiltrate the North Country barracks, but it's not easy. Moreover, North Country's forces do not allow soldiers to take weapons out of the barracks, and with the current military discipline being so strict in the North Country army, obtaining their new weapons is extremely difficult. At that moment, Wu Junwan frowned and glanced at the letter in her hand, saying with concern, could there really be such terrifying weapons? The Yu Emperor said, although our information comes from Daiyu's spies, most of it stems from households of soldiers from North Country. Considering the combat power demonstrated by North Country's army, I fear they might indeed possess the horrific weapons mentioned in the reports. Wu Junwan said, if North Country truly possesses those mysterious weapons, why don't they march south directly to contest for the throne? With weapons of such power, it should be easy for the North Prince to contend for that position, shouldn't it? The Yu Emperor, while embracing Wu Junwan's soft body, replied, I'm not sure about that, perhaps the North Prince feels the timing is not yet right. At that point, Wu Junwan said, Qingru, if North Country truly has such mysterious weapons, then Daiyu and Great Wu should unite even more. North Country already has a celestial realm powerhouse, and now they have such terrifying weapons. The ambitions of the North Prince must not be underestimated. If Daiyu and Great Wu do not form an alliance, North Country will eventually defeat both dynasties one by one. The Yu Emperor raised her delicate hand, combing Wu Junwan's hair, while speaking, I understand that, but we are not to form an alliance now. I need to continue investigating North Country's situation. Only when we've seen those mysterious weapons for ourselves will I form an alliance with Great Wu. Currently, the Daiyu dynasty does not wish for war. The common people of Daiyu do not want Daiyu to engage in war with other countries, especially the ministers in the court. They generally believe that Daiyu should accumulate strength to deal with the barbarian tribes to the north. A barbarian tribe goddess has appeared in the north, and now there's a tendency for the barbarian tribes to unite. This is a significant threat to our Daiyu dynasty. If I form an alliance with Great Wu to target Great Sum right now, the court ministers will surely oppose it. Only when the threat of North Country's mysterious weapons is recognized by the court ministers will they be willing to allow the Daiyu dynasty to ally with Great Wu. You know, Junwan, it's not easy for a woman like me to manage the entire Daiyu, and if I resort to force and disregard justice, it will sooner or later drive the ministers to treason. Hearing the Yu Emperor's words, Wu Junwan couldn't help but think to herself, she had thought that the Yu Emperor had an easy time managing Daiyu, and that whatever the Yu Emperor said would be done by the ministers of Daiyu without question. Only now did she realize the Yu Emperor also had so many helplessnesses. Truly, it wasn't easy for a woman to be an emperor. While Wu Junwan was lost in thought, Yu Emperor slowly lay down, holding her, alright, let's end the discussion on state affairs here and get some rest early. Wu Junwan hummed in agreement and spoke no further. Soon, the two beautiful women's soft bodies were pressed tightly together as they embraced each other and entered the land of dreams. At the same time, In the North Country, New North Prince Mansion. Noises continuously emanated from Dongfang Longyu's room, but thanks to the new construction of the North Prince Mansion, which differed from the old one, the rooms now had glass windows, providing excellent sound insulation. Only faint noises were audible in the outer courtyard, and unless the windows were opened, those walking through the hallway would have no clue about what was happening inside Dongfang Longyu's room. Lu Chen lifted his hand and gently toyed with the moist locks of hair on Dongfang Longyu's cheek. At this moment, Dongfang Longyu's face was flushed, and her forehead was covered in a dense layer of sweat. Lu Chen lifted his chest and, while gazing at Dongfang Longyu's beautiful visage, said, "Actually, even if you married into the North Prince Mansion, I could still arrange a job that you like for you." Upon hearing this, a groggy Dongfang Longyu asked, "Prince, what job are you talking about?" Lu Chen, while keeping busy with his own matters, replied, "The North Prince's mansion plans to establish a newspaper. After you leave the Eastern Newspaper Agency, you could come and manage the newspaper of the North Prince Mansion." At these words, Dongfang Longyu was stunned. She hadn't expected that the North Prince was planning to create a newspaper. Catching her breath, she asked, "Huff, huff. Prince, did you establish this newspaper just for me?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "That's not the case. I had long planned to expand the North Prince Mansion's influence by creating another newspaper, it's just that I hadn't realized it yet. Think it over. If you agree, you could marry into the North Prince Mansion with Wang Qingqi in about half a month when I take a concubine. You have half a month to decide." With eyes brimming with unshed tears, Dongfang Longyu looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Prince, I wouldn't dare to guess your intentions, I just want to know, do you wish for me to formally marry into the North Prince Mansion after half a month, or?" Dongfang Longyu let out a soft cry and did not finish her sentence. Even though Dongfang Longyu hadn't clarified her question, Lu Chen already understood what she wanted to know. He immediately said, "I am not demanding that you marry into the prince's mansion in half a month, nor will I become angry over your decision. Since you're already my woman, I will respect whatever choice you make. If you decide to continue staying at the Eastern Newspaper Agency, then so be it. I will first establish a newspaper for the North Prince Mansion, and when you are ready to accept the status later, I will hand over the newspaper agency of the North Prince Mansion to you." Dongfang Longyu said, "Thank you so much, Prince." Lu Chen revealed a slight smile and placed his hand heavily upon her. "Are you still calling me Prince?" Dongfang Longyu's cheeks reddened, unsure of how she should address him. Lu Chen continued, "My lady, call me darling, and let's hear how that sounds." At that moment, Dongfang Longyu's mind was in a muddle, and as if possessed, she called out, darling." Dongfang Longyu now understood what she had witnessed in the prince's mansion earlier that day. No wonder the queen was so kind to her. And no wonder the women of the North Prince Mansion got along so harmoniously. In other mansions, women would inevitably scheme and vie for favor, seeing each other as rivals in their eyes. But the North Prince Mansion was entirely different. If there were any women fighting for favor in the North Prince Mansion, they probably could not withstand the favoritism from Lu Chen, who was already a Grand Master, and not just an ordinary one at that. The Queen of the North Prince was merely an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person compete with Lu Chen, the Grand Master? It's not just ordinary people, even martial artists were not Lu Chen's match. Thus, the North Prince's mansion scenario was that all of the North Prince's women united against Lu Chen, this mischievous rascal, which is also why the women of the North Prince mansion appeared so united and harmonious. Dawn. Lu Chen drowsily opened his eyes. As soon as he did so, he found a breathtakingly beautiful face watching him. Dongfang Longyu had already awakened since she was the chief editor of the Eastern Newspaper Agency and had to go there today to supervise and review the news drafts. Thus, she woke up quite early. However, after waking up, she did not dare to make any movement. At that moment, Lu Chen was still leaning on her, holding her in his embrace, and seemed to be sleeping soundly. After spending the night together, she had wholly accepted Lu Chen. The only thought in her heart was that the son of destiny truly was irresistible. Seeing Dongfang Longyu's eyes fixated on him, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep last night. I hope I didn't crush you. Dongfang Longyu replied, the prince can do as he pleases, I am fine. Suddenly remembering Dongfang Longyu had to go to the agency today, Lu Chen immediately got out of bed and said, you have to go to the agency today, so I won't hold you up any longer. As Lu Chen got up, Dongfang Longyu immediately felt much cooler and she also hurriedly got out of bed and said, Prince, let me dress you. Lu Chen did not refute, he simply got off the bedstead. With Dongfang Longyu's help, Lu Chen got dressed and left her room. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, the corners of Dongfang Longyu's mouth couldn't help but curve upward. Suddenly she felt somewhat fortunate. Thank goodness she hadn't chosen one of those poets and scholars to marry back when she was in the south. Otherwise, she might not have been able to become the North Prince's woman today. Although the North Prince was somewhat licentious, his excellence was unmatched. She was 100% satisfied with the North Prince. Once Lu Chen's figure had completely disappeared from Dongfang Longyu's sight, she finally snapped back to the reality that she had to go to the agency today. She hurriedly had her maids bring hot water for a bath, and after quickly dressing up, she headed for the Eastern Newspaper Agency. After leaving Dongfang Longyu's room, Lu Chen went to the Wind Cloud Court for breakfast. While sipping the nutrient-rich medicinal porridge personally prepared by Mu Zixuan, he reviewed the system notifications from the previous night. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a wife or concubine. As a reward, you have received oil exploration, mining, and production-related technical blueprints. For each time the host cultivates affection with a wife or concubine, Qi refinement mantra experience points increase by 10,000, rejuvenating skill experience points increase by. Seeing the prompt before him, Lu Chen thought, oil. With the current conditions in the North Country, it would probably be impossible to use the extracted oil for the production of chemical products. The North Country was still an agricultural nation and did not possess the conditions for large-scale industrial production, so it was best not to mine oil for the time being. Of course, even if mining was not to begin immediately, the work of oil exploration had to be carried out. He needed to understand what kind of resources resided in which parts of the North Country. That way, when the day would come for the North Country to evolve from an agricultural to an industrial nation, oil would play a significant role. With his lifespan as a Grand Master, he would live for several hundred years without issue, and he might break through to the heavenly human realm someday. After breaking through the heavenly human realm, living for 1,000 years was even a possibility. Anyway, during his lifetime, he was certain to witness the transformation of this world from an agricultural to an industrial one. At this moment, Mu Zixuan noticed that Lu Chen was lost in thought and asked curiously, Prince, what are you thinking about? Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen snapped back to reality and said with a smile, nothing much. By the way, I'm planning to establish a newspaper agency with the North Prince Mansion as its main body. Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan was briefly startled, but she soon understood. Dongfang Longyu was currently leading the Eastern Newspaper Agency, and now that Dongfang Longyu had become Lu Chen's woman, perhaps he was finding something for her to do. However, the official already had a newspaper agency. With this in mind, Mu Zixuan asked, Prince, there's already a North Country Times within the prince's mansion. Isn't it redundant to create another newspaper agency? Lu Chen smiled and said, the current North Country Times is the small court's newspaper agency. The one I want to create next will be completely controlled by the North Prince Mansion. Mu Zixuan replied, I understand. I will help you set up the newspaper agency right away, Prince. Could you name the newspaper? Lu Chen pondered for a moment, let's call it the Wind Cloud Times. Hearing this name, Mu Zixuan was startled once again. This name, Wind Cloud, seemed more appropriate for a formal occasion than for the name of a courtyard. As a newspaper title, it was indeed most fitting. But for some reason, when Mu Zixuan thought about Lu Chen's words from yesterday about stirring up wind and clouds at night, she felt that the name was somewhat odd. Time flew by, and soon, the day Lu Chen was to take a concubine arrived. In the end, Dongfang Longyu decided to stay at the Eastern Newspaper Agency for a while longer. Considering she was now the North Prince's woman, whether she had an official status or not wasn't so important. What mattered now was to manage the Eastern newspaper agency well and to guide public opinion in favor of the North Prince. Naturally, Dongfang Longyu was aware that the North Prince Mansion had established a paper called Wind Cloud Times, and she understood that she would likely manage it in the future. However, compared to a paper closely related to the North Prince Mansion, a civilian newspaper could guide public opinion more effectively. In the eyes of the common people, although the Eastern newspaper agency had been approved for establishment, it was, after all, a paper of the Dongfang clan and did not have official attributes. In reality, some common people simply do not trust the court or the prince's mansion. In Dongfang Longyu's view, she could maximize her value by remaining at the Eastern newspaper agency, so there was no need to rush for that status. Compared to seeking official status, it was better to demonstrate her value more, which would also make her more valued by the North Prince. Although Dongfang Longyu hadn't agreed to seek that status right away, the prince's mansion still went ahead with the marriage ceremony. After all, Wang Qingqi, the concubine, had to be welcomed. The wedding preparations for Wang Qingqi were handled entirely by Mu Zixuan. Even though Wang Qingqi was marrying into the North Prince mansion as a concubine, she still wore a red bridal gown, the standard almost similar to that of a principal wife. Sitting in the bridal chamber, Wang Qingqi appeared somewhat dazed. She hadn't expected this day to come. She had worked for the Wang family previously, thinking she would always just be a tool for them and be discarded at a certain time, yet she met the North Prince, this bad thing, in North City, who made her leave the Wang family ahead of time. Each time she thought about what had happened between her and Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi felt it was surreal. She had initially been an enemy of the North Prince but was captivated by him, becoming his female slave. What was crucial was that in the end, she was thoroughly conquered by the North Prince. Wang Qingqi couldn't help but ridicule herself for being such a shameless woman. She had been captivated by Lu Chen yet ended up falling in love with this bad thing and became hopelessly enamored. As Wang Qingqi was immersed in her myriad thoughts, the voice of a maid came from the doorway, greeting to the prince. Hearing this, Wang Qingqi became nervous all at once. She had served Lu Chen countless times, but she had never been as nervous as she was today. The next moment, the sound of the door opening resonated, and Lu Chen entered the room. Lu Chen's footsteps were light, yet it seemed as though each one trod directly into Wang Qingqi's heart. Her heartbeat quickened, and within moments, Lu Chen had reached the bed and lifted Wang Qingqi's red bridal veil with a jade ruyi scepter. By now, Wang Qingqi's face was flushed with red, even her ears were a rosy hue. Lu Chen teased her, saying, "Mr. Wang, could it be that this is your first time in the bridal chamber? Why do you seem so nervous?" Hearing Lu Chen's teasing words, Wang Qingqi relaxed considerably. She looked up at Lu Chen and said, "It is indeed my first time in the bridal chamber." Although her body and heart had long since become accustomed to Lu Chen, the things they had done before were at most pleasures between a man and a woman and couldn't be considered the bridal chamber. In Wang Qingqi's view, only the act performed on the wedding night could truly be called so. It was her first marriage, her first wedding, and of course, her first bridal chamber experience. However, with Lu Chen's teasing, she didn't feel as nervous as before. Lu Chen's large hand then embraced Wang Qingqi's waist and directly laid her down on the bed. Seeing this, Wang Qingqi thought Lu Chen was about to do something to her. However, after he joined her on the bed, he didn't proceed with any further actions, but just embraced her slender waist, holding her quietly. Wang Qingqi was taken aback. Lu Chen was never a restrained man. Every time he caught her, she would be thoroughly handled by him. Why was it that today, he did nothing? Wang Qingqi felt puzzled in her heart. Could it be that Lu Chen had grown tired of her? Since their last joyful encounter in the old prince's mansion study, Lu Chen hadn't touched her again, even after moving to the new city. At first, she didn't think much of it. After all, with so many women in Lu Chen's life, it was normal for him to be too busy. But today was their wedding day, the day she married into the prince's mansion. At such a time, Lu Chen was only embracing her, not engaging in any substantive acts. Wang Qingqi began to grow anxious. Today was her first day married into the prince's mansion, and the prince wasn't touching her. How could she not be concerned? After a long while, Wang Qingqi finally mustered up the courage to say, "Prince, it is still early." The implication of Wang Qingqi's words was that since it was still so early, they might as well do something enjoyable to pass the time. However, all Lu Chen did was utter a noncommittal, and then lay still, continuing to hold her slender waist as if he were preparing for sleep. Seeing Lu Chen's lackluster reaction, Wang Qingqi couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps the prince hadn't slept well last night, so he was not spirited today and planned to go to bed early. As a woman of Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi was very familiar with his habits. Sometimes when Lu Chen was having too much fun, he could stay up all night, and they would often keep each other awake till dawn. Wang Qingqi thought to herself that perhaps last night, Lu Chen had been up all night with a woman from the prince's mansion, such as Dongfang Longyu. Ever since Lu Chen moved to the North Country, he had been frequenting Dongfang Longyu's room, going there almost every day. Clearly, Dongfang Longyu was Lu Chen's new darling. Thinking of this, Wang Qingqi's heart couldn't help but sour a little. Though she had never thought of monopolizing Lu Chen, she knew she couldn't bear his favor alone. But the thought of getting married to Lu Chen today, only to find out that he spent last night entangled with another woman all night long, made Wang Qingqi feel somewhat stifled inside. If Lu Chen had spent any other night up all night with his women, she wouldn't have felt any discomfort, but today was their wedding day. Wang Qingqi sighed inwardly. Perhaps in Lu Chen's eyes, she was just a concubine, so whether they consummated their marriage tonight was optional to him, since she already belonged to him anyway. Just as Wang Qingqi was thinking this, she suddenly noticed that the Lu Chen holding her seemed somewhat restless. Lu Chen's chest was pressed tightly against her jade back, and because he was already holding her very close, she could clearly sense the state of Lu Chen's body. This made Wang Qingqi even more puzzled. This bastard clearly wanted to do bad things to her, so why were his hands not moving, nor was there any other action? Could it be that he was doing this on purpose? Could it be that he was waiting for her to take the initiative? Or was he trying to tease her? After contemplating for a moment, Wang Qingqi felt that she couldn't keep waiting. No matter what this bastard was thinking, the consummation of their marriage had to happen today. With that thought, Wang Qingqi's jade hand reached behind her. She had to firmly grasp her own happiness before she could truly be at peace. At this moment, Lu Chen had planned to take a short rest. He had indeed stayed up all night, but not for a woman, rather he was in the study dealing with performance reports submitted by various counties in North Country. Having been working on the reforms in North Country for so long, he wanted to see how they were progressing, so he had officials from the counties submit their performance reports. As for consummating his marriage with Wang Qingqi, he hadn't actually planned to do it at all, especially since Wang Qingqi was already carrying his child. He didn't want to do anything that might harm their child. But just as he had closed his eyes, Wang Qingqi's hand began to wander. Lu Chen then caught Wang Qingqi's wrist and asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Qingqi asked, "Prince, it's still early. Aren't you going to do anything else?" Hearing this, Lu Chen instantly understood what Wang Qingqi meant. What a bitch, she can't hold herself back when I don't make a move. Lu Chen then rolled over, trapping Wang Qingqi's body within his arms, and looked down into her eyes from above. "Mr. Wang, it's broad daylight now, and you actually want me to do that kind of thing? Are you trying to corrupt this prince and lead me astray?" Hearing this, Wang Qingqi put on a pitiful act, gazing into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "Has the prince grown tired of me? In the past, as soon as you caught me, you would do bad things to me no matter where we were. Today is the day I marry you, yet you don't show any sign of it." Although Lu Chen could see that Wang Qingqi's pitiful look was an act, he also realized that not consummating the marriage on their wedding day could indeed cause Wang Qingqi unnecessary anxiety. So he decided not to keep it hidden from Wang Qingqi and directly said, "Before we didn't have a child, we could be reckless, but now that we have a child, we can't be as wild as before." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi was completely stunned. What? A child? When had she and Lu Chen had a child? When Wang Qingqi snapped back to reality, she stared into Lu Chen's eyes with unabated disbelief, searching his face for any trace of teasing. However, at that moment, Lu Chen wore only a faint smile. and one of his hands was gently caressing her belly, nothing at all resembling someone making a joke. Wang Qingqi still couldn't bring herself to believe it. She remembered that the last time they were intimate had been in the study of the old prince's mansion, and she had immediately expelled all impurities from her body the day after returning. How could she possibly have been impregnated? Moreover, she hadn't felt anything unusual in her body during this period. If she had truly been impregnated, she should have noticed something. With these thoughts, Wang Qingqi looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "My prince, you wouldn't lie to me, would you?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Do you think I would joke about this kind of matter with you?" But I clearly, Wang Qingqi faltered. She wanted to say that she clearly expelled all impurities from her body, so how could she have been impregnated? But considering Lu Chen's persistent desire for her to bear his child, Wang Qingqi found it difficult to openly discuss her actions. Seeing that Wang Qingqi had stopped midway, Lu Chen immediately guessed what she was about to say and spoke up. "Are you about to say that after you returned, you expelled all impurities from your body, so how could you still be impregnated?" Wang Qingqi pursed her lips and remained silent. At that moment, Lu Chen lifted his right hand, pinched Wang Qingqi's smooth and delicate chin, and said, "Did you think that would prevent you from carrying my child? You underestimate me. Are you not aware that there are those in the prince's mansion who became pregnant after spending just one night with me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi immediately thought of Chu Yukan. Although she seldom stayed in the prince's mansion, she was aware of what happened there and knew how easily Chu Yukan had become pregnant with Lu Chen's child. Wang Qingqi thought to herself that it seemed she really was pregnant, but she wasn't ready to be a mother yet. It was all this scoundrel's fault, undoubtedly because he had been intimate with her all night, preventing her from immediately expelling impurities from her body, which led to her becoming pregnant. When she was with Lu Chen, she couldn't actively use her skill, but could only be at his mercy. Usually, she would wait until after Lu Chen was finished to cleanse her body. Wang Qingqi felt like she was waking from a dream. No wonder the man sometimes didn't release her after his nefarious deeds. He had deliberately suppressed her internal skill so she couldn't detoxify in time, and his plan had succeeded. This scoundrel, so cunning. Wang Qingqi sighed inwardly but eventually accepted the reality: she was pregnant. The courtyard she was currently residing in was quite large. It wasn't just suitable for raising one child but several. Wang Qingqi then said, "My prince, today is the day I marry you, and even if I can't consummate the marriage with you, there are still things that must be done." That. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. Things that must be done. She was already pregnant, how could they do anything? He wouldn't want to do anything that could harm his child. As Lu Chen was thinking this, Wang Qingqi suddenly raised her slender hand to press against his chest, then swiftly slid her hands around his waist, embraced him, flipped over, and brought him beneath her. Lu Chen did not stop Wang Qingqi, so she succeeded in an instant. Now sitting astride Lu Chen, she heard him chuckling, "Mr. Wang, you are quite bold to treat me this way. My little female slave, you dare to ride atop me. Aren't you afraid I'll punish you?" Wang Qingqi replied with a grin, "Now that I carry your child, my lord, would you still bear to punish me? Aren't you afraid I might harm the child of yours?" Lu Chen laughed lightly, "Are you trying to blackmail me with the child?" Wang Qingqi replied cheekily, "I've finally caught your Achilles heel, so of course I must make good use of it. After all, you always oppressed me and plotted to have me carry your child." With that, Wang Qingqi's hands began to undress Lu Chen, her actions becoming more mischievous. Lu Chen didn't stop Wang Qingqi. After all, what could he do when Wang Qingqi carried his child? Today, he would indulge her a little. Gazing at the big red lanterns hanging in the prince's mansion, Lin Wanyan sat on the flower bed in the outer courtyard, sighing softly. For some reason, she felt a profound sense of loss. Although she had long been Lu Chen's woman and was prepared to go without official status for life, witnessing another woman getting married into the prince's mansion stirred a bit of envy within her. At that moment, Chu Yukan came to sit beside Lin Wanyan. Seeing the dejected look on her face, Chu Yukan asked with concern, "Sister Lin, are you worried about Miss Chen?" Lin Wanyan snapped back to attention and said with a smile, "No, I'm just resting for a bit." Chu Yukon then suggested, Sister Lin, you've been Lu Chen's woman for a long time. Why not find an opportunity for Lu Chen to give you a title too? Hearing this, Lin Wanyan hurriedly said, I'm afraid that won't do. The Lin family is still in the capital city, and if I, as their adopted daughter, were to marry the North Prince, it could easily be used by some to attack the Lin family. They could claim that the Lin family has sided with the North Prince, and this could bring significant trouble to them. Moreover, Rongrong and I share a bond like mother and daughter. Rongrong will definitely marry into the North Prince mansion in the future. If I also marry into the North Prince's mansion, it would be somewhat inappropriate. Hearing this, Chu Yukon gave a slight smile. She took Lin Wanyan's jade hand and, gazing into her face, said, Sister Lin, not many people are aware of your relationship with Miss Chen, and no one will care about what your relationship is. Look at me, I've been taking care of Chenur since he was a child, and in the end, he still took me into the prince's mansion. Now nobody is saying anything about us, you're overthinking it. As for your relationship with the Lin family, this could indeed bring them trouble, but I believe Lu Chen will soon be able to resolve this issue. Lin Wanyan sighed and said, let's talk about this matter later. Chu Yukon did not continue on the topic. Instead, she asked, by the way, how is Miss Chen doing in the mysterious Moon Palace now? Lin Wanyan replied, she's fine. The Honorable has forgiven her, and she is still managing the entire mysterious Moon Palace. Chu Yukon said, that's good to hear. At this point, Chu Yukon took Lin Wanyan's hand again, and they chatted about some woman-to-woman topics. About half an hour later, they got up from the flower beds and prepared to head back to the courtyard for some tea. However, as the two beautiful ladies walked past Wang Qingqi's courtyard, they suddenly heard noises coming from inside. Both of them were startled. How could there be noises? The new prince's mansion was different from the old one. Having lived in the prince's mansion for quite some time, they knew the setup. The doors and windows of the prince's mansion were specially made such that once closed, the inside noise would be blocked off. Even if someone could hear from the outside, it would be an extremely faint sound, and under no circumstance could it travel outside to the walkway of the courtyard. But today, the two of them heard noises on the walkway, which puzzled them. Could that little rascal have opened the doors and windows to create a thrill? Thinking this, the two beautiful ladies glanced at each other. Then Chu Yukon said, this naughty thing, he must have deliberately left the doors and windows open. With a blushing face, Lin Wanyan said, Yukon, let's hurry to the Yunrong courtyard. Chu Yukon replied, yes, let's go. Then, the two beautiful ladies quickened their pace and walked past Wang Qingqi's courtyard. Meanwhile, inside Wang Qingqi's bridal chamber, Lu Chen and Wang Qingqi were both standing by the window, enjoying the view of the courtyard. Lu Chen had his arms around Wang Qingqi's body, laughing as he said, I don't even know what to say to you. You will have to call me, darling, from now on, not, master. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi responded weakly, regardless, in my heart, I've always been your female slave. Lu Chen chuckled, then embraced Wang Qingqi and slowly returned to the bed. Once back on the bed, Lu Chen adjusted Wang Qingqi's red wedding dress, saying as he did so, you really didn't need to go to such lengths. Whether or not we have a wedding night is not so important to me. Wang Qingqi was already carrying his child, and even if she didn't serve him, Lu Chen wouldn't say anything. However, Wang Qingqi insisted on serving him, so Lu Chen had to find another way. When Lu Chen was with his wives and concubines, his goal was very clear, which was to have them bear his children, so he rarely engaged in deviant practices and had never strayed from the path. Seeing Wang Qingqi's hair had become wet with sweat, Lu Chen lifted his hand and began to play with her hair, pushing it aside to get a clearer view of her charming and tempting face. It was at this moment that Wang Qingqi's complexion suddenly changed, turning somewhat pale, and then she began to heave. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly got up and gently patted her back. With a smile on his face, Lu Chen said, I told you that you're carrying my child, but you didn't believe me, look, you've started to have morning sickness. After retching for a while, Wang Qingqi turned to look at Lu Chen, her eyes seeming to carry a bit of resentment. This was no morning sickness, it was obviously Lu Chen, the naughty thing. Well, it was her own choice, so she couldn't really blame Lu Chen. Lu Chen said, "All right, let's stop here for today. You rest well, and don't hurt our child." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi chuckled softly and said, "Are you scared of me, prince?" Challenged by Wang Qingqi's words, Lu Chen laughed and then pressed her back onto the bed. This bitch, if she wasn't properly disciplined, she would never learn restraint. Since he'd already strayed, he might as well continue down that path. At this very moment, Great Ju Mansion in the North Country. Mirong Shuiye was pondering over the letter in her hands. The Yu Emperor had asked her to find a way to get close to Lu Chen and try to learn the origin of North Country's secret weapon. Mirong Shuiye had long heard of North Country's secret weapon, but it was not easy for her to get close to the North Prince. He had taken another concubine today, and his harem was already filled with countless women. Although Mirong Shuiye was still very confident in her own beauty, she was well aware that it wasn't easy to attract the North Prince with her looks alone. The North Prince, despite his fondness for the company of women, already had so many that he was probably too busy to seek more affairs outside. Mirong Shuiye pondered how she could get close to the North Prince. Just as she was lost in thought, a maid entered her room and placed an invitation in front of Mirong Shuiye. "Lord Mirong, a son from Great Qian is holding a poetry gathering in Yan County, and he invites you to participate." Upon hearing this, Mirong Shuiye was slightly taken aback. A poetry gathering. This could be a good pretext. Since Yan County had become a trading hub, many merchants and scholars had also come to Yan County. There had been frequent occasions where wealthy sons organized poetry gatherings or meetings of scholarly friends, inviting people of status from Yan County. North Country had not interfered with such activities, which in turn enriched the cultural atmosphere of Yan County even further. Mirong Shuiye thought to herself that the North Prince had been recently promoting universal education. By paying such close attention to literacy among the common people, it showed that the prince greatly valued learning. The North Prince must be someone well versed in poetry and literature. Usually, the policies of a ruler are closely linked to their personal interests. The North Prince's strong push for universal education might very well align with his hobbies. If she could use the poetry gathering as an excuse to invite the North Prince, it was likely that he would come. By doing so, wouldn't she have the opportunity to build a relationship with the North Prince? Having made up her mind, Mirong Shuiye started to devise her plan. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Wu Junwan returned from her mission to Great Ju without any achievements, which caused a number of ministers in the court to view her with great dissatisfaction. Some thought that with Wu Junwan's good relationship with the Yu Emperor and considering that Great Sum was at its weakest, it was entirely possible for the two great dynasties to join forces and wipe out Great Sum. Yet Wu Junwan had failed to persuade the Yu Emperor to form an alliance with Great Wu, which was seen as a testament to her incompetence. The failure to form an alliance with Great Ju also made some ministers in Great Wu more conservative. Some believed that without someone to keep North Country in check, Great Wu would likely find itself in crisis if it engaged in a two-front war. From Yonggan County of North Country to the imperial city of Great Wu, the landscape was almost entirely flat plains. North Country's heavy cavalry could directly penetrate the heartland of Great Wu. If Great Wu were to deploy troops against Great Sum, they would need to station a significant force in the north for defense, which would greatly reduce the main combat forces available for the offensive against Great Sum. Even the martial emperor, who favored the use of force, was becoming indecisive. He was unsure whether to go to war. Days passed by, and the world seemed to regain its former peace. Although the seigneurs of Great Sum were still actively preparing for war, incessantly expanding their armies, and daily quarrels erupted in the court, no one dared to be the first to mobilize their troops. Everyone was waiting for the news of the Sum Emperor's death. However, to everyone's surprise, this waiting lasted nearly a year. During these months, almost all of Great Sum's state affairs were handled by Prince Lu Yi. The Sum Emperor had been ill in his bedchamber and hadn't appeared before others. Some even suspected that the Sum Emperor might have already died, his demise known only to Prince Lu Yi and the two prime ministers, yet not publicly announced. Several months ago, there had been rumors in the palace that the Sum Emperor was on his deathbed, but so much time had passed without his death. Some princes were beginning to grow impatient. At this very moment, in North Country, within North Prince Mansion, the room outside Chu Yukin's chamber was filled with people, all awaiting the birth of her child. Just then, a tall and handsome man entered the courtyard, prompting the maid to quickly announce, "The prince has arrived." At these words, the crowd immediately cleared a path. Lu Chen entered the birthing room without delay. Chu Yukin lay quietly on the bed, her complexion somewhat pale, but upon seeing Lu Chen enter, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Lu Chen sat down beside the bed, grasping Chu Yukin's hand, and with a smile said, "Yukin, did you ever think that after taking care of me growing up, you would also care for our child?" At his words, Chu Yukin glared at Lu Chen and then retorted, "You scoundrel, you have the audacity to say that. You already have so many women, and yet you couldn't leave me be, insisting on having me bear your child." Lu Chen smiled slightly and gently brushed Chu Yukin's hair at her temples with his other hand. Chu Yukin then asked, "When will the child be born?" Lu Chen replied, "That depends on when he is ready to come out." Chu Yukin persisted, "Have you thought of a name for the child?" Lu Chen suggested, "What about Lu Chengguang?" Chu Yukin curiously inquired, "Just one name. What if it's a girl?" Lu Chen answered, "I sense that it's a boy." Lu Chen's rejuvenating skill was now so profound that he could accurately gauge the condition within a person's body, which meant he knew very well whether the child in Chu Yukin's womb was a boy or a girl. Chu Yukin murmured softly, "So it's a boy." Hearing Chu Yukin talking to herself, Lu Chen asked, "Would you have preferred a girl?" Chu Yukin replied, "I don't want my child to go through the same things you did. A girl would be nice." Lu Chen immediately understood her meaning and, squeezing her hand firmly, said, "Don't worry, our child will never face a situation of fraternal strife." With a smile, Chu Yukin said, "Let's hope so." No sooner had Chu Yukin finished speaking, her complexion changed dramatically. Lu Chen quickly infused spiritual power into her body, and the next moment, the pain that had been there vanished entirely. Seeing the green glow around Chu Yukin, the midwives and maids of the prince's mansion sprang into action, well experienced by now, knowing that Chu Yukin's child would soon arrive. The next moment, the room was filled with the wah 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 cries of the newborn. Hearing the cries of the child in the room, Chu Yukin was startled for a moment. She had inquired Mu Zixuan and both the Great Yu and Dazhou Xiaozhou about the childbirth process yesterday. They told her that with Lu Chen around, one wouldn't feel anything, and the child would simply crawl out of the belly. Initially, Chu Yukin had some doubts, feeling that there would at least be some difficulties, but it turned out that what Mu Zixuan and others had said was actually true. Indeed, without feeling a thing, her belly contracted, and the child came out. At that moment, Chu Yukin felt a continuous warm current flowing into her body. As Lu Chen's spiritual power entered her body, the stretch marks from her pregnancy gradually faded away, and other areas of her body started to heal. Soon, her body returned to its pre-pregnancy state. Then, the midwife brought the child over to Lu Chen. "Congratulations, Prince, it's a son." Lu Chen smiled faintly, took the child, placed him on the bed, and infused him with some spiritual power to give him stronger resistance. Chu Yukin, now restored to strength, slowly sat up from her lying position and turned to look at the child on the bed, with a kind smile on her face. Chu Yukin's gentle hands caressed Lu Chengguang's cheeks as she said with a smile, "Wanger, your dad is such a bad guy, make sure you don't grow up to be like him." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and said, "Yukin, what are you talking about? How am I a bad guy? Besides, Wanger is still a child, he can't understand what you're saying." Chu Yukin then looked at Lu Chen and said, "Chenur, I know you have been busy these past few days. Now that there's nothing urgent, you should go take care of your matters." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Now that we have a child, do you still call me Chenur?" Hearing this, Chu Yukin's cheeks reddened with embarrassment. It had been so long, yet she had not gotten used to calling him otherwise, it had become a habit. Then in a quiet voice, Chu Yukin said, "Darling, go ahead with your work. I have fully recovered." Seeing the blushing beauty before him, Lu Chen leaned down and whispered in Chu Yukin's ear, "My lady, rest well." In a few days when I am less busy, I will spend every night in your room, keeping you and the child company. At those words, Chu Yukin's complexion turned slightly hot, immediately grasping the implication behind Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen did not continue to tease Chu Yukin any further. After saying that, he stood up and left the birthing room, heading for his study. He wanted to see what the system had rewarded him with this time. Upon entering the study, Lu Chen sat down in his chair, opened the system interface, and checked the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for having a son, rewarded with an army of 200,000, with an additional bonus of 2 Grandmaster military generals and 1 million population. Population identity implantation, Great Yin remnants, currently located in the polar regions. The host can issue one command to them. Do you wish to convey any instructions to them? Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, direct them to the North Country and report back on the situation in the polar regions. The polar region's inhabitants have accepted your command. They will arrive in Yan County in 3 months. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen was taken aback. 3 months. That long. How far north were the polar regions? From Great Yu City to Yan County was roughly a month's journey. Yet it would take 3 months to get from the polar regions to Yan County, adding an entire 2 months of travel time. Yan County was already so cold, he wondered just how cold the polar regions must be and whether the common people living there could even survive. As Lu Chen pondered, the maid's voice rang outside the study, Prince, Commander Wu requests an audience. Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses, come in. The next moment, Wu Yuan pushed the door and entered the study. It had been several months since Lu Chen had assigned Wu Yuan to oversee the construction of the railway, and he asked, is the railway nearing completion? The railway from Great Yu City to Yan County had been started from both ends simultaneously, so Lu Chen was not particularly familiar with the construction progress, he only knew that the railway was being built remarkably quickly. Wu Yuan replied, the tracks have been connected. Testing can begin in a few days. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, you've done well, you've worked hard during this period. Wu Yuan said, this is Master Xuanyuan's achievement. I haven't done much. At that moment, Lu Chen thought of something and continued, after you go back, tell Lord Xuanyuan to continue surveying the terrain north of Great Yu City. I plan to build another railway to the polar regions soon. Wu Yuan was stunned upon hearing this. The polar regions. Why would there be a need to build a railroad to the polar regions? The polar regions are so cold, and nobody lives there. While Wu Yuan was thinking this, Lu Chen spoke up, there are my people in the polar regions. I need to strengthen the connection with them. Once Lu Chen said this, Wu Yuan immediately understood. No wonder the prince wanted to expand further north, it turns out there was still the power of the North Prince in the north. Wu Yuan then said, I understand. I will speak to Master Xuanyuan shortly. As Wu Yuan finished speaking, the maid's voice came from the doorway again, Prince, Commander Qin requests an audience. Lu Chen said indifferently, let him in. Following that, Qin Yushan entered the study. After seeing Qin Yushan, Wu Yuan said, Prince, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Wu Yuan had only come to inform Lu Chen that the railway connection was complete, he didn't have other matters to discuss. Lu Chen said, all right. Wu Yuan then turned and left. After Wu Yuan had left, Qin Yushan spoke up, I pay my respects to the prince. Prince, good news. The Dongfang family's merchant ships have been converted, and they successfully performed a trial sail last night. Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily startled. They were already finished. So soon. Lu Chen then asked, has the steam engine played its part? Qin Yushan replied, it has played its part. The modified warships no longer require manpower or wind, burning coal to produce steam alone can propel the large ships. However, the steamships converted from wooden ships can't operate for too long. The Dongfang family has still left the sails on the ships untouched. Hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. After all, a wooden ship is just that, a wooden ship. Even if the boiler's heat insulation is done well, it might still affect the wooden hull. Of course, this is the first time the Donghang family has transformed wooden ships into steamships. It's good enough that they are operational. Perhaps, as they gain more experience in conversions, the heat insulation will be improved, and the steam engine's impact on the wooden hull will be lessened. Regardless, as long as they work, that's all that matters. Lu Chen then said, immediately tell Wei Siwan to move the great army of Anping City to the east, to train with the Dongfang family's modified warships. Since the warships had been built, Wei Siwan's navy soldiers no longer had any reason to remain ashore. They would train with the converted wooden steamships for now, and once steel steamships were available, the North Country's navy could adapt to them immediately. After Lu Chen transferred the soldiers stationed at the Qi country border, it quickly caught the attention of the Great Sum Royal Court. This left the officials of the Great Sum Royal Court somewhat baffled. Wasn't the North Country long intent on moving south? Yet now, as the Sum Emperor fell ill, he actually withdrew the soldiers from the Qi country border. Could it be that some unexpected event had occurred in the north, like the barbarian tribe attacking the North Country again? Without the threat of the North Country, wouldn't it be even more convenient for them to aid their respective supported princes in the struggle for the supreme position after the Sum Emperor passed away? As soon as the North Country soldiers left Anping City, the two seigneurs to the south started to fight fiercely, and the verbal sparring in the Great Sum Court also became increasingly intense. What was once an undercover struggle among the various princes had gradually turned into an open confrontation. At the same time, in the Great Wu dynasty, inside the Green Cloud Palace, smoke swirled around as Wu Junwan reclined on a reclining couch, holding a teacup and savoring the tea delicately. At that moment, Wu Junwan muttered to herself, I never expected the North Prince's tea to have so many effects, it's a pity it will soon be gone, and I have no idea where these tea leaves come from. If only I could buy some. Since her mission to the North Country, Wu Junwan had often been drinking dragon and phoenix tea, but the supply Lu Chen gave her was limited, and she tried to save it as much as possible, but no matter how much she saved, there would come a time when it was all gone. Wu Junwan had fallen in love with the taste of dragon and phoenix tea, which cleared her mind and allowed her skill to circulate smoothly through her body. In the past, when she practiced her skill, she often felt a faint pain in her dantian, but now these sensations were all gone, all thanks to this tea. Wu Junwan thought to herself, such fine tea must also be extremely precious in the North Prince mansion. How could she obtain some for herself? As Wu Junwan pondered how to get dragon and phoenix tea from the North Prince mansion, a female guard entered the Green Cloud Palace. Your Highness, there is intelligence from the North Country. Wu Junwan said indifferently, bring it in. Then, the female guard passed through the red curtains and entered the Green Cloud Palace, handing the intelligence in her hand to Wu Junwan, who took it from the guard and skimmed through. The next moment, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, she then asked, has it been discovered where the North Country soldiers have been dispatched to? The female guard replied, we haven't confirmed it yet, but the intelligence from our sources suggests that those North Country soldiers at the Qi country border were most likely transferred to the eastern part of the North Country. Wu Junwan sank into thought. The eastern part of the North Country. What were they doing by transferring to the eastern side of the North Country? Wasn't the east side of the North Country the ocean? Could it be that there were enemies at sea, so the North Country transferred those soldiers to the east to defend against maritime enemies? Or was the North Country deceiving, making it seem like they were relocating troops to the east, when in fact they wanted to make the Great Sum Royal Court let down its guard? With incomplete intelligence, Wu Junwan was unable to judge what the North Country was truly planning. After thinking for a while, Wu Junwan couldn't come up with a reason, and she didn't continue to speculate further. She looked at the guard in front of her and asked, how much information have we got about the North Country's mysterious weapon? The female guard said, Your Highness, our people have yet to find any information about the North Country's mysterious weapon. The intelligence gathered is mostly rumors among the common people of the North Country. Hearing this, Wu Junwan snorted coldly, all are useless. Ever since Wu Junwan came back, she had been reorganizing her intelligence organizations. Although she didn't think it was likely that Qinghai Commercial Association would betray her, she felt that their capabilities were increasingly inadequate. She suspected her reliance on the Qinghai Association was the reason its members had lost motivation to work diligently and only knew how to spend public funds on eating, drinking, and merrymaking. Therefore, Wu Junwan established another intelligence organization, this time entrusting it to the Qian family's eldest son, and she even promised him that if he could do better than the Qinghai Commercial Association, she would arrange a fourth-rank official position for him in the future. Having promised him such benefits, yet he was still of little use. Several months had passed and the second intelligence organization had not collected any useful intelligence either. Wu Junwan muttered to herself, "It seems this palace has placed too much trust in the Qian family. Truly a bunch of useless people." Wu Junwan decided to create another intelligence organization, this time without involving anyone from the Qian family. At that moment, Wu Junwan suddenly had another thought, and she then said to her female guard, "Write a letter to Qian Dahai, asking him to search for a special kind of tea for this palace, to see if it's possible to obtain some of that tea from the North Prince." Having said that, Wu Junwan said to a maid by her side, "Go get some of this palace's favorite tea leaves for Yingyu to take to the North Country." The maid immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Soon enough, the maid wrapped some of the dragon and phoenix tea that Wu Junwan drank in paper and presented it to the female guard. The guard took the dragon and phoenix tea and prepared to leave when Wu Junwan reminded her, "Tell Qian Dahai, he must find out the origin of this kind of tea." "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Junwan waved her hand, "If there's nothing else, you may leave." This subordinate takes her leave. After the female guard left, Wu Junwan once again picked up the teacup from the table and took another sip. Who knows if the North Prince improved his realm so quickly because he frequently drinks this kind of tea. At this thought, the handsome face of Lu Chen surfaced in Wu Junwan's mind. Thinking of Lu Chen, Wu Junwan sighed slightly. She couldn't help but think, such a handsome and outstanding young man, yet not a man of Great Wu, but rather an enemy of Great Wu, what a pity. If there ever came a day when Great Wu could eliminate the North Country, she would definitely capture the North Prince and keep him confined, making him her consort. Thinking this, Wu Junwan murmured, "It's uncertain whether Great Wu will be able to stand against the North Country in the future." The North Country already had a strong warrior in the heavenly human realm, and coupled with some mysterious and terrifying weapons, though Great Wu had never faced the North Country head-on, Wu Junwan knew that the North Country's military strength had essentially caught up with the Great Sum dynasty. If a full-scale war were to break out between the North Country and the Great Sum dynasty, it was not yet clear whether Great Wu could win. Fortunately, the North Country was still in a relatively weak state at the moment. The North Country prioritized commerce, resulting in most of its necessities coming from other dynasties. By cutting off trade, the North Country could very likely return to its previous state of not having enough food or clothing. Under such circumstances, as long as the Great Sum dynasty remained conservative, sent a large army to always hold off the North Country without directly confronting them, the North Country's internals would eventually collapse. The heavenly human realm, huh? It wouldn't take too long for Great Wu to also produce a strong warrior in the heavenly human realm. By that time, the North Country's advantage would only be those mysterious weapons. At that thought, Wu Junwan's lips curved slightly upward. Before she left the North Country, that little man had boasted that one day he would make her his woman. It seemed, in the end, it won't be her becoming his woman, but the North Prince becoming her consort. One day, she would keep that little man who toyed with her confined and play with him indefinitely. North Country. New Yan County. Train station, entrance. By now, the train station entrance was packed with people, as the newspapers of North Country had already published articles about the invention of the train the day before. The common folk didn't understand what a train was, it was their first time hearing about it. However, after seeing the introduction to the train in the newspapers, they all developed a strong interest in it. At the moment, the common folk at the scene were fervently discussing the content of yesterday's Yan County newspaper. Do you think it's true that there is a carriage that can move without horses pulling it? It's said to be invented by the North Prince Mansion. I think it might be true. Look, the prince is here. If it were fake, wouldn't the prince be embarrassed? The newspaper says this train can travel 200 kilometers in a day and it doesn't need to rest. 200 kilometers a day, without horses. It seems a bit too far-fetched. Whether it's true or not, we'll know soon enough. While the common folk were discussing, the sound of a steam train's whistle came from afar. Toot! The people, who had never heard the sound of a train whistle before, instantly became restless. However, when the common folk saw that the North Prince remained calmly standing on the train platform, they quickly quieted down. If the North Prince wasn't panicking, then it probably wasn't anything serious. At that moment, the crowd suddenly became agitated again. Look over there. It's coming, it's really a carriage with no horses. My heavens. This carriage is so big and long, how much stuff can it haul in one trip? If the North Country had such carriages connecting all its cities in the future, wouldn't we be able to easily travel to other cities? What carriage? Didn't you read the newspaper yesterday? This is called a train. Comma. At this moment, the minds of the members of the various major merchant groups in the crowd were racing. They made money mainly through regional differences or timing differences. Now that the North Country had such a convenient mode of transport, their horse-drawn carriages were bound to become obsolete. If the railroads of North Country could be extended to the major dynasties in the future, and if they continued to cooperate with the North Prince Mansion, their goods would not need to take months to reach other places, only a few days or at most about 10 days. This transportation tool named train could certainly lead the world towards revolution. Only, would the North Prince Mansion really agree to cooperate with them? After all, this train looked so mysterious and its hauling capacity was terrifying, not to mention its speed. It was obviously intended for military purposes. With such trains, the ability of the North Country to transport troops towards a certain place in the future would be greatly enhanced. No matter what happened on the North Country's border, as long as there were railway tracks, the North Country's army could reach the location in the shortest time possible. In this era of warfare, what they valued was the speed of troop deployment. Although it was uncertain whether the North Prince would use the train for civilian transportation, people from various major trade caravans still planned to try and talk with the North Prince Mansion. What if the North Prince agreed? At this moment, in the crowd, a cold-looking woman dressed in white with black trimmings quietly observed the black train not far away. Her pupils slightly contracted. She was clearly shocked by the North Country's train. Murong Shui muttered to herself, who exactly is the North Prince to create such a thing? The train was obviously not of this world, or rather, this world should not have such things. Furthermore, according to the intelligence, there were mysterious weapons in the North Country. It was apparent that the North Country still had many things that the people of this world had never seen before. Murong Shui now even believed that the rumors of the North Prince being a disciple of the immortal might be true. Otherwise, how could those things created by the North Prince Mansion appear in this world? All the major dynasties had developed for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, and they had never seen anything like those created by the North Prince Mansion. Yet, it wasn't long since the North Prince arrived in the North Country, and the North Prince Mansion had already created various things that had never existed in this world before. At this time, Murong Shui couldn't help but doubt whether she could complete the task given by the Empress. She had been in the North Country for some time now, almost a year, but she still couldn't get close to the North Prince. Given the current rate of development in the North Country, it probably wouldn't be long before the overall strength of the North Country completely overwhelmed the Dayu dynasty. Although the North Country still imported a large amount of food from Great Ju, Murong Shui had also heard that the North Country had developed many high-yield food crops. Watching the steel behemoth slowly approaching in the distance, Murong Shui made up her mind to take the time to contact Lu Chen. She must dig out all the secrets of Lu Chen. In the future, he would be the Empress's greatest enemy. They must uncover the secrets of the North Country's strength so they could find a way to cope. Lu Chen stood on the platform, looking at the train drawing closer. He turned his head and smiled at his wives beside him. What do you think of my train? At this time, Lu Chen's women were still in a daze. Although they had long heard about this kind of horseless train, seeing it with their own eyes still left them immensely shocked. Mu Zixuan then snapped back to reality, looked at Lu Chen, and said, Your Highness, will all cities have a direct train to Yan County in the future? Lu Chen said, Yes, in the future, if we want to go to any city in the North Country, it will only take a few hours by train, at most a day or two. Of course, the railway will not only be laid in the North Country. Someday, The railway will cover the important cities of Great Sum and span the major dynasties. Upon hearing these words, the women felt a jolt in their hearts. It seemed for the first time they were truly aware of Lu Chen's ambition. Although they had long known that Lu Chen was ambitious and would achieve great feats in the future, he rarely showed it in front of them. The image Lu Chen presented to them was merely that of a libertine. Now that Lu Chen spoke of extending the railway to the major dynasties, did that not mean that he intended to unify all dynasties one day? In fact, Lu Chen thought that once the people of this world realized the various uses of the train, they would inevitably seek to cooperate with the North Country and then the major dynasties would follow suit by laying railways. His previous words showed no sign of his ambition, it was completely his wives who were overthinking. As the train gradually arrived at the station, some craftsmen from Great Yu City got off, and the first to disembark was Mo Xing. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Mo Xing excitedly approached him. "I bow before your majesty." Lu Chen said, "Rise. Mo Xing, you have made a great contribution. Your name will go down in history." Hearing this, Mo Xing replied, "I dare not take credit. All of this is your highness's achievement. Without your highness's blueprints, I could not have built this era-transcending vehicle." Lu Chen said, "I plan to establish a Bureau of Transportation. You will be the director of the bureau from now on. You will be responsible for all the railway construction and train upgrades in the North Country." Upon hearing this, Mo Xing was momentarily stunned, then, realizing what it meant, knelt again. "I will surely not let down your highness's expectations." Backquote. The appearance of the fire train instantly set ablaze the interest of various dynasties, with people unanimously agreeing that the fire train was certainly not of this world. Furthermore, with the emergence of the fire train, the rumors about Lu Chen's mystical fate once again widened. As the news of the fire train spread across all the dynasties, the words Lu Chen spoke on the train platform to his wives and concubines also circulated throughout the kingdoms. This made people realize once again the extent of Lu Chen's ambition. If the various dynasties were not united, it would be nearly impossible for Lu Chen to lay train tracks across all of them for the North Country to run fire trains. Quite clearly, Lu Chen's statement was an indication that one day he intended to annihilate all the dynasties to establish a unified one, and then he would spread the train tracks across the entire world. Da Yu Dynasty. Empress's bedchamber. Within the red curtains, the Yu Emperor was clothed in a red golden threaded phoenix robe, her head adorned with a glittering golden phoenix hairpin, her stunningly cold jade cheeks looking indifferently at the intelligence in her hands. Desiring to lay train tracks across all the great dynasties, this young man is not old, yet his ambitions are indeed not small, she mused. This is the first time I have encountered someone with such ambition. At that moment, outside the red curtains, several ministers were kneeling. Then, one of them spoke, "Your Majesty, your servant suggests an alliance with Great Wu, to swiftly eliminate Great Sum and North Country. Having such an ambitious person near Da Yu, if we wait until North Country grows stronger, it will inevitably become a disaster." Another minister agreed, "Your servant also believes we should get rid of the North Prince as soon as possible. Recently, a lot of intelligence has emerged from Great Sum, indicating that the North Country's heavenly human realm might not exist at all. It's probable that the North Country's show of force is merely a bluff to buy time for their development. Now that North Country already possesses such formidable military strength, if we allow them to continue growing, they will become a great scourge." Hearing the words of the ministers, the Yu Emperor fell into deep thought. Indeed, North Country posed a tremendous threat to Da Yu, even greater than the barbarian tribe to the north. If they did not eradicate this threat promptly, Da Yu would eventually succumb to North Country. After pondering for a while, the Yu Emperor said coldly, "North Country is indeed a significant menace to Da Yu's well-being, but, with the barbarian tribe being quite active to the north and showing signs of moving south, it is not appropriate for us to be at odds with North Country for the time being. However, we must find a way to obtain that secret weapon of North Country and the so-called fire train. Inform Marong Shuai that I will give her 3 more months to get close to the North Prince at any cost and acquire North Country's secret weapons and the blueprints for the fire train," she commanded sternly. Upon hearing the Yu Emperor's words, the ministers outside the curtains refrained from saying anything further. Indeed, it was not suitable to make an enemy of North Country at the moment, especially since they had yet to attain North Country's secret weapon. The weapon was what they currently feared most. If they couldn't secure it and rashly attacked North Country, they too might suffer greatly. As she spoke, the Yu Emperor suddenly thought of something else and continued, moreover, tell Morong Shui to find a way to confirm whether North Country truly lacks a heavenly human realm expert. News that North Country lacked heavenly human realm masters had been out for months, and various powers had sent people to investigate its veracity. However, since no one had managed to make contact with Zhuge Zongguang, almost no one could confirm the authenticity of the news. People had to assume that Zhuge Zongguang had indeed broken through to the heavenly human realm. If Da Yu intended to take action against North Country, they needed to determine North Country's true strength. If Zhuge Zongguang had really reached the heavenly human realm, then the difficulty of eradicating North Country would climb another step. Great Wu Dynasty. Green Cloud Palace. Wu Junwan leaned on a beauty couch, listening to female guards in the Grand Hall report on North Country's intelligence. After hearing the specific introduction of the train, Wu Junwan's willow eyebrows slightly frowned, and then she asked, how much cargo can this train pull at one time? The female guard replied, not sure, but our people found out that many carriages can be added behind this train. If all these carriages are used to transport people, 10 carriages can carry at least 2,000 people. Hearing the female guard's reply, Wu Junwan fell into silence. Trains did not need to rely on animal power, and hardly required rest, covering 200 kilometers in 6 hours, which meant 400 kilometers in one day. What was most important was that as long as the railway existed, trains could continuously transport troops to the war front, faster than traditional cavalry. If the border towns of the North Country were all equipped with train tracks in the future, the military transport capability of North Country would greatly increase. Of course, this was not the most important. If North Country only treated the train as a means of transportation, Wu Junwan would not feel there was anything special about it. What she cared about most were the words that North Prince had said on the day of the train's test run. After coming back to her senses, Wu Junwan continued to ask, did North Prince really say that he intends to extend the train tracks to all the major dynasties? The female guard answered, that's the rumor. Whether it's true or not, we cannot judge. Wu Junwan muttered to herself, if I'm not mistaken, the phrases, all under heaven is the king's land, and the shores of the land within his realm all belong to the king, were also his words. The female guard said, indeed, he said that. Those phrases were even published in the announcement issued by North Country at that time. Wu Junwan talked to herself, this young man actually has such great ambition. In that case, Qingru should be feeling uneasy now. North Country shared a border with Great Ju, being so close, if North Country grew stronger, North Prince would inevitably choose to eradicate the Da Yu dynasty first to fulfill his own ambitions. Thinking of this, Wu Junwan said to the female guard, wait here for a moment, I will write a letter to the Yu Emperor. You will send this letter to the Yu Emperor later. The last alliance failed because the Yu Emperor had no immediate plans to confront North Country, believing that North Country's mysterious weapons were too fearsome. Now that North Prince had once again shown his ambition, Wu Junwan did not believe the Yu Emperor could remain seated still. Her good sister, she should agree to form an alliance with Great Wu this time, right? The ministers in the Great Ju Court Hall could probably also see what North Prince might do next. They should now support the Yu Emperor to form an alliance with Great Wu, right? North Country. Hall of Political Affairs. Lu Chen sat on the throne, listening to officials reporting in the Grand Hall. The official currently reporting was from the Agricultural Bureau under the Ministry of Household, detailing the year's pioneering of new land and the promotion of high-yield crops. After listening to the Agricultural Bureau official's report, Lu Chen said, it seems that the promotion of high-yield crops is progressing quicker than I anticipated. Hearing this, the Agricultural Bureau official said, for the rapid promotion of high-yield crops, the commoners almost all went out to buy grain for consumption, leaving about 80% of this year's harvest for seeding. The commoners knew that the high-yield crops promoted by the prince's mansion had particularly high yields, and in order to live without the fear of hunger as soon as possible, they spontaneously left a large amount of seed. The high-yield crops harvested this year were mostly saved for planting the following year. This led to a very rapid promotion of high-yield crops in North Country. At this rate of promotion, within no more than 3 years, North Country's food problem could be completely solved. Agriculture was developing in an orderly fashion, while industry had also begun to show some signs of emergence. Now, Great U City had nearly become an industrial city. With the advent of the train, the connection between Great U City and Yan County had become much tighter. Some of the commoners from Great U City were finally willing to come to Yan County, which in turn, accelerated the development pace of Yan County once more. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke up. All right, that's enough about agriculture. Does anyone else have any other matters? Then Mu Chengtian stood up and said, Prince, the Zhao King has already started a war against the Ren Prince. I'm afraid we too must start preparing sooner rather than later. The civil war in Great Sha had already begun a month ago, with the Zhao King taking the lead in deploying troops to attack the Ren Prince, who hadn't had time to react before the majority of his territory was captured by the Zhao King. This war was somewhat peculiar. The imperial court did not interfere at all, allowing them to fight amongst themselves. Indignant, the Ren Prince sought to ally with the Wei Prince in hopes of eliminating Zhao country. Once a war begins, it's not easy to stop. The Zhao King's sudden assault on the Ren Prince likely indicated that the princes could no longer contain themselves and wanted to directly establish victory or defeat, vying for the throne. Most princes had established connections with the seigneurs. When seigneurs act impulsively, it also means that the struggle between princes has reached a life or death stage. Mu Chengtian felt that if the North Prince wanted to vie for that position, he had to act quickly, heading south as soon as possible to take the supreme seat and then quell the internal strife. As it stood, only the North Country had the strength to suppress other seigneurs within Great Sha's borders. If the seigneurs were allowed to keep fighting, Great Sha might be ruined by their hands, which would not be a good thing for the North Prince. If he delayed going south and the North Prince became emperor, he might face a mess of problems and a nation in disarray. If Great Sha was ruined, rebuilding it would take far more time and effort. The North Prince's ambition was to destroy other dynasties and establish a unified empire. If he wasted time and effort on rebuilding Great Sha, achieving his ambition would take forever. Of course, that was just what Mu Chengtian thought. At this time, Lu Chen said, let them fight if they like to fight. As long as the imperial army remains in Qi country and doesn't mobilize, we'll continue to watch the drama unfold. Hearing what Lu Chen said, Li Rui replied, Prince, the situation in the capital is becoming more and more severe. If the princes continue their struggle, Great Sha is in danger of fragmentation. Once Great Sha fragments, it would be difficult to unify it again in the future. At that moment, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Zhuge Zongguang, who was sitting in the front row of the Great Hall. What does the great scholar think? Zhuge Zongguang began to say, this old subject believes that the North Country should not take up arms for the time being. However, the prince is after all His Majesty's child, a seigneur of Great Sha, and has the duty to stand up when Great Sha faces a crisis. Therefore, this old subject believes that the prince must make a statement to the court and to the seigneurs of Great Sha. Only after the prince declares his position openly, might the seigneurs across the land possibly calm down a bit. At present, no matter how the seigneurs within Great Sha expanded their troops, their military strength could not possibly match that of the North Country. Once the North Prince stepped forward and spoke a few words of deterrence, some seigneurs would naturally behave more docilely. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen felt there was some merit to this and then said, in a moment, I will draft a memorial to submit to the court. Does anyone have other matters? At this time, Liang Zong stood up and said, Prince, the activities of spies from various empires within the North Country are becoming more and more frequent. I believe that with the current number of Jinyue Guard, it is no longer sufficient to monitor the spies from other countries, so I suggest we continue to expand the Jinyue Guard ranks. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. If it were just a minor increase in Jinyue Guard numbers, Liang Zong and Qin Yushan would have the authority to do so without having to report it. If Liang Zong was the one suggesting an increase, it signified that he intended to recruit a particularly large number of people this time. Only if the expansion exceeded a certain scale would there be a need to proactively report it. Lu Chen came back to his senses and asked, "How many people does the Brocade Guard plan to recruit?" Liang Zong replied, "By my estimate, the Brocade Guard needs to recruit at least 10,000 people." Upon hearing Liang Zong's words, some ministers in the Great Hall instantly darkened their expressions. Even though the current Brocade Guard had not caused any conflicts with the ministers of the North Country, everyone knew that the Brocade Guard were the dogs of the North Prince, closely watched by him at all times. The Brocade Guard were already numerous. Now, with the recruitment of another 10,000, they feared the North Prince would know when they so much as took leave for personal matters. The minister's loyalty to the North Prince was still not in question, but loyalty is one thing, and that did not mean they were devoid of personal schemes. Moreover, they felt uncomfortable being watched all the time while conducting their affairs. After hearing Liang Zong's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. The Rain Listening Pavilion had already been discovered by various dynasties as a force under the North Prince Mansion, making gathering intelligence not as easy as before. Professional tasks should be left to professionals. It would be better to transfer all the intelligence channels of the Rain Listening Pavilion to the Brocade Guard and have them collect information from the various dynasties. If the Brocade Guard were to be dispatched, then recruiting an additional 10,000 people indeed would not be excessive. With this in mind, Lu Chen said, "Agreed." Seeing Lu Chen's approval, some ministers in the Great Hall felt quite depressed, but they dared not say much. The Brocade Guard were the dogs of the North Prince, and to strike the dog one must consider the owner. If they attacked the North Prince's dogs, it would imply that they harbored other intentions. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke to Liang Zong, "When recruiting the Jinyue Guard, try to use people from Great Yu City as much as possible." Liang Zong replied, "Yes, I understand." The people of Great Yu City were incredibly loyal to the North Prince and thus were most suitable for the Brocade Guard, which valued loyalty above all. Lu Chen then scanned the Great Hall once more and, seeing that no one else stepped forward, he spoke up, "If there are no other matters, let us conclude for today." As his words fell, Lu Chen stood up, flicked his sleeves, and left the Hall of Political Affairs directly. When Lu Chen reached the gate of the study's courtyard, a female guard from the prince's mansion approached him in a flurry, "Greetings to your highness the prince." Lu Chen asked, "What's the matter?" The female guard replied, "An envoy from the Dayu dynasty has brought an invitation, inviting you to attend a poetry gathering at the 100 Flowers Tower in 3 days." As she spoke, the female guard handed over the invitation to Lu Chen. Lu Chen received the invitation from the female guard, glanced at it, and then the corners of his mouth slightly turned upwards. The one inviting him to the poetry gathering was Murong Shuai. It seemed that the Dayu dynasty could not wait any longer, desiring Murong Shuai to get close to him as soon as possible to probe the secrets of the North Prince Mansion. The female guard then continued, "The Dayu envoy's messenger is still waiting at the mansion gate for your highness's reply. Do you plan on attending the poetry gathering?" Lu Chen answered directly, "Go and tell the messenger that this prince will surely attend Miss Murong's poetry gathering in 3 days. Yes, your highness. I shall take my leave." Watching the female guard's departing figure, Lu Chen thought to himself that since Murong Shuai was willing to come to him, there was no need for him to prolong leaving her in suspense. Lu Chen glanced at the invitation in his hand and, without further thought, continued towards the study. Just at this moment, the figure of a beautiful, mature woman appeared at the doorway of the study. Lin Wanyan was dressed in a green cloud attire, her voluptuous body clinging tightly to the dress, flesh where there should be flesh, slim where it should be slim, with a slender waist and ample hips, radiating the charm of a mature woman. Seeing Lin Wanyan waiting for him at the entrance to the study so early, Lu Chen immediately guessed there must be some movement from the mysterious Moon Palace and asked first, "Madam Lin, are you searching for me because there's news from Rongrong?" Upon seeing Lu Chen, Lin Wanyan immediately said, "Yes, she had a disciple from the mysterious Moon Palace bring over a letter." Lu Chen then pushed open the door to the study and said, "Come in and talk." Lin Wanyan did not overthink it and directly followed Lu Chen into the study. No sooner had she stepped foot into the study than Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Subsequently, the doors and windows of the study closed, leaving just the two of them alone in the room. Lin Wanyan's heart trembled slightly, but considering she was there to discuss serious matters with Lu Chen, she thought he probably wouldn't engage her in that sort of thing and hence didn't overthink it. She handed the letter she was holding to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the letter and began to read it carefully. Lin Wanyan spoke from the side. Rongrong says the Honorable's strength has already recovered substantially, and it won't be long before she comes to the North Country. The Honorable is someone who can disguise themselves, and her disguising technique is quite formidable. Very few people in this world can see through her disguises. So, in the coming period, try as much as you can not to casually flirt with beautiful women outside, especially those who seem to have an exceptional demeanor, as they are very likely to be the Honorable. After reading the content of the letter and hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "All right, I'll try my best not to provoke women outside for the time being." Hearing Lu Chen agree, Lin Wanyan's mind slightly relaxed. She was afraid that Lu Chen, by chance, might provoke the Honorable in disguise. If that happened, not only would Lu Chen face big trouble, but perhaps Chen Wanrong would also be unable to come down from the mountain thereafter. But then again, even though Lu Chen had agreed to temporarily abstain from flirting with women outside, his harem already contained so many women. What if, once the Honorable arrives at Yan County, she discovers that Lu Chen has so many women, seeing him indulging with his women daily, will she view Lu Chen as a licentious man, unworthy of Chen Wanrong's lifelong commitment and then decide to cut off all ties with them upon her return? Considering this, Lin Wanyan's face revealed a trace of worry. After finishing reading the letter from Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen scanned Lin Wanyan's face again. Lin Wanyan's brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly anxious about something. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Madam Lin, what are you worried about?" Lin Wanyan was about to answer when Lu Chen reached out and pulled her soft body directly into his arms. Lin Wanyan was stunned for a moment, about to struggle, but in the end, she refrained from moving and allowed Lu Chen to embrace her. "I'm worried that once the Honorable arrives in Yan County and discovers you have so many women, she might form a bad impression of you." Hearing this, Lu Chen leaned down, resting his face against her snow-white neck, and whispered softly, "I am, after all, a seigneur, a ruler of a feudal state. It's nothing unusual for me to have a few wives and concubines. I believe Rongrong's master will understand the ways of us worldly folks." Lin Wanyan said, "Not necessarily. The Honorable treats Rongrong as if she were her own daughter. If she learns Rongrong is just a concubine in your presence, she might very well get angry." Lu Chen's large hand rested on Lin Wanyan's hips, smiling as he said, "Don't you also treat Rongrong like your own daughter? And yet, in the end, you accepted me." As he spoke, Lu Chen's large hand started to wander. Lin Wanyan turned her head slightly to look at the man who was hugging her waist from behind, "Who has accepted you?" A blush spread over Lin Wanyan's face, and she felt a scorching heat on her cheeks, her body growing increasingly restless. In the presence of this scoundrel, she couldn't endure it at all. There was nothing to be done. Every time she and Lu Chen hugged, he would do that sort of thing to her, and now it had become a habit. As soon as Lu Chen embraced her, she would feel affectionate. Lu Chen said at this time, "Rongrong's master will be coming to Yan County in a few days, and after that, I won't be able to do as I please anymore. In that case, why don't we indulge ourselves in advance?" As he spoke, Lu Chen's mouth drew near Lin Wanyan's ear, gently blowing a breath into it. "Wanyan, what do you think?" Just as Lin Wanyan was about to speak, Lu Chen sealed her red lips with his own. Lin Wanyan cursed in her mind, "This little bastard, I really thought he had become much more serious lately, that he wouldn't do anything bad in the bookroom, but it turns out he hasn't changed at all." Lu Chen's kissing soon made Lin Wanyan's body soften, and she completely lost her strength. She knew she couldn't resist, so she could only go along with Lu Chen's misdeeds. Lu Chen was thinking, ever since Wang Qingqi became pregnant with his child, he hadn't done anything bad in the bookroom for a long time. Now, the new bookroom in the prince's mansion was much bigger than the old one, with a lot more open space, allowing them to romp around at will. Lu Chen truly adored Lin Wanyan, this beautiful woman with a soft body and a good temperament who also knew how to cooperate. In his heart, Lu Chen couldn't help wondering what Chen Wanrong's master looked like. From Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong's descriptions, Chen Wanrong's master was also a peerless beauty. If both of them said that woman was beautiful, then maybe she really was exceptionally beautiful. Scoring over 90 points should be no problem at all. Next, he should think about how to make a good impression in front of that fairy. If he could win over that fairy, then it would be like owning the entire mysterious Moon Palace. That way, he could eliminate one more enemy. The mysterious Moon Palace was already within the Great Sha territory, and according to the original development path, once he became the Great Sha Emperor in the future, there was bound to be a war between him and the mysterious Moon Palace. Having such a powerful force as the mysterious Moon Palace existing in Great Sha was like having a state within a state, key to the fact that it was uncontrollable and could meddle freely. He would definitely not allow any uncontrollable forces to exist within his ruling domain. Of course, if he could establish a kinship with the mysterious Moon Palace in advance and become one family, then things would be much easier. Being one family, there would be no need for two separate sides. The mysterious Moon Palace could still operate within the Great Sha territory. At that moment, Lu Chen pressed Lin Wanyan down on the desk and then pressed on top of her, asking, "How old is Rongrong's master now?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, the dazed Lin Wanyan sobered up a bit and replied, I don't know. But I've heard others say, the Honorable seems to be an immortal, at least, several thousand years old. Lu Chen thought about Lin Wanyan's answer for a moment. Several thousand years, huh? Never mind, several thousand years it is then. As long as she is beautiful, age is not a problem. Wang Qingqi, with her big belly, was helped to the study door by a maid. She was looking for Lu Chen to tell him that she was about to give birth soon, and that she didn't have the energy to manage the rain listening pavilion, so she wanted to temporarily hand over its management to other sisters in the prince's mansion. However, just as she reached the door of the study, she saw the maid there blushing, and at that moment the maid said, "Lady Wang, the prince and Madame Lin are discussing important matters and it's not convenient to see anyone else at the moment." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi instantly understood what was going on. Although pregnant, Wang Qingqi still exuded a bewitching charm. Her pregnancy had brought out more of her maternal nature, and she no longer felt any jealousy towards Lu Chen's actions. Listening to the faint sounds coming from the study, Wang Qingqi stroked her big belly and lowered her head to say to it, "You must not learn from your daddy. He's a bad thing who can't stay away from women all day long." At this moment, Lu Chen was already deeply mired and couldn't extricate himself. Although he was aware that Wang Qingqi was outside looking for him, at this point, he had no way of leaving. Wang Qingqi didn't continue to wait at the door of the study either. She believed that Lu Chen should know that she had been there and would come to look for her after he finished his business. After Wang Qingqi left, Lu Chen stayed busy for who knows how long until a disheveled Lin Wanyan came out of the study, holding her torn dress. Lin Wanyan felt that she needed to be more cautious around Lu Chen in the future. Even if there were matters to discuss, she would try to avoid going to the study to consult with Lu Chen. The study was not a good place. After all, Wang Qingqi used to fool around with Lu Chen every day in the old prince's mansion study, and Lu Chen apparently liked to do bad things there. After Lin Wanyan left, Lu Chen called for the maid to clean the study, and then he continued to stay inside, composing a memorial to the court. Time flew, and 3 days for Lu Chen was but the blink of an eye. Today was the day Murong Shuai hosted a poetry gathering at the 100 Flowers Tower. The 100 Flowers Garden was already filled with many eminent scholars. To win the heart of the talented Murong Shuai, they each displayed their own literary brilliance. Although Murong Shuai had been an envoy in Yan County for several months, most people knew that she was an important minister beside the Empress of Dayu, the Empress's most trusted confidant, and that it would be just a matter of time before she got called back by the Empress. Moreover, many literary scholars had heard that Murong Shuai was a promiscuous woman, who was sent to the North Country by the Yu Emperor because she kept male consorts. This gave some hope to these scholars. In their eyes, as long as they could win Murong Shuai's favor, they might become her favored guest, so the scholars in the Hundred Flowers Garden were even more eager to perform. At this moment, dressed in white with black trim, Marang Shuye walked up to the second floor of Hundred Flowers Tower and glanced over the scholars below. Today, like always, Marang Shuye's simple and elegant attire highlighted her cool detachment and literary talent, her aura attracting the gaze of all the literati in the garden, unable to help but focus on her. At this time, Marang Shuye began to speak. Thank you all for coming to the poetry gathering I'm hosting. For today's event, there are several themes, and I've specifically invited the poetry immortal Wei Li to appraise everyone's poems. At these words, the crowd stirred. People hadn't expected that Marang Shuye would actually invite Wei Li, who, like Zhuge Zongguang, was an object of admiration among all literati. However, in recent years, Wei Li had almost no fixed residence, being seen in any dynasty, and he hardly ever accepted invitations from the great dynasties or participated in events. The poems that people knew of Wei Li were those from before he became famous, there were barely any new works from the present Wei Li. Of course, this didn't hinder Wei Li's sacred image in the hearts of literati. Just then, an elderly man with white hair approached Marang Shuye, causing another stir among the crowd. It really is the elder Wei Li. This is the first time I've heard that elder Wei Li is attending such a privately organized poetry gathering. Who would have thought that Miss Marang could even invite elder Wei Li? Does that mean elder Wei has decided to join the Dayu dynasty? Didn't elder Wei say in the past that he would not join any dynasty? Who knows? Maybe he's tired of traveling around and plans to settle down somewhere. While people were abuzz with discussion, the white-haired elder spoke softly to Marang Shuye. Miss Marang, are you sure the North Prince will attend such a gathering? Marang Shuye smiled lightly and then said, the North Prince has already promised. He will definitely come today. Wei Li said, then I'm entrusting my matter to you. Marang Shuye replied, please rest assured, Elder Wei. I will do my best to help you find out about Elder Zhuge's affairs. Wei Li and Zhuge Zongguang, held as two sacred mountains in the hearts of literary scholars, with Zhuge Zongguang's fame always overshadowing Wei Li. Wei Li had been unwilling for decades to be inferior to Zhuge Zongguang, so he had tried every means, striving to surpass him, but no matter what he did, Zhuge Zongguang remained the literature saint in people's hearts. In front of Zhuge Zongguang, the so-called poetry immortal title seemed to him no more than a joke. Afterwards, Wei Li gave up as well, and these past years he started traveling through various countries, attempting to find a way to break through before Zhuge Zongguang. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Zongguang managed to break through before him once again, delivering a heavy blow to Wei Li. Both he and Zhuge Zongguang walked the path of entering the Dao through literature, so he constantly compared himself to Zhuge Zongguang. Zhuge Zongguang's advance to the heavenly human realm was something he could not accept, no matter what. However, he recently heard rumors suggesting that Zhuge Zongguang hadn't really made a breakthrough and that he entered only a pseudo-celestial realm, far from the true heavenly human realm, which reignited Wei Li's hope to surpass Zhuge Zongguang. It so happened that Marang Shuye sought out Wei Li, inviting him to her poetry gathering. After guessing Marang Shuye's intentions, Wei Li planned to use her to probe the North Prince for the current true condition of Zhuge Zongguang. He was eager to know whether Zhuge Zongguang truly hadn't reached the heavenly human realm. Soon, the poetry gathering began. To win Marang Shuye's favor, the literati from the Hundred Flowers Garden pulled out all the stops, trying hard to display their talents. Unfortunately, Marang Shuye wasn't paying them any attention, even though she was seated the entire time on the second floor. Her thoughts were consumed with worry over whether Lu Chen would attend. As the poetry gathering reached its midway point, Marang Shuye's certainty that Lu Chen would come turned into worry. The North Prince had assured the invitation messenger he would arrive, so why hadn't Lu Chen appeared yet, despite it being so late? Could it be that something had happened in the North Country, or that there was some major action underway, preventing the North Prince from coming? At this time, seeing Miss Marang's expression seeming somewhat displeased, the literary gentleman in the Hundred Flowers Garden thought perhaps they had performed poorly, displeasing her. After all, despite rumors of Marang Shuye's frivolousness and fondness for keeping male companions, given her high noble status, the men she paid attention to were undoubtedly exceptional. Naturally, her standards would be especially high. In order to make Miss Morong smile, the literary gentleman from the Hundred Flowers Garden tried even harder, and after an unknown amount of time, Morong Shui let out a soft sigh as she watched the group of men strenuously showcasing themselves. The poetry gathering was nearly over, and yet the North Prince still hadn't arrived. It seemed he probably wouldn't be returning today. If one wanted to get close to the North Prince, it looked as though they would have to find another opportunity. At that moment, Wei Li spoke up from the side. It seems Miss Morong has misjudged today. Just as Wei Li finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of the Hundred Flowers Garden. The prince has arrived. At these words, everyone inside the garden froze. The prince. In the North Country, the only one directly addressed as Prince could only be the North Prince. After all, the North Country is his fiefdom where, if any other seigneur visited, people would call them by their titles, like calling out, Chi Prince has arrived, if the Chi Prince visited. Wasn't the North Prince always busy? Either managing the North Country or reveling in pleasures within his North Prince mansion. Why did he take interest in attending this kind of poetry gathering today? And to think, now that the poetry gathering was nearly over, what was the point of the North Prince's late arrival? Before long, a tall and handsome man in white robes, with a ponytail, entered the Hundred Flowers Garden. Seeing Lu Chen appear, Morong Shui breathed a sigh of relief. He had come after all. She had thought he wasn't going to make it today. As soon as Lu Chen entered the Hundred Flowers Garden, a maidservant hurriedly approached him. Prince, my lady invites you to join her on the second floor. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked up towards the second floor and caught Morong Shui's gaze, as she smiled at him. Witnessing this scene, the literati inside the Hundred Flowers Garden were instantly displeased. They had been trying all this time to make Morong Shui smile, yet she hadn't. But as soon as the North Prince arrived, without even doing anything, just with one look from the North Prince, Morong Shui's face showed a smile. Then, Lu Chen followed the maidservant to the second floor. Upon arriving on the second floor, Morong Shui immediately performed a respectful greeting, I've seen the North Prince. Wei Li also followed up with, this old one greets the North Prince. Lu Chen nodded and said, let's dispense with the formalities. Lu Chen then continued with a smile, Miss Morong, I apologize for the tardiness. There were some matters in the prince's mansion, so I'm late. I hope you won't take it to heart. Morong Shui replied, I don't mind at all. For the prince to attend the poetry gathering I organized, I'm already deeply honored. How could I possibly take offense? As Morong Shui's words ceased, a man from down below in the garden couldn't hold back any longer. He directly addressed Lu Chen on the second floor balcony, Prince, I've heard your scholarship is profound, and you're well versed in poetry and literature. Could we be fortunate enough today to witness the prince's talent? Hearing this, Morong Shui was about to speak for Lu Chen, but Lu Chen himself simply said, profound scholarship. Who told you that I have profound scholarship? As far as I know, to the common people, I've always been someone without learning, indulging only in the pursuit of beauty. Lu Chen's words directly rendered the person who had been speaking just now speechless. At this moment, another man opened his mouth and said, today is the poetry gathering hosted by Miss Morong. Since the prince has also joined, how about the prince composes a poem as well? People were thinking that the North Prince was a man lacking in scholarly learning. What kind of poem could he create? If the North Prince failed to come up with a poem, or wrote something nonsensical, perhaps it would reverse Morong Shui's impression of him. Just as people were thinking this, Lu Chen, with a smile on his face, said, I'm here to attend the poetry gathering today, but not to compose poetry. Then people from other kingdoms said, if the prince attends the poetry gathering but isn't here to compose poems, then what is he here for? Hearing this question, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Morong Shui, his mouth curving up slightly. The old drunkard's interest isn't in the wine, but in the beauty's embrace. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Hundred Flowers Garden was immediately furious. Although they too had come from Morong Shui, they had at least abided by the rules and did not voice their inner thoughts directly. Yet, as soon as the North Prince arrived, he spoke such words. Crude. It was simply crude. Even though the North Prince was crude, They dared not say things like kicking him out. After all, this was on the North Prince's feudal territory, and the North Prince was not a soft persimmon. The scholars and literati could only swallow their anger. Lu Chen said, "All right, I'm just here to enjoy the festivities. You all carry on with the poetry gathering." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shuai started, next, with snow as the theme, compose a poem. Once Murong Shuai's voice fell, the talented men continued to compose poetry. Although they found the North Prince's presence somewhat intrusive, they had no choice but to carry on. In their view, Murong Shuai's smile at the North Prince was probably just because he was the lord of the North Country. Being courteous to the North Prince on his own territory was understandable. Furthermore, Murong Shuai had invited the North Prince to the poetry gathering merely to add prestige to the event. She did not harbor any affection for the North Prince in her heart. How could a vulgar person like the North Prince ever capture the heart of the talented Murong Shuai? They were simply overthinking it. Thinking this way, the scholars and literateurs felt much better, and the poetry gathering continued. However, the gathering ended quickly, and to the disappointment of the men of letters, Murong Shuai did not keep any of them behind. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was invited to a room on the third floor. Murong Shuai had not yet arrived on the third floor at that time, and Lu Chen sat down inside the room, glancing at the decorations. The room was filled with flowers and plants, and the walls were adorned with numerous ink paintings and calligraphy pieces, filling the entire room with a scholarly aura. Lu Chen then took a seat at the table, and the next moment, a maid entered the room with a pot of hot water. After pouring a cup of tea for Lu Chen, she said, "Please wait, Prince. Our miss has gone to bathe and will be up shortly." Lu Chen replied with a faint smile and said, "Tell your miss to take her time bathing, no rush." The maid replied, "Yes, Prince." After pouring the tea, the maid said, "This servant will take her leave." Once the maid left, Lu Chen looked at the teacup in front of him, suspecting that it surely contained something. Without hesitation, Lu Chen picked up the teacup and gulped it down. The next moment, he felt all his spiritual power focusing on his dantian, and the water he had just drunk began to evaporate rapidly. Lu Chen could now analyze the components of drugs simply, and he immediately determined that this was an aphrodisiac, which would likely render any man unable to control himself if ingested. It appeared that Murong Shuai was planning to apply a beauty trap directly to him, and for this, she had already prepared herself for sacrifice. A while later, Murong Shuai finally entered the room. At that moment, Lu Chen was looking at a painting, and he turned his head to look at Murong Shuai as he heard the door open. Murong Shuai was dressed the same as before, still wearing white clothes with black trim, maintaining her aloof aura. Seeing that Lu Chen was examining a painting, Murong Shuai asked with a smile, "Does the prince also appreciate ancient paintings?" Lu Chen responded, "I wouldn't say I'm fond of them, but I am somewhat interested." Lu Chen then said, "Miss Murong invited me to the poetry gathering, there must be a reason, right?" Upon hearing this question, Murong Shuai smiled faintly and then replied, "I heard the prince is actively promoting universal education, allowing all children in the North Country to read and write. I thought the prince was someone who fancied poetry and literature." Lu Chen laughed and said, "It seems I have disappointed Miss Murong." Lu Chen then said, "However, speaking of which, I do not have much interest in poetry and literature, but I am somewhat interested in calligraphy." At these words, Lu Chen approached a piece of calligraphy hanging in the room. Murong Shuai then walked up beside Lu Chen and glanced at the calligraphy in front of him, then offered, "If the prince likes this calligraphy, I will gift it to the prince." Lu Chen replied, "How could I accept such a gift?" Murong Shuai said, "The prince need not be polite. During my time in Yan County, I received the prince's care, a piece of calligraphy is nothing." Lu Chen said, "Then, thank you." At that moment, something occurred to Murong Shuai, and she suggested, "Since the prince likes calligraphy, I presume the prince's own handwriting must also be quite unique. I would like to request that the prince write a piece for me, if that would be possible." Lu Chen said, "No problem." Murong Shuai offered, "Then I will grind the ink for the prince myself." Following that, Murong Shuai went to the desk in the room and began grinding ink for Lu Chen. As she bent slightly over the task, from Lu Chen's perspective, he had a clear view of Marang Xue's buttocks. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Marang Xue truly knew how to tantalize a man. Unlike Wang Qingqi, when Wang Qingqi flirted with Lu Chen, she was very direct, either showing off her figure or being handsy with Lu Chen. But Marang Xue was different, she appeared much more reserved, and coupled with her scholarly aura, her whole image was that of an unmarried talented woman. Moreover, Marang Xue did not seduce Lu Chen outright, but rather, she enticed him through certain movements. That kind of push and pull feeling was indeed what fascinated men the most. After grinding the ink for a while, Marang Xue straightened up and turned to look at Lu Chen. Prince, the ink is ready. Please bestow your writing. Lu Chen then approached the writing desk, took the brush handed to him by Marang Xue, and wrote the words, Heavenly Tao rewards the diligent, on the white paper in a shaky, slanted fashion. Seeing these 4 characters, Marang Xue was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lu Chen's handwriting to be so ugly. If she remembered correctly, when she had been signing the trade agreement with the North Country, the name Lu Chen had written on the trade papers hadn't been this ugly. Ugly as it was, Marang Xue definitely wouldn't say so directly. She smiled and said, the prince's writing is truly unique. Lu Chen chuckled, then turned to Marang Xue and said, you're trying to say my writing is really ugly, aren't you? Marang Xue immediately replied, the prince is overthinking it. In my eyes, the writing of the prince is indeed quite distinctive. Lu Chen turned to look at the 4 characters he'd written on the table, then ran his hand over the paper and said, this paper must be made by the North Prince Mansion, isn't it? It's somewhat too rough. When I write on rough paper, the characters don't turn out very well. Marang Xue thought Lu Chen was worried about his face. It's my fault. The next time I ask for writing from the prince, I will prepare paper smoother than the prince's mansion's on paper. Lu Chen said, you have misunderstood my meaning. There is little paper in this world that is absolutely smooth. When I say smooth, I mean as smooth as a lady's skin. I rather enjoy writing on a woman's body, for then, the characters I write appear far more beautiful. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Marang Xue was momentarily stunned. She hadn't thought she had yet to begin her charm offensive when Lu Chen had already started hinting at her. After hesitating for a moment, Marang Xue eventually said, I would love to see what the prince's most beautiful characters look like. May I? With that, Marang Xue's gaze fixed on Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, then you'll have to find a lady with smooth skin. Marang Xue asked with a smile, I wonder if I could be suitable. Lu Chen gave Marang Xue a once-over and then said, I'm afraid that might not be very appropriate, what if it ruins Miss Marang's reputation? Marang Xue said with a smile, I didn't expect the prince to be so considerate, but you should have heard about my affairs. In the eyes of many, I am a promiscuous woman who likes to keep male pets. Even if such a thing were to spread, others wouldn't find it strange. But on the other hand, if this were to leak, might it not affect your highness's reputation? At this, Marang Xue spoke in a provocative tone, is the prince afraid to write on my body because he fears for his reputation? If that's the case, then I won't trouble the prince any further. Lu Chen chuckled to himself, this woman, she really knows how to play her cards, employing the provocative approach, Then Lu Chen said, all right, since Miss Marang is not afraid, then I shall willingly comply. With that, Lu Chen picked up the brush again and then said to Marang Xue, Miss Marang, please take a seat and lift your skirt to reveal your lower leg. Upon hearing this, Marang Xue unhesitatingly sat down on a wooden chair in the room, took off her white embroidered shoes, then revealed her delicate feet, and slowly lifted up her white dress to expose her fair and smooth lower leg. This single movement alone would have been enough to make most men lose control and pin Marang Xue down, if they did not possess the kind of immense willpower Lu Chen had. It had to be said, Marang Xue's grasp of the small details was impeccable. Lu Chen could now hardly tell whether it was intentional on her part or if it was simply in her nature to behave so. After Marang Xue exposed her white, smooth left lower leg, she brushed the hair beside her ear and looked at Lu Chen, saying, Prince, it's ready, you can begin writing. Lu Chen forced himself to calm down, then said, Miss Marang, forgive me. Once he finished speaking, Lu Chen was ready to write on Marong Shui's leg, but her leg was bent. He then got a stool and placed it in front of her. Miss Marong, please raise your leg. Marong Shui said. Prince, I'm not sure how to position it. Why don't you arrange my leg yourself? That way you can write more comfortably. Lu Chen laughed to himself. If it weren't for the fact that he could see Marong Shui's identity and personal information through his system, he might have really believed she was accustomed to keeping a multitude of male pets. Subsequently, Lu Chen did not hesitate. He reached out his hand, took hold of Marong Shui's delicate ankle, lifted her leg, and placed it on the stool so her left leg lay straight. Marong Shui's feet were extremely delicate and smooth, like polished white jade. Of course, this did not excite Lu Chen. He had seen it all before, and while Marong Shui's body was indeed attractive to him, he spent his days among his beauties and had great self-control. Lu Chen then lifted his brush and began to write on Marong Shui's leg. When the tip of the brush touched Marong Shui's leg, she suddenly felt an odd sensation and could not help but let out a soft moan. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Chen immediately stopped his writing and asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Marong Shui then said, "It's nothing, Prince, please feel free to proceed." Hearing this, Lu Chen continued writing. Marong Shui suddenly felt a tickling and numbing sensation spread from her leg, which was very peculiar. Fortunately, Lu Chen only wrote for a short while and did not persist for too long. After a while, Lu Chen stopped writing, and Marong Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the previous sensation had been far too tormenting. She looked down at her leg and saw that Lu Chen had still written the 4 characters for Heavenly Tao rewards the diligent. What surprised Marong Shui was that Lu Chen's earlier words were true. The characters he wrote this time were very neat and attractive. Even though her leg was rounded and not flat, this did not affect the quality of Lu Chen's handwriting. Marong Shui then started to wonder if the North Prince had been setting her up all along. Could it be that the North Prince had deliberately written the characters all crooked on the paper, then used it as an excuse to write on her body? At that moment, Lu Chen smiled at Marong Shui and asked, "Miss Marong, what do you think of the characters I wrote this time?" Marong Shui replied with a smile, "I didn't expect that what the prince said would actually be true. I underestimated you." Lu Chen sighed softly and said, "It's a pity that I was only writing on the calf. There isn't much flesh there, and it's not flat enough, which is why the characters are still somewhat crooked." Hearing this, Marong Shui seemed to understand something. She continued to lift her skirts further up, saying as she did so, "Prince, there's more flesh on my thigh. How about writing the characters there? What do you think?" Lu Chen pretended to be startled for a moment before replying, "Wouldn't that be a bit improper?" Marong Shui responded, "A woman, don't mind. Would the prince actually mind?" In the midst of their conversation, Marong Shui lifted her skirts up to the root of her thighs, presenting her long, luminous legs right in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought to himself that this woman really meant business, then he said, "Well then, I shall continue writing." After a pause, he asked, "But what should I write this time? Should I write, Heavenly Tao rewards the diligent, again?" Marong Shui said, "The prince may write as he pleases." Lu Chen asked, "What characters would Miss Marong like to see?" Marong Shui responded, "Whatever the prince wishes is fine by me, please don't concern yourself with my preference." Since Marong Shui had said this, Lu Chen didn't hold back. He immediately picked up the brush and began to write. As soon as Lu Chen's brush touched her skin, Marong Shui experienced that previous sensation, only this time it was even more intense. Given that the thigh is riddled with sensitive nerves, the brush's contact sent the sensation straight to her brain, making it hard for Marong Shui to control the restlessness in her heart. Thankfully, Lu Chen only wrote 4 characters this time as well, but the act of writing these 4 characters made Marong Shui feel as if time was dragging on endlessly. Once Lu Chen finished writing, he glanced at Marong Shui and noticed a hint of red on her cool face. With a slight smile, as someone who had interacted with many women, he obviously knew what was affecting Marong Shui. While writing, he had deliberately infused a bit of spiritual power into the brush's tip, which when in contact with Marong Shui's leg, would stimulate her sensitive nerves even more. Lu Chen then asked with concern, Miss Morong, are you alright? Morong Shuai said, I'm fine. Lu Chen said, really? Your face is quite red. Morong Shuai replied, there's no need for the prince to worry, I'm fine. It may be due to the room being a bit warm. Lu Chen stated, as long as you are alright. Miss Morong, take a look at the characters I wrote this time. Hearing this, Morong Shuai looked down slightly at the 4 characters on her thigh. Looking at these 4 characters, she felt something odd about them. While Lu Chen's handwriting was becoming more attractive, what did the characters for the great way of life mean? Morong Shuai did not ask further. She simply praised, the prince's handwriting is becoming more and more attractive. Lu Chen responded with a laugh, writing on the leg is still not flat enough. If I could write on an even flatter surface, I believe the characters I craft would be even better. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Morong Shuai covered her mouth and laughed, her laughter clear and melodious like the chirping of a bird. After laughing for a while, Morong Shuai looked into Lu Chen's fervent eyes, her own gaze brimming with mirth, and teased, surely the prince doesn't expect me to take off my clothes now, does he? Upon hearing Morong Shuai's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, I never said that. I merely told Miss Morong that my writing could look even better. With these words, Lu Chen placed the brush on the inkstone, seeming ready to end the session there and then. Seeing this, Morong Shuai paused, unwilling for things to end so quickly. She still wanted to coax more words out of Lu Chen. If he ended it now, how could she continue questioning him? Morong Shuai spoke, Prince, I still wish to see what your most beautiful writing looks like, if I may. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and replied, I'm afraid that wouldn't be quite proper. Later, Miss Morong might suggest I want you to undress. Morong Shuai smiled gracelessly, I was just joking with the prince earlier, it's only exposing part of my body, after all. If it's to see the prince's most beautiful handwriting, it's worth it. Lu Chen responded, since you've put it that way, I shall not decline. At that, Lu Chen picked up the writing brush once more and then said, go ahead and undress, Miss Morong. Morong Shuai asked with a teasing smile, Prince, where would you like to write this time? Lu Chen replied, on the stomach, perhaps. It's quite flat. As soon as Lu Chen had spoken, Morong Shuai began to loosen her clothing in front of him. Witnessing this, Lu Chen instantly turned his back. Miss Morong, undress first, then call for me when you're ready. Seeing Lu Chen turning away, Morong Shuai said with a laugh, I never expected the prince to be such a gentleman. How can Miss Morong speak such words? Could it be that you've always thought of me as a lecher? Lu Chen retorted. The outside world rumors that the prince is fond of beautiful women, it seems I have misunderstood you, Morong Shuai conceded. Lu Chen replied, Miss Morong hasn't entirely misunderstood. Indeed, I am fond of beauty, but I do have my principles. As Lu Chen finished speaking, Morong Shuai's clothes slipped from her fragrant shoulders, revealing her white undergarment. She gently opened it and then covered her chest with one hand. After doing all this, Morong Shuai spoke, Prince, I'm ready. You may turn around now. Hearing this, Lu Chen turned back without hesitation to look at Morong Shuai. Seeing Morong Shuai exposing her stomach and using her arms to modestly cover her upper body, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Morong Shuai's arms were so slender, they naturally couldn't cover her entire body. Glimpsing her snow-white skin made Lu Chen's heart flutter. Noticing Lu Chen staring intently at her, Morong Shuai said with a beaming smile, What's the matter, Prince? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Returning to his senses after hearing Morong Shuai's comment, Lu Chen scanned her whole body and then offered a compliment. Miss Morong's figure is truly lovely, no wonder those literati and scholars were so eager to impress you today. Morong Shuai remarked, You jest, Prince. My body isn't for just anyone to see. At this point, Lu Chen's gaze landed on Morong Shuai's abdomen, where he noticed a strange pattern and hesitated. He had intended to write on Morong Shuai's stomach, but the presence of another pattern meant he could not proceed. Then, Morong Shuai lay down on the couch and said, Please start writing, Prince. After another glance at the unusual pattern, Lu Chen spoke again, Miss Morong, there's a strange pattern on your stomach. I have nowhere to begin. Murong Shuai said, sorry, Prince, I almost forgot, my virgin mark is still there. Lu Chen asked in confusion, what is a virgin mark? Murong Shuai countered, has the prince ever heard of the virgin mark? Lu Chen replied, I've heard of it. Is this a kind of virgin mark? Having crossed over to this world so many years ago, Lu Chen naturally knew about the virgin mark. In this world, it's said that a red spot appears on a woman's arm, and when she loses her virginity, the spot disappears. Of course, the virgin mark is not something born with. It is said that at a girl's birth, a certain special method must be used to leave the virgin mark on her arm. Although Lu Chen knew what the virgin mark was and its purpose, this was the first time he had seen a virgin mark drawn on the lower abdomen, and this virgin mark wasn't a red dot but a strange pattern. At this moment, Murong Shuai said, yes, this virgin mark was personally given to me by His Majesty. Every time I returned to the imperial palace, His Majesty would personally check my body. Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, so it seems, the rumors of Miss Murong keeping a male pet are entirely unfounded. Murong Shuai, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, asked with a smile, does the prince wish it to be true, or does he hope it is a rumor? Lu Chen did not answer but changed the subject, can the virgin mark be washed away? Murong Shuai replied, it cannot be washed off. It will only disappear on its own when I lose my virginity. Lu Chen said, I see. It seems to work on the same principle as the virgin mark. Lu Chen sighed and then said, looks like Miss Murong won't be able to witness the prince's most beautiful calligraphy today. Murong Shuai asked, why is that? Lu Chen said, with the virgin mark there, I surely can't write on it. Murong Shuai said indifferently, if the prince feels these patterns obstruct his calligraphy, couldn't the prince simply erase them? At these words, Murong Shuai's gaze fixed on Lu Chen's eyes. Murong Shuai seemed to show no intent of seduction, yet the way she hugged her hands in front of her chest, lying on the bed in that pose, coupled with her provocative words, made it nearly impossible for any man to resist. Demoness. A true temptress. Without another word, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the writing brush in his hand instantly flew out, landing precisely on the inkstone on the desk without spilling a drop of ink. Immediately after, Lu Chen lunged towards Murong Shuai. He supported himself with his arms on either side of Murong Shuai's head and looked into her eyes. Miss Murong, there's no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. The sudden closeness made Murong Shuai's heart race. Although Lu Chen wasn't touching her body yet, the way he looked down at her from above still imposed a great pressure, causing her entire body to grow restless. Murong Shuai tried to keep calm and said, as long as I can see the prince's best calligraphy, I think it'll be worth it. Lu Chen chuckled, then leaned in, pushing away the arm Murong Shuai had placed in front of herself. Although Murong Shuai was prepared, when Lu Chen's large hand touched her wrist, her arm involuntarily tensed, attempting to shield her body. Unfortunately for her, Lu Chen's hand was stronger. He moved her hand away and pinned it by the sides of her head. Then, without any hesitation, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed the red lips of the woman beneath him, known as the #1 talented lady of Great Zhu and titled Inner Palace Prime Minister. Murong Shuai was experiencing close contact with a man for the first time. Previously, as the personal maid of the Great Yu Empress, she was often embraced and held by the Yu Emperor, but no matter how they cuddled in the past, she had never felt the strange sensations she did today. She had thought it would be no different from her embraces with the Yu Emperor, believing she wouldn't feel any discomfort. But today she discovered that she herself had become somewhat odd, her entire body blazing hot, her heart pounding faster and faster, and all her skills seemed to become chaotic. She had absolutely no strength to push away the man standing before her. Murong Shuai was quickly bewildered by Lu Chen's kiss, having no idea what she was doing. In her dazed state, she thought she heard the sound of tearing, followed by the sensation of something. The next moment, Murong Shuai's eyebrows sharply furrowed, and she could only let out muffled, MMPH sounds. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, the Sum Emperor sat on the dragon throne, listening to the report from a shadow guard inside the room. After a moment, he asked, has the Zhao King already defeated the Ren Prince's army? The shadow guard in the room replied, yes, the Ren Prince's army has been completely scattered, and many soldiers have chosen to surrender to the Zhao King. The Zhao King now commands at least 300,000 troops. The corners of the Sum Emperor's mouth lifted slightly, and then he said, good, the time has come. With that, he instructed the shadow guard in the room, immediately spread the news that the state preceptor has entered the pseudo-celestial realm and will soon break through to the true heavenly human realm. Once the state preceptor breaks into the heavenly human realm, he can use a special method to extend my life, and there's even a possibility of my full recovery. The shadow guard promptly responded, yes. I shall take my leave. As the shadow guard's figure gradually merged into the darkness, the Sum Emperor muttered to himself, if Chen doesn't fall for it, then I shall personally head north. I hope Chen does not disappoint me. In no more than 1 year, I shall break through to the true heavenly human realm. At that time, Great Sha will have no rivals. The Zhao King's actions have already begun, and it won't be long before all the seniors muster their armies and march toward the capital city. It's almost time to draw in the net. The Sum Emperor was very confident in his current self, as if he had already seen the future when nations would come to pay homage and envoys from great dynasties would tremble before him. At this very moment, in Zhao country, the Zhao King's bedchamber. The Zhao King was resting when a dark figure suddenly appeared behind a pillar in the bedchamber. The Zhao King's eyes shot open. The next moment, a letter flew towards the Zhao King, who immediately raised his hand to catch it, then carefully read through it. The shadow then spoke, if this plan succeeds, your majesty will use the sacred artifact of the mysterious moon palace to elevate your skill to the Grand Master realm. The Zhao King immediately replied, please tell ye that I will spare no expense in helping him achieve his dominance. As the Zhao King's voice fell, the figure once again merged into the shadows. Feeling the departure of the figure, the Zhao King shredded the letter in his hand, then tossed it into the brazier in the room. It seems ye is nearly ready. If his plan succeeds this time, there will no longer be any seniors in Great Sha. With that, the Zhao King sighed, it seems I too must prepare. Once the war is over, I shall relinquish my military authority. Although we are born of the same mother, people's hearts always change. The Zhao King was acutely aware of the true strength of the Sum Emperor, which is why he had never thought of wresting that position away from him, especially since the two of them were brothers of the same mother. Although brotherly affection is rare among royal siblings, often virtually non-existent, the memory of the Sum Emperor caring for him in their youth still aroused some gratitude in the Zhao King. The Zhao King was actually reluctant to part with his power, but he was very clear about what kind of person his elder brother, the Sum Emperor, was. Growing up together, he was familiar with his elder brother's ideals. His elder brother would stop at nothing to achieve them. Being a blood brother of the Sum Emperor, the Zhao King ultimately chose to stand by his side. North Country. 100 Flowers Tower, 3rd floor. Murong Xue's voice undulated, rising and falling. Though she tried to contain it, she couldn't fully suppress her sounds. At that moment, Murong Xue was sprawled across the writing desk, while Lu Chen picked up a brush. As he busied himself with his work, he wrote characters on Murong Xue's snowy white back. The tip of the brush, infused with Lu Chen's spiritual power, traced over Murong Xue's back, eliciting an unspeakable, strange sensation within her. She felt her body becoming increasingly peculiar. Then, Murong Xue asked, Prince, what are you writing? Ah, writing on my back. Lu Chen smiled and said, yes. Murong Xue replied, it's a pity it's on the back, can't see it. Lu Chen smiled and said, that's easy to fix. He then turned Murong Xue's body around, laying her on the desk. In the next moment, Murong Xue and Lu Chen locked gazes. Her hair was disheveled, her bun had come undone, her usually cool cheeks were flushed red, and she was exuding charm. Murong Xue looked down slightly, only to see a scene she did not wish to see. At that moment, Lu Chen dipped his brush into the ink and started to write on Murong Xue's abdomen, asking as he wrote, Right, once your virgin mark has disappeared and the Yu Emperor checks for it upon your return, won't you be punished? Hearing this, Murong Xue laughed and said, Prince, you've already removed my virgin mark, and now you remember to worry about this. Isn't it a bit late? Lu Chen chuckled, then replied, indeed. How about this? Since you have to be checked by the Yu Emperor for the Virgin Mark when you return, why not just stay here in North Country? Murong Shuai said, is the prince planning to keep me here in North Country as your concubine? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen pressed harder with the brush tip, inscribing 3 characters onto Murong Shuai's abdomen. Murong Shuai felt a jolt run through her body as if she were electrified. She propped up her upper body slightly to look at the characters on her abdomen. Muttering to herself, Murong Shuai said, flesh. Prince, do these 3 characters have any, special meaning? Lu Chen put the brush back on the inkstone and, with a smile, said, you'll soon understand what they mean. Then Lu Chen reached under Murong Shuai's back, lifting her body with ease. After all, as a Grand Master, even a canon dressed in red robes could be lifted with one hand, so the weight of a woman was nothing to him. Murong Shuai was taken aback and quickly wrapped her legs around Lu Chen's waist to avoid falling. Then she hung on him as he carried her to the bed. Towards evening, Lu Chen got up and glanced over at Murong Shuai in the bed, as well as the characters written all over her. Although the ink would blur when mixed with perspiration, because Lu Chen had used spiritual power to fix the ink, the characters were quite clear. Lu Chen straightened his clothes and said with a smile to Murong Shuai, Miss Murong, my apologies for having written so much. It will trouble you to wash it off. Murong Shuai lay collapsed on the bed, speaking weakly, no harm done, Prince, please take your leave. I'm afraid I can't see you out. Lu Chen smiled, then left the study satisfied. Watching Lu Chen leave the room, Murong Shuai, who had slumped onto the bed, tried to rise only to be struck by waves of pain, rendering her incapable of moving. To prevent Murong Shuai from discovering his healing abilities, Lu Chen had not treated her wounds. For the past few hours, Murong Shuai had been relying solely on her master-level body to endure. Alas, no matter how resolute she was, she could never be a match for Lu Chen. After all, he was a Grand Master, not to mention someone who had taken the dragon and tiger pill. Murong Shuai had just lost her virginity, how could she possibly bear it? At this moment, Murong Shuai broke out in a cold sweat, even she could not hold back, cursing through gritted teeth, this damnable lecher. Immediately after, Murong Shuai hastily summoned the servant girls of the embassy, and with their assistance, she slowly washed off the words Lu Chen had written on her body. While bathing, Murong Shuai's mind replayed the events that had transpired with Lu Chen. She couldn't help wondering how the North Prince possessed such terrifying strength. Thinking of this, Murong Shuai's cheeks once again flushed with heat. Then, looking at the character, Zheng, between her legs, she suddenly grew curious. Lu Chen had written several Zheng characters between her legs, but she did not understand their meaning, nor had Lu Chen explained them to her, including the 3 characters on her abdomen. She always felt these characters had some special significance. After pondering for a moment, Murong Shuai still couldn't figure out the meaning of these characters, so she stopped thinking about them. Regardless, she had succeeded in getting close to Lu Chen. It would be relatively easier to extract information from him in the future. At that moment, Murong Shuai suddenly remembered something and quickly activated her inner strength, expelling all the impurities from her body. Soon, the water in the bath became extremely murky. Murong Shuai hurriedly had the servant girls replace the water with a fresh bucket. After washing herself again, she still felt unclean despite already having bathed twice, so she bathed once more for a total of 3 times. After the bath, Murong Shuai returned to her bed, and sighing softly, she saw the faint red on the sheets. She had long guessed her fate, that the Empress would one day use her as a tool, but she did not expect her first time to be with someone from another dynasty. Murong Shuai consoled herself, thinking that it wasn't such a loss. The North Prince, as a man, was more handsome than most and possessed even greater strength. To have lost her virginity to him could be considered a stroke of luck within misfortune. It was just a pity that they would ultimately become enemies. Meanwhile, on his way back, Lu Chen sat in the carriage and opened up the system prompt. Congratulations host, for obtaining a woman, reward, heart controlling skill. As the host and his concubines share a heartfelt connection, reward, a top-grade realm-breaking pill. Host has cultivated feelings with Morong Shui once, chi refinement mantra experience points added. Surprised by the rewards before him, Lu Chen had not expected to gain cultivation techniques. But what was this heart-controlling skill? With that thought, Lu Chen immediately clicked to read the introduction of the heart-controlling skill. Heart-controlling skill. Using the heart-controlling skill, one can control an enemy to a certain extent, forcing them to answer questions they wish to know. When perfected, it can even control an enemy, making them take their own life. Reading about this cultivation technique, Lu Chen was stunned. This was a skill for manipulating others. In the future, if they captured spies or the like, wouldn't it be much easier to interrogate them and get the information they wanted? This skill would prove extremely useful. Having read the introduction of the heart-controlling skill, Lu Chen glanced at the realm-breaking pill's description. Realm-breaking pill. Upon consumption, it allows an extreme realm master martial artist to advance directly to the Grandmaster realm. Seeing the description of the realm-breaking pill, Lu Chen felt extremely surprised. He hadn't expected the pill to be so powerful. He regretted leaving so quickly just now. He should have seized the opportunity to test his connection with Morong Shui a few more times, to see if he could achieve mind and spirit communion again. Thinking of this, Lu Chen rubbed his temples. He had not used the rejuvenating skill to heal Morong Shui's minor injuries. Hoping to achieve mind and spirit communion several more times seemed rather unlikely. Forget it, what's done is done. From now on, he would just have to try harder with his other wives and consorts. Perhaps, next time, he might have a chance of getting another realm-breaking pill. But then again, who should he give the realm-breaking pill to? Most of the people in the prince's mansion were only half-step grandmasters, not even grandmasters. Only Bai Qingqing and Dongfang Longyu were extreme realm masters. Administering the pill to them could make the North Prince mansion possess another grandmaster immediately. However, after some thought, Lu Chen decided to give the realm-breaking pill to Chu Yukin. Chu Yukin had taken care of him since his childhood, eventually married him, and even bore him children. His feelings for Chu Yukin were the deepest. Once Chu Yukin broke through to the Grandmaster realm, her lifespan would increase by several hundred years, allowing her to accompany him for a longer time. Soon, Lu Chen returned to the prince's mansion. It was now evening, and the red glow of the sunset shone on Lu Chen, casting a long shadow behind him. Chu Yukin was in the courtyard soothing the child when she suddenly noticed a shadow blocking the sunlight. She looked up in the direction of the setting sun. Seeing that it was Lu Chen returning, Chu Yukin smiled sweetly and said, "Chen'er, I've heard from Qing Li that you went to a poetry gathering." Lu Chen replied, "Yes, it was hosted by Morong Shui." Chu Yukin said, "Now that you are a prince, indeed you should participate more in such elegant events." As soon as Chu Yukin finished speaking, Chu Qingli exposed the truth. What elegance! Morong Shui held the poetry gathering at the 100 Flowers Tower. How elegant could that place be? She clearly wanted to seduce a certain bad guy. Someone is returning so late, he must have snuck some treats. Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "Qing Li understands me better." Lu Chen did not deny it. His attendance at Morong Shui's poetry gathering was not really about the poetry, he went for the sake of Morong Shui's favor. At that moment, Lu Chen walked over to Chu Yukin, slipped his hand around her waist, and after glancing at the child in her arms, he said to Chu Yukin, "Madam Chu, hand the child over to Qing Li for a moment, I have something important to tell you." Curious, Chu Yukin asked, "What is it?" Lu Chen said, "Let's talk about it in the room, it's about your realm." Chu Yukin then said to Chu Qingli, "Qing Li, please take care of Wanger for me." Chu Qingli hurriedly took the child from Chu Yukin's hands and gave Lu Chen a resentful look. She was no fool, how could she not know why Lu Chen asked her to take care of Chu Yukin's child? This bad guy, just back from the 100 Flowers Tower, and now he's come to find her sister. Such a beast. After handing over the child to Chu Qingli, Chu Yukin followed Lu Chen into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Chen immediately embraced the delicate and voluptuous body of the beautiful woman before him. Before Chu Yukin had a chance to speak, Lu Chen sealed her lips with his, After being forced to kiss Lu Chen for a while, they slowly parted lips, and Chu Yukon, with a blushing face, looked at Lu Chen and said, "You have the scent of another woman on you, don't tell me you've really had your way with Marang Shuiye." Chu Yukon was especially sensitive to the scent of women from the prince's mansion. If it was from a woman there, she could identify it instantly. The fragrance on Lu Chen's body obviously didn't belong to any woman from the prince's mansion, which meant there was only one possibility. Chu Qingli was right, Lu Chen had snuck around outside. Lu Chen laughed and then said, "My dear wife, you couldn't possibly be jealous, could you?" Chu Yukon rolled her eyes and then said, "Marang Shuiye is a favorite of the great Yu Empress, and though she seems to have been demoted to the North Country, I always feel like she has come with a mission from the Empress. Perhaps she came to the North Country specifically to get close to you. If you sleep with her, aren't you afraid she might glean some secrets of the North Country from you and then report them back to Great Yu?" While embracing Chu Yukon's waist and leading her towards the bed, Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, any woman who has been intimate with me will never betray me in the end." Chu Yukon said, "Chenur, darling, it's not that I'm nosy, but although your techniques of charming women are indeed impressive, some women won't fall for your ways. You should know, it's rumored that Marang Shuiye herself is a licentious woman. Even if you satisfy her in some aspects, she might not necessarily fall in love with you." Chu Yukon obviously misunderstood Lu Chen's meaning. She thought that Lu Chen was referring to his ability being so formidable that any woman who had slept with him would fall in love with him. In fact, Lu Chen's intention was not to conquer Marang Shuiye with his body, but to have her take dragon and phoenix tea, thus making her completely loyal to him. Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to believe that just by sleeping with Marang Shuiye once, she would completely submit to him. Marang Shuiye was a favorite of the great Yu Empress, it was not that easy to sway her. However, Lu Chen didn't explain any further to Chu Yukon, and by now they had reached the bedside. Lu Chen gently laid Chu Yukon's body down on the bed, then he removed the hairpin that held up her hair, and the next moment, her coiffure came undone, her fine hair spilling out over the bed. Chu Yukon, with affection in her eyes, gazed into Lu Chen's. "The important matter you mentioned, is it this kind of thing?" Chu Yukon had genuinely thought Lu Chen had something important to discuss with her, but the naughty fellow started to get handsy as soon as he entered the room. While undressing Chu Yukon, Lu Chen said, "Of course not, didn't I mention it earlier when we were outside? It's about your realm." Chu Yukon asked curiously, "It's about my realm?" At this point, visions of their previous naughty acts in bed flashed through Chu Yukon's mind, and she suddenly remembered that Lu Chen practiced a dual cultivation skill, which could speed up her realm advancement. Thinking of those scenes, Chu Yukon's face became redder and hotter. Lu Chen continued, "My master gave me a realm-breaking pill. Just by taking it, one could break through from the master realm to the Grand Master realm directly." Hearing this, Chu Yukon was stunned for a moment, then said, "I'm not an extreme realm master yet, so this pill won't be of any use to me, will it? This pill should be taken by Buyer Longyu." Laughing, Lu Chen said, "It would indeed be useless now, but what if I help you advance to the master realm?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Yukon said, "It is not so easy to break through to the master realm." As soon as Chu Yukon finished speaking, Lu Chen took out an essence pill, then said to Chu Yukon, "Madam Chu, take this essence pill first." Seeing the pill in Lu Chen's hand, Chu Yukon was stunned for a moment. Not long ago, Lu Chen had given her an essence pill, so she was very clear about its purpose. Chu Yukon hastily said, "Chenur, I have already taken one. You should give this one to someone else instead, don't waste it." Lu Chen said, "If it can help you break through to the Grand Master realm as quickly as possible, then this pill will not be wasted." Chu Yukon said, "Although the essence pill does aid in enhancing my realm, to break through to the master realm in a short time isn't as simple as just taking a pill." Lu Chen said, "Of course I know that, so I plan to help you speed up the advancement of your realm." Hearing this, Chu Yukon asked, "Help? How?" Before she could finish, Chu Yukon noticed that Lu Chen had undone her waist belt and lifted her blue cloud attire, directly exposing her white undergarment. Seeing this scene, Chu Yukon seemed to understand something. This little rascal intended to use that method to help her swiftly enhance her realm. But they had practiced together before, and she hadn't noticed any acceleration in the advancement of their realms. In fact, this had little to do with the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell. Dual cultivation skill focuses on the cooperation between both parties, and is not merely about pursuing certain desires. In the past, when Lu Chen was with his wives and concubines, he seldom truly practiced the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell, concentrating more on enjoyment. Although the spell was in motion, it didn't play a significant role, making the outcome not particularly apparent. Lu Chen planned to be more serious today, not chasing after certain sensations but instead fully concentrating on cultivation, to help Chu Yukin ascend to the Master Realm as soon as possible. Just as Chu Yukin was about to speak, Lu Chen put the essence pill into his own mouth, then bent down and directly sealed Chu Yukin's red lips, feeding her the essence pill. Seeing Lu Chen act so domineering, Chu Yukin sighed inwardly, not struggling and letting him have his way. Although she didn't think she could break through to the Master Realm quickly, it was Lu Chen's good intention, and naturally, she would accept it. Soon, Chu Yukin noticed something was off. She could feel the skill within her body accelerating significantly, as if controlled by something, rushing through the meridians inside her body. Chu Yukin was astonished. She had not expected this method of cultivation to actually work, and to be so effective at that. When Lu Chen did bad things to her in the past, why hadn't the effect been so pronounced? While Chu Yukin pondered this, she encountered another issue. She managed to remain clear-headed, which would have unlikely been the case before, as she would have already become dazed by now. Chu Yukin quickly realized what was going on. It must be this little rascal's single-minded pursuit of mischief, never earnestly practicing the immortal law, focusing all his thoughts on such matters, which resulted in the limited efficacy of that method of cultivation. Realizing this, Chu Yukin felt a slight stir of emotion, but she didn't plan to reprimand Lu Chen. Soon, she entered a meditative state, the skill in her body becoming more abundant, and her realm reached the threshold of breakthrough. After an indeterminate time, two streams of spiritual power burst forth from their bodies simultaneously. Feeling her realm break through to the Master Realm, Chu Yukin was somewhat bewildered. Was that a breakthrough just now? The practice session with Lu Chen couldn't have lasted more than 2 hours, could it? Could the breakthrough have happened so quickly? Is this the terrifying aspect of immortal law? After sensing Chu Yukin's breakthrough, Lu Chen immediately stood up, placing his hands on either side of her head and stared into her eyes, saying, "Madam Chu, how are you feeling now?" Chu Yukin's face was flushed as she, too, stared intently back into Lu Chen's eyes. "Before, did you actually never focus on your cultivation?" Lu Chen smiled and then denied it, saying, "Madam Chu, why would you think that? I have been practicing diligently every day." Chu Yukin cast him a resentful glance. "Do you take me for a fool? Before, you must have focused all your attention on enjoying life, which is why your cultivation techniques were of little use to me. Today, since you focused all your attention on cultivating, that's what accelerated my training speed." Lu Chen countered, "Madam Chu, you're mistaken. The reason you've cultivated so quickly this time is because you took the essence pill. Moreover, you were already on the verge of breaking through, so it may look like your realm improved exceptionally fast. An average person would simply not achieve such an effect." Lu Chen certainly didn't want to be supervised by Chu Yukin in his cultivation whenever he would come seeking her company in the future. If Chu Yukin were to discover that he had never earnestly practiced before, then the next time he came to her, she'd surely expect him to concentrate fully on cultivation. Hearing Lu Chen's retort, Chu Yukin stared straight into his eyes, trying to discern from his gaze whether he was lying. However, seeing the brightness in Lu Chen's eyes, Chu Yukin thought to herself that maybe she was overthinking it. Perhaps it really was the effect of the essence pill that made her cultivation speed so fast. At that moment, Lu Chen said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore, Madam Chu. Please take the realm-breaking pill." As he spoke, Lu Chen took out the realm-breaking pill and handed it to Chu Yukin. Chu Yukin didn't continue to object. She directly took the realm-breaking pill, put it in her mouth, and swallowed it. Chu Yukin's thoughts were simple. Lu Chen already had many strong protectors by his side, so he no longer needed her. However, Lu Chen wouldn't always stay in the North Prince mansion. As Lu Chen's strength grew stronger and the North country's power increased, it was inevitable that the North country would go to war with other dynasties or with Great Sum. In the future, Lu Chen would likely leave Yan County again, and it was possible that those protectors would also leave Yan County. Thinking that she wouldn't be able to protect Lu Chen anymore, Chu Yukin decided she would protect his wives, concubines, and children instead, since she would likely spend her days with them from now on. If she were stronger, Lu Chen could have some peace of mind, even if he went off to lead troops into battle. After Chu Yukin took the pill, green spiritual energy quickly gathered around her body. The energy was very faint, but with the help of the realm-breaking pill, it was sufficient to help her break through to the Grandmaster realm. In the next moment, Chu Yukin's body erupted with a wave of spiritual power, followed by profuse sweating as she expelled all the toxins and impurities from her body. Chu Yukin hurriedly sat in meditation to stabilize the power within her body. At that time, Lu Chen stood up and simply sat on the side watching. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chu Yukin finally opened her eyes. She stood up to find herself drenched in sweat and quickly said to Lu Chen, "I'll go wash up." Upon saying that, Chu Yukin entered the room next door. The bedrooms in the new prince's mansion were different than before, each being adjacent to a bathroom and restroom. Whenever the master of the house visited a woman in the bedroom, the maids in the courtyard immediately began heating water to fill the baths next door, ensuring there was always hot water available in the tubs. In an era without electricity and water heaters, only someone of Lu Chen's high status could enjoy the luxury of constant access to hot water. After a quick rinse, Chu Yukin submerged herself in the bath, intending to soak for a while, when Lu Chen suddenly walked in. Seeing Lu Chen enter the bathroom unobstructed, Chu Yukin spoke softly, "What are you doing? Go out, I'll be done soon." Lu Chen said with a smile, "We're an old married couple. What's there to be shy about?" As he spoke, Lu Chen, with a shameless grin, waded into the bath and wrapped his arms around Chu Yukin's waist. Chu Yukin was just about to warn Lu Chen about fooling around in the bathtub when he said, "Yukin, now that you have broken through to the Grandmaster realm, the safety of the prince's mansion is in your hands." Hearing this, Chu Yukin replied, I will take good care of the prince's mansion for you." At this moment, Chu Yukin asked, "Recently, I've noticed that Zixuan, Xiao, and Yu seem to have cultivated some skill. That must be thanks to your cultivation technique, right?" Lu Chen answered, "Yes." Chu Yukin said, "Ordinary people with skill can live longer. Don't just think about enjoying yourself when you visit their rooms in the future, help them raise their realm as well." While Lu Chen's hands roamed over Chu Yukin's body, he said, "Don't worry, my dear. I'm always fair to my women. One day, I will help them become grandmasters as well." Chu Yukin remarked at his words, "It might be difficult for ordinary people to become grandmasters." Lu Chen replied, "Your darling is no ordinary man." Realizing what he meant, Chu Yukin thought, that's right, Lu Chen was a man blessed by immortal law. Helping an ordinary person ascend to a higher realm might be difficult for others, but not for him. Hadn't he helped her make the leap to the Grandmaster realm in one go? Chu Yukin conceded, "That's true, then I can rest easy." Lu Chen said, "All right, enough of this talk. Now that you are a Grandmaster and your physical condition has improved significantly, tonight is a good time to test your enhanced Grandmaster strength from the realm-breaking pill." Hearing this, Chu Yukin thought Lu Chen wanted to spar with her, but in the next moment, he pinned her against the edge of the bath, and then the bathwater stirred violently. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli was outside in the courtyard, cuddling Lu Chengguang, who seemed to really like her, calm and content in her arms. Seeing Lu Chengguang smiling at her, Chu Qingli's maternal instincts surged. Suddenly, she also wanted a child of her own. It was just unfortunate that, being a high-quality martial artist, she found it hard to conceive. Since sharing a room with Lu Chen, she had stopped purging impurities from her body through cultivation, yet she still hadn't conceived. It's not easy to get pregnant, and in the entire prince's mansion, it seemed only her sister, also a martial artist, had managed it on the first try. Chu Qingli wondered how much Chu Yukin must have suffered under Lu Chen to bear his child and, coming to her senses, she quickly stopped her wandering thoughts. How could she want his child? That bad man had not only monopolized her sister but also tricked her into giving herself to him. He was a despicable villain through and through. She didn't want to carry that bastard's child. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Murong Shuai still hadn't left her bed since that incident with Lu Chen. She spent every day recuperating in bed. Initially, Murong Shuai thought that encountering such a strong man wasn't entirely a loss. But then, the thought struck her, if every time she got close to Lu Chen, she had to spend 7 or 8 days in bed afterward, wouldn't that be a colossal waste of time? At this moment, Murong Shuai slowly rose from the bed. Seeing her get up, the maid in the room hurried over to help her before assisting her with dressing and grooming. Murong Shuai still felt a faint soreness and clenched her teeth thinking, it had been 7 days since that man had taken her, and he hadn't come to see her even once, nor had he sent anyone to express his concern. Truly, a man who doesn't recognize you once his pants are back on. She wondered whether she had managed to seduce him at all. If the North Prince was just after a new thrill, then she was in trouble. In that case, she would not only have lost her innocence, but also failed in her mission. Worried, Murong Shuai's mind raced with these thoughts. Just then, a maid at the doorway spoke. Lord Murong, the North Prince has sent over a jar of tea leaves, claiming it's beneficial for martial arts training. Upon hearing this, Murong Shuai was momentarily stunned. She had just been fretting over whether the North Prince was the kind to forget her after the act, and suddenly, there was a gift from him. What did sending tea signify, though? She responded, bring it in. The maid then pushed open the door to enter, placing a white porcelain jar before Murong Shuai, who glanced at the jar and then personally removed the lid. The moment the lid was opened, Murong Shuai was enveloped by a strong tea aroma that invigorated her spirits. Murong Shuai was astonished. She hadn't even tasted it yet, but just the scent of the tea had revitalized her so significantly. This tea was no ordinary tea. She then instructed the maid, take some tea leaves and brew them immediately. Hearing her command, the maid who had just brought in the tea quickly said, the servant from the prince's mansion mentioned that the tea leaves do not need boiling, just steeping in hot water will do. Following that, Murong Shuai said, then fetch a kettle of hot water. Upon this instruction, the maid turned and swiftly left the room. Murong Shuai scooped up some tea leaves from the jar and sniffed them again, finding the aroma increasingly enchanting. She slowly realized that this tea offered more than mere alertness and clarity of mind. After smelling the tea, the skill coursing through her body also flowed more smoothly, as if the scent of the tea accelerated her cultivation rate. Murong Shuai grew increasingly excited, not only astonished by the effects of the tea but also delighted that the North Prince had sent her something so precious. For the North Prince to gift her such a valuable item implied he had taken a liking to her, otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have sent her anything. Now that the North Prince seemed to fancy her, she didn't have to worry about failing her mission. The next time she shared a room with the North Prince, she planned to extract the secrets of the North Prince mansion from him. At that thought, the corners of Murong Shuai's mouth curved upward in a slight smile. Not long after, the maid returned with a hot kettle, and Murong Shuai personally prepared the tea. Once the tea was ready, she took a slow sip. The very next moment, her internal power surged noticeably. Murong Shuai was once again thrilled. The tea was indeed extraordinary, capable of directly enhancing a person's skill. If the North Prince had sent her such a treasure, did that not mean he was quite satisfied with her body? Murong Shuai proceeded to drink the entire kettle of brewed tea, not once considering that the tea could be problematic in any way. The reason Murong Shuai experienced such a notable effect after drinking the Dragon and Phoenix tea was mainly because she harbored favorable feelings for Lu Chen. The Dragon and Phoenix tea was designed for women who have a fondness for Lu Chen. When these women drink the Dragon and Phoenix tea, not only does it enhance their affection for Lu Chen, but it also significantly increases their skill. The higher the favorability, the more pronounced the effects. Although Lu Chen is the ruler of an enemy state to Murong Shuai, he meets all her criteria for a man, so her fondness for him is not low. Moreover, her body was taken by Lu Chen at the 100 Flowers Tower, where she felt his strength firsthand, which further increased her favorability towards him. Of course, the current Marong Shuai only knows that the tea from the prince's mansion can increase her skill, and is completely unaware of the tea's other effect. Meanwhile, North Prince Mansion, study room. Lu Chen sat in front of the desk, earnestly reading the intelligence in his hands. After finishing, he spoke up and asked, "Are you certain that Zhao King has truly mobilized his troops and is not attacking any other feudal states?" Liang Zong, seated opposite Lu Chen, replied, "Your Highness, it is true. He has indeed led his troops and is heading straight for the capital." Lu Chen said, "Strange, my memorial should have also reached the royal court by now. How dare they make a move? Aren't they afraid that I will also lead my troops southward?" At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalled what Zhuge Zongguang had told him, that Zhao King seemed to be his father emperor's secret collaborator. Therefore, his mobilization of troops was likely not genuine, but rather a means to provoke other seigneurs into rebellion. As long as other seigneurs led their armies to the capital, his father emperor would have a reason, an excuse, to directly deal with all of the seigneurs at once. However, by now, each seigneur had expanded their military to some extent, and with the continuous power struggles within the court, it was questionable whether the royal army still maintained its combat effectiveness. Was his father emperor truly confident he could take down all the seigneurs at once? If his father emperor failed, what might await Great Sum could very well be the disaster of national extinction. After pondering the situation, Lu Chen turned to Liang Zong and instructed, "Continue to monitor the situation. Inform me immediately if there is any news." "Yes, Your Highness." This subordinate takes his leave. Liang Zong, having spoken, turned and left the study. After Liang Zong's departure, Lu Chen muttered to himself, "I hope my stance can temporarily stabilize the situation in Great Sum. It's not yet the right time." At that moment, Lu Chen quickly realized that if he only submitted his memorial, once his father emperor became aware of it, his own stance would surely be suppressed. His father emperor would prefer to see seigneurs rise in rebellion. How could he allow anyone to disrupt his plans? Merely submitting a memorial was likely pointless. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately called out to the maid at the doorway of the study, "Go to the Eastern Newspaper Agency, ask Ms. Dongfang to come here, and tell her that I need to see her about an important matter." "Yes, Your Highness." A few days later, the official Gazette of the North Country released an article titled, "North Prince's Announcement to the People of Great Sum." The content was quite simple and easy to understand. In it, Lu Chen reminded all the commoners of Great Sum that the current situation was chaotic and that if war broke out in Great Sum, they could immediately head to North Country to avoid the turmoil. Moreover, Lu Chen clarified his position, firmly supporting Prince Lu Yi as the crown prince, and directly mentioned in the announcement that should anyone with ulterior motives dare to take advantage of the chaos, he would lead his troops southward to quell the rebels. After the North Prince's announcement to the people of Great Sum was published by the North Country Official Gazette, the Eastern Times quickly released a series of analyses concerning the current situation. In these articles, it was repeatedly mentioned that North Country was suspected to have a military force of 600,000. The release of Lu Chen's North Prince's announcement to the people of Great Sum swiftly deterred those seigneurs who were restless. With the North Country's military strength being so formidable, it was clear that the North Prince was not making empty threats. He said he would mobilize troops, and indeed it was a real possibility. Some seigneurs, after evaluating their own strength, decided to stand down and let Zhao Country clash with North Country first. Lu Chen's North Prince's announcement to the people of Great Sum not only made the seigneurs within Great Sum's territory feel extremely upset but also annoyed the major dynasties. Just as Great Sum was about to be thrown into chaos, about to start fighting, out came the North Prince's announcement to the people of Great Sum from North Prince, which directly intimidated the seigneurs within Great Sum. For a time, only Zhao King raised troops and headed north, with no other seigneurs responding. This also made Zhao King so angry he wished he could charge to the North Country and slaughter Lu Chen himself, watching as his plan was about to succeed, only for this brat to pull such a stunt. Although there were rumors among the common folk that the North Country does not have a heavenly human realm powerhouse, most seigneurs dared not gamble on this possibility. In the eyes of those seigneurs, North Country already possessed a heavenly human realm powerhouse. If North Prince truly led his troops south, it was highly probable that they, the Sanyers, would not be a match for him. Since North Prince had already made it clear that he supports Prince Lu Yi, the best method was still to eliminate Prince Lu Yi. In this way, the struggle for succession was once again confined within the capital city's limits, and the Sanyers could only offer some superficial help, such as providing assassins to murder Prince Lu Yi. Great Xia Dynasty. Capital city, Imperial Palace. Some emperor was meditating on his bed with his eyes closed, listening to the Shadow Guard's report. After hearing the Shadow Guard's report, some emperor suddenly opened his eyes, staring ahead with wide, furious eyes, and cursed, "Good for nothings, all of them are good for nothings." Someone just issued an announcement, and it completely scared all of them. What a bunch of useless cowards. The good for nothings some emperor referred to were evidently those Sanyers. He had hoped that those Sanyers would rebel and give him enough reason to eliminate them. The most crucial point was that once they started causing trouble, it would surely weaken everyone's strength. Moreover, his original plan was to lure those Sanyers to lead their troops into the royal capital. This way, Zhao Qing's troops could act from behind and take the opportunity to ambush those Sanyers' feudal states. His plan seemed to be on the verge of success as Sanyers from all over had already become restless, all of them thinking of leading their armies into the royal capital, being the first to control the city, then to command the other lords by holding the emperor hostage. But the result was that the announcement from North Prince directly intimidated all the Sanyers within Great Sum's territory. Apart from the chess piece that was Zhao Qing, not a single Sanyer decided to rebel, all of them stayed within their own areas, watching the show unfold. The more Emperor thought about it, the angrier he became. However, some Emperor soon calmed down. North Prince, unlike those Sanyers itching for action, openly declared his support for Prince Lu Yi to be crowned prince and directly threatened the Sanyers, asserting that if any dared to rebel, he would be the one to attack them. This was obviously a move to stabilize the situation in Great Sum. Does this not also mean that North Prince, at heart, really has no plans to head south now to snatch the throne? It looks like Zhuge Zongguang truly didn't break through the heavenly human realm. Otherwise, with North Country's so-called massive army of 500,000, North Country could totally head south or choose to move south while the Sanyers were rebelling, but North Prince did not do so. Instead, he used this threatening method to temporarily stabilize Great Sum's situation. With this realization, some emperor felt somewhat relieved. As long as Zhuge Zongguang hadn't broken through to the heavenly human realm, once he himself broke through, North Country could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Yet now, all the Sanyers within Great Sum's territory had been cowed by North Prince, and to rouse them into action again to march north would probably not be so easy. The best course of action now was to work from the angle that Zhuge Zongguang hadn't broken through to the heavenly human realm. The main reason the Sanyers feared North Country was due to the presence of a heavenly human realm powerhouse. Although North Country's military might was strong, as long as one could control all of Great Sum, with its foundation, it was fully possible to engage in a war of attrition against North Country. However, the presence of a heavenly human realm powerhouse changed everything. One side with a heavenly human being could completely crush the other. The Sanyers thought that even if they later occupied the royal capital and installed a puppet emperor, once North Prince marched south, all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, they preferred not to rebel and wait to see how things would unfold. Some emperor's idea was simple: if he could make the Sanyers from various places believe that North Country currently didn't have a heavenly human powerhouse, they would likely be agitated and choose to rebel. However, how could he convince those Sanyers that North Country didn't have a heavenly human powerhouse? This matter requires careful planning. Several days had passed. Mirong Shuiye felt the urgency of time growing, as the Yu Emperor had sent people to hasten her to complete the task. She also wanted to finish the task quickly, but Lu Chen had been staying inside the North Prince mansion. Before, Lu Chen would still go out to inspect, but these past few days he simply hadn't come out at all, which made it impossible for her to get close to Lu Chen. In the last few days, Lu Chen had also sent people to deliver her food, necessities, and clothing, as if he truly treated her as a concubine he kept outside. Murong Shuai felt that she couldn't go on like this. Being so passive and waiting for Lu Chen to take the initiative to find her would be like waiting for an eternity. Since Lu Chen wasn't taking the initiative to see her, then she would take the initiative to go to the North Prince Mansion to find Lu Chen. North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen was busy dealing with official documents in the study when the maid's voice sounded outside the study. Prince, Miss Murong requests an audience. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. The cold and aloof woman had finally succumbed to loneliness. Lu Chen then said, "Bring her to the study to see me." "Yes, Prince." Before long, Murong Shuai, dressed in white garments with black edges and a black headband, exuding an aura of cool elegance, appeared in Lu Chen's study. As Murong Shuai entered Lu Chen's study and saw him working on official documents, she glanced over the mountainous pile of papers on his desk. Murong Shuai thought to herself, no wonder the North Prince was always staying inside the North Prince mansion and not going out. With so many documents to process, when would he finish? Perhaps even the Empress couldn't handle so many in a single day. In the Dayu dynasty, most of the official documents were directly handled by the ministers below, only the specially important ones were submitted to the Empress for review. While Murong Shuai was lost in thought looking at the documents on the desk, Lu Chen put down his fountain pen and looked up at Murong Shuai, saying, "Miss Murong, you've come. My apologies for not noticing earlier. I was deeply focused." Murong Shuai said, "Prince, by coming to see you, have I disturbed you from your duties?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Not at all, I have actually been hoping Miss Murong would come to see me." Having said that, Lu Chen rose from his chair and walked straight towards Murong Shuai. Upon approaching Murong Shuai, he didn't touch her but said, "Miss Murong, please follow me, let's talk somewhere else." Murong Shuai thought to herself, that made sense, the North Prince's study likely contained many secrets, so he didn't want to meet with her there to avoid her stealing any secrets from the North Prince mansion. Murong Shuai immediately replied, "All right." Then Lu Chen walked toward the lounge next to the study. Although the study's lounge was cleaned and had its bedding changed daily by the maids, it hadn't been used for quite some time. Since Murong Shuai had taken the initiative to come to him that day, it seemed appropriate to make use of the lounge. If it remained unused, wouldn't that be a waste of the servants' hard work? Murong Shuai had no idea what Lu Chen was thinking, she even assumed that Lu Chen was merely taking her to some pavilion to enjoy tea. However, it didn't take long for Murong Shuai to realize that something was amiss. After all, they hadn't left the study but had moved from the study to another room. After Murong Shuai followed Lu Chen into the resting room, she glanced around the entire space, noting that the layout of this resting room was no different from a bedroom. Curious, Murong Shuai asked, "Prince, do you usually sleep in this room?" Lu Chen replied, "Not really, this is just a resting room adjacent to the study. When I feel tired from dealing with official documents, I would take a short rest here." Having said that, Lu Chen walked up to the round tea table, picked up the teapot from the table, poured a cup of tea for Murong Shuai, and then asked, "Miss Murong, I wonder if you have tried the tea I sent you." Upon hearing this question, Murong Shuai immediately said, "I've tried it, thank you, Prince, for giving me such precious tea." Lu Chen said with a smile, "I injured Miss Murong last time at the 100 Flowers Tower, so this tea serves as my compensation." As he spoke, Lu Chen picked up the teacup from the table and placed it in front of Murong Shuai, then carefully lifted his own cup and took a delicate sip of the tea. After taking a sip, Lu Chen spoke again, "Miss Murong, may I ask what brings you to see me this time?" Upon hearing this question, Murong Shuai smiled wryly, then asked, "Must I have serious business to come see the prince?" Lu Chen gazed into Murong Shuai's clear eyes and said with a smile, "Of course not. Miss Murong is welcome in the prince's mansion at any time, however." At this point, Lu Chen paused, then continued, "However, as an emissary of Great Ju, being too close to me may affect your reputation if word of it gets back to Great Ju." Murong Shuai said, "I didn't realize the prince cared for me so much. But rest assured, Prince, I wore a veil when I came to the North Prince mansion, and very few people know about it." Lu Chen said, "Then I am relieved." At this time, Murong Shuai took the initiative to say, Prince, I came to see you because the Empress has summoned me to return for a debriefing. Therefore, I wanted to admire your calligraphy once more before I leave North Country. Is that possible? Hearing Murong Xue's words, Lu Chen was momentarily startled. Then he asked, return to Great Ju for debriefing. Will you come back to North Country? Lu Chen thought, this woman had finally gotten close to him, and without obtaining any secrets of the North Prince mansion, was she willing to leave just like that? Murong Xue answered, I am not sure about that. It will depend on Her Majesty's wishes. Lu Chen continued to inquire, now that your virgin mark is gone, if you go back and the Yu Emperor inspects you, won't she find out that you lost your virginity in North Country? As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Murong Xue immediately sighed and pretended to worry. I have also been concerned about this matter for the past few days. If the Empress finds out I've lost my virginity, she might never let me return to North Country or might even dispose of me. The Empress detests impurity the most. Lu Chen said with a laugh, actually, I have an idea that might help you deceive the Yu Emperor. Murong Xue said, please tell me, Prince, what is it? Lu Chen replied, it's quite simple. Since the virgin mark is gone, why not just paint another one? This. Murong Xue hesitated to say more. It must be said, Lu Chen's imagination was quite rich. The virgin mark wasn't something simply painted on. If it were, a bath would wash it away. Could it be that she hadn't bathed since returning to Great Ju? Murong Xue said, Prince really has a way with words. A painted virgin mark cannot even touch water. Does the prince expect me not to bathe for the entire time I am back in Great Ju? Lu Chen said, Miss Murong misunderstands, although the virgin mark is painted on, I have special ways to ensure it does not fade easily. Does Miss Murong remember when at 100 Flowers Tower last time, the words I wrote on Miss Murong's body didn't blur despite Miss Murong being drenched in sweat? Upon hearing this, Murong Xue realized what he meant. After Lu Chen left the 100 Flowers Tower last time, she immediately asked her maidservant to bring hot water for bathing, yet the words Lu Chen wrote on her body took great effort to wash off. At this moment, Lu Chen said, although I can paint the virgin mark, I have forgotten what it looks like. Does Miss Murong still remember it? If Miss Murong has also forgotten, then this matter becomes troublesome. Murong Xue said, I naturally remember the virgin mark. Please provide me with paper and brush, and I can draw it right now. No sooner had Murong Xue finished speaking than Lu Chen raised his hand and performed an act of telekinesis, and in the next moment, a full set of paper, ink, brush, and inkstone flew to the table in front of them from inside the study. Murong Xue did not hesitate and picked up the brush to begin drawing the virgin mark on the pure white paper. Murong Xue was very aware that, although the Yu Emperor meant for her to seduce the North Prince with her body and tease out the secrets of the North Prince mansion, she knew if she lost her virginity, the Yu Emperor would certainly feel disgust towards her. Having been with the Yu Emperor since she was young, how could she not know what kind of person the Yu Emperor was? Therefore, she truly hoped that Lu Chen could paint a convincing virgin mark, one that could deceive the Yu Emperor. In doing so, she could use her beauty to tempt Lu Chen to complete her mission without alienating the Yu Emperor. In the future, when she returned to Great Ju, she would still be able to receive the Emperor's favor. It just wasn't certain if the virgin mark Lu Chen painted could fool the Yu Emperor. Murong Xue quickly finished drawing the virgin mark on paper. Seeing the virgin mark on the paper, Lu Chen said with a smile to Murong Xue, Miss Murong, please disrobe, and I will paint the virgin mark on you now. Murong Xue did not hesitate either, starting to undress in front of Lu Chen, as they had already been intimate before, and he had seen all of her. She felt indifferent about it now. She came today intending to use her body to extract information about the North Prince mansion from Lu Chen. It wasn't just a matter of him looking. Before long, Lu Chen would also be getting hands-on. She was a woman of awareness, so she undressed with resolve, and as Murong Xue's gown slipped from her shoulders, revealing her white undergarments gradually parting, her flat and fair belly appeared before Lu Chen. Seeing Murong Xue's jade-like body, Lu Chen, who was originally calm, instantly stirred. At this moment, Murong Xue made her way to the bed and slowly lay down. Prince, you have the trouble now. Lu Chen immediately said, "It's no trouble at all." As the words fell, Lu Chen picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and after scanning the exquisite view before him, he began to move the brush infused with his spiritual power slowly across Morang Xue's belly. Lu Chen was earnest with every stroke, and it wasn't long before Morang Xue's virgin mark reappeared on her belly, albeit a painted one, serving no real purpose. After finishing the virgin mark, Lu Chen's hand gently caressed the snow-white and smooth skin in front of him, and Morang Xue suddenly felt a warm current enter her body, causing her heart to feel incredibly agitated. When Lu Chen was using the brush to paint the virgin mark, her body had already been stimulated, but she had been holding herself together. She hadn't expected that just having Lu Chen paint on her flesh would provoke such a strange reaction. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke up, "Miss Morang, it's finished. Take a look and see if it resembles the original. If it doesn't, I can redraw it." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Morang Xue slowly propped herself up and looked towards her abdomen. The moment she looked, her gaze didn't fall on her lower abdomen but instead lingered on Lu Chen. Seeing something unusual about Lu Chen, Morang Xue chuckled softly and then teased, "Prince, it seems your mind wasn't fully on the painting just now, was it?" Hearing this, Lu Chen replied indifferently, "Regardless of whether my mind was on the painting or not, I have finished. You should check if it resembles the original first." Morang Xue then redirected her gaze back to her lower abdomen, and at that moment, she saw that the virgin mark had been completely restored, looking no different from the original one. However, there was one significant problem. Morang Xue then said, "Your painting is very similar indeed, Prince, it's just." Lu Chen asked, "Just what?" Morang Xue continued, "The virgin mark is supposed to be red, but the one drawn with ink is black." Lu Chen said with a smile, "That's simple. The day before you return to the Great Zhou Dynasty, I'll have someone prepare some red pigment, and then I can repaint it for you." Hearing this, Morang Xue said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Prince." As she spoke, Morang Xue's gaze once again swept across Lu Chen's form. "Prince, I would like to admire your calligraphy again. I wonder." Before Morang Xue could finish, Lu Chen directly tossed the brush aside and then pressed down on her, looming over her formidably. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curved slightly, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. "Miss Morang, to see my writing, you need to provide some compensation. I wonder if you are ready to offer it." Hearing Lu Chen's words, how could Morang Xue not understand what he was implying? She raised her delicate hand to cover her mouth, smiling playfully, "Since I've come to the prince myself, naturally I am prepared with compensation. Please, take whatever you desire as payment." Morang Xue thought to herself that she would first accommodate Lu Chen, and when he was completely spent, she would then start asking him some questions, seeking to draw some information out of him. If she were to ask directly now, it would easily arouse Lu Chen's suspicions, and it was unlikely to yield any crucial information either. When Lu Chen was spent, his vigilance would diminish, and that would be the time to ask him questions, which he might not notice then. It was clear that Morang Xue had yet to realize the true extent of Lu Chen's power. Although she had felt a portion of his strength during their last encounter at the Hundred Flowers Tower, she thought that was his limit and she was still underestimating him. Seeing Morang Xue still smiling, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation, Lu Chen slowly undressed while saying with a laugh, "Since Miss Morang has prepared the compensation, I won't be courteous. I just hope you won't regret it later." Morang Xue replied, "Having the chance to observe the prince's writing is an honor for me. How could I feel at a loss?" As Morang Xue's voice faded, Lu Chen bent down and captured her red lips with his own. Unlike last time at the Hundred Flowers Tower, this time Lu Chen used the rejuvenating skill to help heal Morang Xue, planning to foster a deep relationship with her, ideally until the next morning. He had not healed Morang Xue at the Hundred Flowers Tower previously because he was afraid she would reveal his abilities. Now that Morang Xue had drunk the dragon and phoenix tea, he no longer feared her intentionally exposing his powers, and this time he used the rejuvenating skill right from the start. With the continuous use of the rejuvenating skill, the healing wasn't particularly noticeable. Morang Xue might even be unaware of her body being healed throughout the process, so she would feel no discomfort afterward. As Lu Chen's kisses persisted, Marang Shuiyi was becoming somewhat dazed. She enjoyed the sensation and thought to herself that since she had already lost her virginity, she might as well relax and enjoy it as long as she could awaken quickly afterward. With this thought in mind, Marang Shuiyi began to actively reciprocate Lu Chen's kisses, raising her long jade arms to wrap around his sturdy waist. Both had now completely let go of any thoughts, pursuing only the purest of pleasures. After an unknown length of time, Marang Shuiyi was lost, completely forgetting the purpose of her visit. Meanwhile, within Great Sum territory, Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain almost simultaneously experienced odd phenomena, two beams of light shooting from these mighty forces into the sky, followed by billowing dark clouds, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain were ecstatic, believing it was their ancient ancestor breaking through to the heavenly human realm. Although Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain had kept a low profile recently, their disciples were often seen traversing the Great Sum territory, well aware of events occurring within it. According to their intelligence, the appearance of light pillars and strange occurrences typically signified the birth of a celestial realm powerhouse. After the phenomenon in the North Country, Zhuge Zongguang had his breakthrough to the celestial realm. Following the odd occurrence at the imperial palace, it was rumored in the capital city that someone from the Sum Emperor's royal family had reached the celestial realm. Now, the same phenomena have appeared on their own turf, meaning that they, too, supposedly had a celestial realm powerhouse to preside over them. The idea that their sect forces had a celestial realm powerhouse at their helm made the disciples restless, having held back for far too long. Ever since the mysterious Moon Palace boasted a celestial realm powerhouse, all the sect forces within the Great Sum territory had been incredibly cautious, fearing to provoke mysterious Moon Palace. For years, their secular forces had been oppressed by mysterious Moon Palace, and in the end, they could only suffer in silence. But now, with a celestial realm powerhouse of their own, they would no longer fear the disciples of mysterious Moon Palace. The news of phenomena at Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain spread to many forces overnight. Not only the disciples from these two mountains, but other forces as well, mistakenly thought that these two sect forces now simultaneously possessed celestial realm powerhouses. People couldn't help but be curious. It had been years since the celestial realm powerhouse of mysterious Moon Palace had appeared, with no others emerging in the meantime. How come since Zhuge Zongguang attained celestial realm status, so many others had suddenly become celestial realm powerhouses? Lu Chen still had no idea what had happened on Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain, as all his focus was now on Marang Shuiyi, trying to make her fall into his trap. At this point, Marang Shuiyi had completely fallen from grace. Her mind was a blank slate, having given up even the thought of thinking. It wasn't until the next morning when she came to her senses that she realized it was already the next day and she had not completed her mission. Originally, she had intended to seduce Lu Chen in order to probe into the secrets of the North Prince Mansion, but she had spent all night immersed in that matter. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't because she had been immersed in that matter all night, but because she simply had no opportunity to ask Lu Chen about the secrets of the North Prince Mansion. That guy, Lu Chen, had not given her any time to breathe. Her mind was always in a haze. She was in no state to think about probing the secrets of the North Prince Mansion. At this thought, Marang Shuiyi clenched her teeth. The North Prince was such a bastard, a real beast. After cursing Lu Chen in her heart, Marang Shuiyi looked down at her body and saw, just like that last time at the 100 Flowers Tower, it was covered in writing. Marang Shuiyi was somewhat taken aback. The beast had managed to do those things to her while also covering her body with so much writing. She seemed completely oblivious when he was writing on her. She wasn't sure if he wrote all that while he was misbehaving last night or after she had fallen asleep. But none of that mattered now. Marang Shuiyi scanned the room. Lu Chen was nowhere to be seen, and she was alone in the resting room. Marang Shuiyi felt a small surge of emotion. It seemed that in the eyes of the North Prince, she had truly become nothing more than a concubine for him to vent his desires on. Used and discarded, he had vanished without a trace. Marang Shuiyi sighed. She would have to return to report for her duty soon and wondered if she could complete part of her mission before going back to Great Jew. If she could not unearth anything before her return, she would likely be punished by the Empress. After all, she had been in the North Country for so long without bringing back any information, the Empress would surely consider her incompetent. While Marang Shuai was sighing, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. Seeing Lu Chen reappear, Marang Shuai finally relaxed, thinking this asshole at least knew to come back. She had thought he had left for good after taking advantage of her. Lu Chen gave Marang Shuai a quick glance and with a smile said, "Miss Marang, what do you think of my handwriting?" Hearing this question, Marang Shuai was irritated, but she still smiled at Lu Chen. "Your Highness, your words are as majestic as a dragon, strong and upright." Lu Chen said, "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Marang." At this, Lu Chen asked, "Miss Marang must be hungry by now. I have had some food prepared. Why not eat something before you go? Go." Hearing these words from Lu Chen, a surge of anger welled up inside Marang Shuai. She had come to uncover the secrets of the North Prince mansion and instead, had been consumed by Lu Chen for a whole day and night without finding out anything, and now she was just supposed to leave. She suddenly felt incredibly shortchanged. Marang Shuai quickly replied, "No need, I still have important matters to attend to. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness." As she spoke, Marang Shuai got up to get dressed. Right now, she felt particularly dirty and needed to hurry back for a bath to wash away all the filth from her body. Seeing Marang Shuai getting dressed, Lu Chen didn't try to keep her. Instead, he reminded her, "Before Miss Marang returns to Great Jew to report for duty, come to the prince's mansion once more. I will make sure to restore your virgin mark." Marang Shuai replied indifferently, "Then I shall trouble you, Your Highness." With that, Marang Shuai fastened her sash and then walked towards the door of the resting room, saying, "Your Highness, unless there is anything else, I will be leaving for today." Backquote, backquote, backquote. Lu Chen said, "Good, I will have someone take you there." Afterward, Lu Chen ordered the maids to prepare a carriage and used it to send Marang Shuai back to the Great Jew mansion. Upon returning to the mansion, Marang Shuai quickly had someone bring hot water for a bath. As she scrubbed her body, she exercised her internal energy to expel the impurities from within. At this moment, her mind replayed the events of the previous night. Although she had been almost incapable of coherent thought then, the memories of those sensations lingered in her mind. Marang Shuai felt puzzled. As a Grand Master, how could she lack all self-control, completely led by Lu Chen's whims? This simply wouldn't do. If she were to lose control like this each time she visited the North Prince, how would she gather intelligence? How could she fulfill her mission? Yet, judging from last night's events, as soon as she was in Lu Chen's bed, she completely lost the initiative, her actions no longer her own to decide. That beast of a North Prince, so adept at handling women, she had already experienced it once at the 100 Flowers Tower, and now again last night, she would no longer underestimate the North Prince. Marang Shuai fell into deep thought, planning that the next time she saw Lu Chen, she would try to obtain the information she wanted while still clear-minded and not so easily give her body away again. She had to find a way to keep Lu Chen on the hook. Half a month later. In the North Country, Hall of Political Affairs. The atmosphere in the hall today was tense. The officials had been silent for a long time, and even Lu Chen, the prince, sat on his throne in contemplation. After a while, Lu Chen finally broke the silence. "It seems it's time for me to tell you all the truth." At these words, the officials were momentarily startled. The truth? What truth? Had the prince deceived them about something? Why would the prince need to deceive them without cause? As the court officials puzzled over the meaning of Lu Chen's words, he continued, "Just as the recent rumors among the populace, Zhuge Zongguang has indeed not achieved a breakthrough into the heavenly human realm. His current realm is that of the pseudo-celestial realm." As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall was stunned. Zhuge Zongguang hadn't broken through to the heavenly human realm. So the rumors outside were true. No wonder the North Prince had not marched south to vie for the throne. The North Country did not, in fact, have a celestial-level expert in residence. Does this mean that when the North Prince announced Zhuge Zongguang's alleged breakthrough, it was simply a ruse to intimidate Great Sum? Recently, news of individuals breaking through to the heavenly human realm in Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain had spread throughout Great Sum and several other empires. But soon, there were messages claiming that the elders of Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain had not achieved a breakthrough to the heavenly human realm at all. They merely possessed the opportunity to make the breakthrough and still needed to pass the trials of the heavenly Tao. Once this news was disseminated, people quickly associated it with the anomalies observed in the North Country and the Imperial Palace of Great Sum. If the elders from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain hadn't broken through, could it be that neither had Zhuge Zongguang of the North Country nor that member of the Great Sum imperial family? This news spread rapidly. In just a few days, it was common talk among the people of the North Country that Zhuge Zongguang had not truly reached the heavenly human realm. Lu Chen was no fool. He had already guessed who was behind the spread of this information. Seeing that the officials of the North Country were doubting the authenticity of the news, Lu Chen decided not to pretend any longer and directly disclosed that Zhuge Zongguang had not achieved the breakthrough. Since Lu Chen dared to speak out, he obviously wasn't afraid of the consequences that the news might bring. After all, the North Country now truly had a celestial boundary powerhouse in residence. More and more people now had the opportunity to break through to the heavenly human realm, and it was obvious that Zhuge Zongguang's situation could no longer be concealed. Someone in the Great Sum Imperial Palace had embarked on the path of unity, and the old ancestors from both Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain had also begun this path. Unless they were fools, there was no way they couldn't guess what Zhuge Zongguang's current situation was. Continuing to hide it was nothing more than deceiving their own people. Lu Chen initially claimed that Zhuge Zongguang had broken through to the heavenly human realm in order to strategically deceive potential enemies, not their own people. Now that Zhuge Zongguang's situation was about to be exposed, there was no further need for secrecy. After hearing Lu Chen's words, it took a while for the officials in the Great Hall to recover their senses. If North Country were to lose a celestial boundary powerhouse, it would no longer be able to deter Great Sum, nor the seigneurs within its borders. Maybe it wouldn't be long before a civil war would erupt in Great Sum. Not to mention, North Country could likely fall into crisis itself. During this period, other dynasties had already perceived the threat that a future North Country could pose. The main reason they had not dared to do anything against North Country was because they believed it had a celestial boundary powerhouse in place. If they were to learn that North Country didn't have a celestial boundary powerhouse, they would probably think of eliminating the major threat of North Country immediately. At this point, Li Rui stood up and said, "Prince, we cannot let the other dynasties, especially Great Wu Kingdom, know about this." Lu Chen indifferently said, "It can no longer be concealed. Now that Grandmasters who have stepped onto the path of unity appear in Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain, other dynasties will sooner or later guess that North Country is bluffing. Instead of thinking about how to continue hiding it, we might as well start preparing early for the trouble that is likely to come." Hearing this, Zhuge Zongguang, who was seated in front of the officials, spoke up. "The prince is right, Venerable One. There is indeed no need to continue hiding the fact that I have not broken through to the heavenly human realm. If we keep hiding it, it might lead some forces to believe that today's North Country is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and can only deter other forces with lies." In Zhuge Zongguang's view, North Country had already passed its most difficult time. The reason they had gone to great lengths to hint that Zhuge Zongguang had broken through to the heavenly human realm was mainly out of fear that, after dealing with the aristocratic families, the Sum Emperor would immediately lead his army north to attack North Country. At that time, North Country was not ready for a war with the court, so they had to resort to this method to deter the Great Sum court. Now with the various seigneurs in the Great Sum court getting restless, and the succession crisis reaching a fever pitch, the Sum Emperor, before thinking of attacking North Country, had first to subdue the other seigneurs within Great Sum, and then suppress the succession crisis. With so much on the Sum Emperor's plate, there was no time to deal with North Country. As for whether the other dynasties would take action against North Country at this time, Zhuge Zongguang wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, Zhuge Zongguang believed that during this time when the Sum Emperor was too preoccupied to handle North Country should have a few confrontations with potential hostile forces. Only by truly drawing one sword could they let the others realize what North Country's strength really entailed. North Country has developed so rapidly that it can no longer be concealed. It is impossible to continue living in a corner of the world, so the best approach is to show off muscle, to display one's own strength. Moreover, even though he had not managed to break through the heavenly human realm, North Country still had a celestial boundary powerhouse in presence, so there was no need to worry about North Country not being able to match these hostile forces. After hearing Zhuge Zongguang's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, when Mu Changtian also stood up and said, "Prince, I believe the great scholar makes a lot of sense." Great Wu Kingdom was already planning to join forces with Great Zhu to oppose Great Sum. Once Great Wu finds out North Country doesn't have a celestial boundary powerhouse in command, they might take the initiative to attack North Country, wishing to eliminate it directly, to prevent North Country from becoming a threat to Great Wu in the future. Even if we do not initiate the war, Great Wu is quite likely to wage war. Since this is the case, we should make preparations in advance. Mu Changtian represented the soldiers from the North Country who had later joined the army. These soldiers were thirsty for achievements and honors, longing for military glory, hence, they were the faction most supportive of waging war. The current military was also divided into two factions. One faction consisted of soldiers systematically summoned, who staunchly supported all of Lu Chen's decisions. The other faction was the radical group represented by Mu Changtian. Upon hearing that the great scholar, Zhuge Zongguang, intended to go to war, Mu Changtian was the happiest, because only then could they prove their worth and verify the combat capabilities of their army. In the past, they had always been the defenders. For them, defending was much easier compared to taking the offensive. Although they had defeated the Tianqi King's army last time, the soldiers from Mu Changtian's faction felt that their true fighting power had not been fully utilized. Therefore, they were eager for the North Country to wage war once again. Lu Chen was clearly aware of this situation but was not concerned about the consequences this group of soldiers might bring. An army needed to have fiery blood with a majority of hawks. If all the soldiers in an army were doves, then what was the point of battling at all? At that moment, Lu Chen said, "Starting today, the North Country enters a state of martial readiness. The border troops must stay alert to the situations at the Great Zhu and the Great Wu borders at all times. If Great Wu and Great Zhu decide to make a move against the North Country, then indeed, it's time for us to flex our muscles." Upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration, the pro-war faction within the hall was extremely excited. After the small morning court session ended, Lu Chen returned to his study and summoned all the generals of the North Country to further discuss military deployment. By the time the military conference concluded, it was already midday. It was then that a maid guarding the door entered the study and said to Lu Chen, "Prince, Miss Morong has visited." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback before asking, "Where is she now?" The maid answered, "Miss Morong has already left. She said she would visit you when you are free, but she left a message for you. She said she would be returning to Great Zhu in a few days to report back on her duties." Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed Morong Shui had come to bid him farewell and, incidentally, to gather some intelligence from him. With that in mind, Lu Chen immediately said, "Send someone to the Great Zhu mansion. Tell Miss Morong that I will be free this afternoon and, if possible, she can come to see me then." The maid said, "Yes, Prince." After the maid had left, Lu Chen did not stay in the study any longer as it was time for lunch. The afternoon. The Eastern Newspaper Agency published an article about the martial arts realm. For the first time, the article introduced the realm of Grandmaster at the zenith, a realm lying below the heavenly human realm but above that of a Grandmaster. The news that Zhuge Zongguang had not broken through to the heavenly human realm spread rapidly in Yan County, and it was only now that people realized the Eastern Newspaper Agency and the official newspaper of the North Country had played a trick on the populace. Both newspapers had announced Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough, but they never specified that he had reached the heavenly human realm. Now, people suddenly discovered the existence of the zenith realm above the Grandmaster, feeling as though they had been hoodwinked. Following the Eastern Newspaper Agency's article on the martial arts realm distinctions, nearly everyone in Yan County came to believe that the North Country didn't have anyone in the celestial realm and had always been bluffing. For a time, spies from various countries were overjoyed, and they immediately relayed the news that Zhuge Zongguang had not broken through to the celestial realm back to their respective forces or nations. Murong Xueye also read the article published by the Eastern Times at the first opportunity. Although she too felt that it might be true that the North country lacked a celestial realm powerhouse, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Lately, indeed, many in the Great Xia dynasty had been spreading the word that Zhuge Zongguang had failed to break into the celestial realm and had only entered the pseudo-celestial state, needing to pass some heavenly doubt test to become a true celestial. Their evidence was that neither of the two old ancestors from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain had managed the breakthrough either. It appeared that nobody from the Great Sum royal family had reached the celestial realm as well. Facing the same phenomenon, and with three of them failing to break through to the celestial realm, by what reasoning could Zhuge Zongguang have succeeded? Thus, more and more people doubted the authenticity of Zhuge Zongguang's realm. But those were still just rumors, and whether Zhuge Zongguang had broken through was something people could only guess at. Now the Eastern Times from the North country had suddenly published an article on the classification of the martial arts realm. Wasn't it telling the people that the previous report from the Eastern Times about Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough was just because he reached the zenith realm of a Grand Master, and not the celestial realm? Murong Xueye was puzzled, for articles in the Eastern Times had to be reviewed by the North Prince Mansion, and the fact that this piece on the martial arts realm distinctions was published meant it had been approved by the North Prince Mansion. Why would the North Prince Mansion release such material that seemed disadvantageous to the North country? Even if people harbored doubts about Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough to the celestial realm, as long as the North Prince Mansion didn't officially clarify the matter, people wouldn't dare to bet on it. But now that the North Prince Mansion had allowed the Eastern Times to release the article on realm distinctions, weren't they indirectly telling people that Zhuge Zongguang indeed hadn't become a true celestial? The North Prince couldn't be unaware of the impact this would have. For a country like the North country, with its rapid growth, enormous potential, and immense threat, the moment it was without a celestial to stand guard, other dynasties would never tolerate its continued existence. For these reasons, Murong Xueye felt even more that something was amiss. In her view, this article on the martial arts realm distinctions shouldn't have appeared in the newspaper at all. The North Prince Mansion wouldn't have allowed the Eastern Newspaper Agency to publish such a thing. For a moment, Murong Xueye sensed the aroma of conspiracy. Luckily, Lu Chen had asked her to come see him in the afternoon, which would provide her with an excellent opportunity to inquire. Perhaps she might uncover some intelligence about Zhuge Zongguang. The afternoon arrived. Lu Chen was busy in his study, handling official documents. Since the news about Zhuge Zongguang not being a celestial was out, the North country would soon face various challenges, so Lu Chen had to prepare in advance. The next few days were bound to be hectic for him. As Lu Chen was immersed in his paperwork, the voice of a maid came through. "Prince, Miss Murong requests an audience." Lu Chen put down his pen and stretched lazily before responding, "Let her in." The next moment, the door to the study opened, and Murong Xueye entered. Seeing her cool and stunningly beautiful face, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. In the past, whenever he was tired from dealing with documents in the study, it had been Wang Qingqi who would come to ease his fatigue and help him relax. Now that Wang Qingqi was pregnant, she rarely visited the study, and it seemed that Murong Xueye was the one who relieved his stress. Whenever Lu Chen considered that Murong Xueye was a high-ranking minister next to the empress and was known as the Inner Palace Prime Minister, a conquering desire stirred in his heart. To Lu Chen, identity was an asset. For instance, the identity of Chen Wanrong as princess of the defeated country, the status of Wang Qingqi as a female slave, or the title of Yelv Nanyan as a prince's wife, all these identities were thrilling to him. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Murong Xueye greeted him politely. This commoner pays respect to the North Prince. Lu Chen immediately walked over to her, took her arm, and said, "Miss Murong need not be so formal. In the future, when you come to the prince's mansion, consider it as your own home." Upon hearing this, Murong Xueye inwardly sneered. The North Prince truly regarded her as his concubine. At this moment, Lu Chen asked, "Miss Murong has come to the prince's mansion this time, surely to have me restore the virgin mark, right?" Murong Shuai replied, indeed, I wonder if the prince has prepared the pigment. I must return to Great Ju to report in a few days. Lu Chen said, I have had it prepared long ago. Rest assured, Miss Murong. Today I will fully restore your virgin mark, ensuring that once you return, the Yu Emperor will not detect anything. Having said this, Lu Chen headed toward the rest area beside the study, speaking as he walked, please follow me, Miss Murong. Watching the broad back of Lu Chen, Murong Shuai hesitated for a moment, her mind instantly recalling what had happened in that rest area some time before. Apprehension began to grow in Murong Shuai's heart. She feared that in a moment's time, she might again forget her true concerns. This man was very skilled in dealing with women. Once she fell into his hands, it wasn't certain that she could remain lucid. She had to find out the information she was seeking before Lu Chen did that sort of thing with her. With this thought, Murong Shuai made up her mind that before she obtained the intelligence she sought, she absolutely could not let the North Prince touch her. Afterward, Murong Shuai followed Lu Chen into the rest area. Entering the rest area, Lu Chen picked up the teapot from the table and poured Murong Shuai a cup of tea, then asked, Miss Murong, after you return this time, when will you come back to North Country again? Murong Shuai answered, I'm not certain, it depends on whether His Majesty is still angry with me. Hearing Murong Shuai's reply, Lu Chen said with a smile, I would rather hope that the Yu Emperor continues to be angry with you, that way, you would return to North Country once more. Murong Shuai grinned and then said, it seems the North Prince really does consider me your concubine. Looking into Murong Shuai's eyes, Lu Chen said, concubine. Miss Murong misunderstands, I have never regarded you as a concubine. In my eyes, Miss Murong can now be counted as my wife. These words stunned Murong Shuai. Wife. Did this man really think this way? Laughing, Murong Shuai said, that may not be the case. If the prince truly considered me your wife, why then would you have anything to hide from me? Murong Shuai saw an opportunity. She could continue along this line of conversation and meanwhile take the chance to gather some information about Zhuge Zongguang from Lu Chen. Lu Chen asked, hide. Miss Murong, what do you believe I have concealed from you? At this, Lu Chen approached Murong Shuai, and she immediately felt the pressure. She was very worried that Lu Chen would suddenly make a move on her. If she didn't acquire the information she sought before Lu Chen made any moves, there was a high chance that she would, like last time, lose herself and then be unable to stay lucid afterward. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly whispered into Murong Shuai's ear, Miss Murong, I know that you were sent by the Yu Emperor to approach me on purpose. Speak, whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Murong Shuai was about to return to the Great Ju, and Lu Chen had also decided to stop performing this charade with Murong Shuai. When Murong Shuai entered the study, he glanced at her favorability. The favorability of Murong Shuai towards him had already reached 95, continuing the act was meaningless. It was better to be straightforward and lay his cards on the table. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a jolt went through Murong Shuai's heart. She had not expected Lu Chen to have always been so aware of her true purpose. But then again, she herself was a favorite of the Empress, and suddenly she was sent to the North Country. Moreover, she had found a way to get close to the North Prince, and had so easily given herself to him. It was only natural that the North Prince would harbor some suspicions. Although she realized her purpose might have been perceived by Lu Chen, Murong Shuai still wanted to continue the pretense. She wasn't certain if Lu Chen was attempting to deceive her. What if Lu Chen was bluffing? If she simply admitted it, wouldn't she be falling for his trick? Being a person close to the Empress, she was quick-minded. Besides, Murong Shuai had an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. She quickly steadied her mind and didn't seem nervous at all. When ordinary people are exposed, they would likely become extremely flustered, yet Murong Shuai maintained a calm demeanor and said, Prince, are you doubting me? Lu Chen said, it is not doubt, I am quite certain you are a spy sent by the Yu Emperor. With a smile, Murong Shuai said, since the prince believes I am sent by the Emperor, why didn't you refuse my invitation from that night at the 100 Flowers Tower? Aren't you afraid of leaking the secrets of the North Prince mansion? At that moment, Lu Chen lifted his hand, cupping Murong Xue's chin, and while looking into her eyes, said, "You all have used the beauty trap, do you not know that I am a lecherous man? Since a beauty has presented herself at my doorstep, why would I refuse?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Xue gradually realized that something was off. Lu Chen probably had indeed discovered the reason for her presence in the North Country. Nevertheless, she could not admit it, even if Lu Chen had already guessed. Soon after, Murong Xue let out a soft sigh and said, "I simply admire the prince, attracted by your heroic stance, never expecting to be misunderstood by you as having ulterior motives. Prince, you truly hurt my feelings. Shouldn't the prince consider that with my sensitive identity, if I truly were sent by the emperor to get close to you, wouldn't it have been immediately obvious to you? How could I possibly carry out the task of stealing secrets from the North Prince mansion?" Lu Chen chuckled to himself. Murong Xue was trying to reverse the psychological warfare on him. Then Lu Chen wrapped an arm around Murong Xue's waist, pulling her close from behind. Murong Xue's delicate body trembled slightly. Initially, she had wanted to keep her distance from Lu Chen, but now that he had guessed her purpose in the North Country, she could not afford to act rashly. If she were to act rashly at this moment, it would confirm her ulterior motives for coming to the North Country. During this time, Lu Chen continued to whisper in Murong Xue's ear, "Xue, regardless of whether the Yu Emperor sent you or if you offered yourself to me, it doesn't matter to me. I just want you to stay, to become my woman." At the sound of Lu Chen's endearment, Murong Xue felt a tremble in her heart and an overwhelming sense of numbness throughout her body. As Murong Xue came back to her senses and was about to keep up her deception, Lu Chen continued, "I have no intention of continuing this charade with you. Not only do I know you were sent by the Yu Emperor, but I am also aware that the Yu Emperor sent you to find out about North Country's secret weapons and to ascertain whether Zhuge Zongguang has broken through to the heavenly human realm. And your visit today is mainly to verify if the rumors among the common folk are true." Murong Xue's eyebrows knitted slightly. She had thought that Lu Chen might at most guess that she had approached him to spy on the secrets of the North Prince mansion. She had not expected him to know not only the mission she carried but even the purpose of her visit that day. Was the North Prince's intelligence network so effective? This was troublesome. Now that her purpose had been exposed, she feared that staying in North Country was meaningless. Once back in Great Ju, the Yu Emperor probably wouldn't allow her to return to North Country. She had not expected that her visit to North Country would turn out to be such a loss. Not only did she lose her body, but she failed to complete her mission as well. At this point, Murong Xue no longer intended to keep up her act. With a smile on her face, she said, "Now that the prince has uncovered my purpose, what does the prince plan to do with me? Do you intend to treat me as a spy and kill me directly?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled, then wrapped his arm around Murong Xue's slender waist and slowly moved his hand upward. While caressing her body, he said, "Kill. Why would I kill you? You're my woman. The biggest trait about me is that I treat my women particularly well. I don't have enough time to pamper you, so how could I possibly kill you?" Murong Xue said, "Does the prince mean you do not intend to let me return to Great Ju? I am an envoy sent by Great Ju. If the prince does not let me go back, I'm afraid it would be difficult to explain to the empress." Lu Chen replied indifferently, "I never said I wouldn't let you go back. Where you wish to go is your freedom." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Murong Xue was somewhat incredulous. She continued, "Prince, you need to think carefully. If I return to Great Ju this time, I might never come back again." Lu Chen said, "No, you will definitely come back." Murong Xue asked curiously, "Why is the prince so confident?" Just as Murong Xue's voice fell, Lu Chen's hand wandered to a certain spot, "Because you already have me in your heart, you can't leave me." Murong Xue was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Doesn't the prince think he's being a bit too confident? I admit the prince is indeed extraordinary and indeed the type one like. But does the prince really think that just because we have slept together a few times, I would completely submit to you?" Lu Chen tightened his embrace around Murong Xue's waist and whispered in her ear, "I know you are a very independent woman, who won't rely on anyone, and it's difficult for you to develop feelings for someone, but making women like you fall for me is what I'm best at. You can't feel it now because you are still in North Country, but once you return to Great Jew, you will quickly understand how agonizing it is to be away from me. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Since you came to North Country on a mission, naturally you have to take back some useful intelligence, otherwise you would have trouble explaining yourself to the Yu Emperor. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mirong Shuai was momentarily stunned. From the North Prince's implication, was he intending to proactively disclose some intelligence about North Country to her? However, why would the North Prince be so kind as to reveal intelligence to her? It was very likely he was giving her false intelligence to deceive Great Jew and to distract its attention. While Mirong Shuai was pondering this, Lu Chen openly stated, the rumors outside are true, Zhuge Zongguang indeed has not broken through to the true celestial realm. Mirong Shuai's heart skipped a beat, not expecting Lu Chen to actually divulge information about Zhuge Zongguang to her. Lu Chen continued, as for the secret weapons of North Country, I can only tell you that these weapons are all made by North Country. North Country can have as many as it wants, and if a war breaks out between Great Jew and North Country, without a celestial on Great Jew's side, its troops will only be defeated. At that moment, Mirong Shuai laughed softly, then said, does the prince tell me these things because he wishes to use me to send false intelligence to the Empress and Great Jew? Seeing Mirong Shuai's disbelief in his words, Lu Chen said indifferently, in a few days, Zhuge Zongguang will make a public appearance, and then you will be able to confirm whether this information is true or false. Mirong Shuai's brows furrowed slightly. The North Prince was willing to let Zhuge Zongguang make a public appearance. Could it be that Zhuge Zongguang really hadn't broken through to the heavenly human realm? Then why would the North Prince reveal at this time that Zhuge Zongguang hadn't made the breakthrough? Considering the situation of North Country, the country should be trying to conceal this matter, allowing other forces or dynasties to speculate whether Zhuge Zongguang had broken through to the heavenly human realm or not. Only with ambiguous intelligence would no power dare to harm North Country. How could North Country simply because of some rumors, be unable to withstand the pressure, and then take the initiative to publish the news that Zhuge Zongguang hadn't broken through to the heavenly human realm? This all seemed very wrong to Mirong Shuai. Just as Mirong Shuai was pondering what exactly the North Prince was scheming, Lu Chen suddenly tightened his embrace around Mirong Shuai's body, and then, pushing her slowly towards the bedside, he said while walking, my dear Shuai, since you're going back, I don't know when we will meet again. I must make sure you leave satisfied today. Upon hearing these words, Mirong Shuai's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to foresee the torment she would receive later on. After all, the North Prince had laid his cards on the table with her. There was no need for him to be friendly towards her any longer. He could do as he pleased, considering she was nothing but a spy from Great Jew. At this moment, Lu Chen slowly placed Mirong Shuai on the bed before he pressed down on her. Mirong Shuai was about to say something, but Lu Chen instantly sealed her lips with his. Mirong Shuai eventually gave up struggling. She could feel the strength of Lu Chen was immense, and she clearly understood that at this moment, any attempt to resist him would be futile, so it was better to submit to him. Perhaps after Lu Chen had his way, he would release her. Although she was dispatched to North Country to gather intelligence for Great Jew, her official identity was as an envoy for Great Jew. As long as North Country didn't intend to directly fall out with Great Jew, the North Prince wouldn't threaten her life, so her safety was not an issue. However, she feared that she would have to suffer some hardship afterward. Soon Mirong Shuai became dazed from Lu Chen's kisses, eventually letting him do as he pleased. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Chen suddenly lifted her body. Mirong Shuai's consciousness regained some clarity. Fearing that she might fall, she hastened to wrap her legs around Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen walked to the desk and placed her body on it. Then, raising his hand, he summoned items through the air. The next moment, red pigment and a brush flew onto the table from within the study. At this time, Mirong Shuai was lying stiff on the table, her eyes hazy as she looked at Lu Chen. Then she asked, Prince, what are you doing? Lu Chen smiled and said, of course, I'm drawing the virgin mark. Didn't I tell you? I will definitely restore the virgin mark onto your body. Hearing this, Murong Shui let out a feeble snort of derision and then said, "We've already reached this point, does the prince think whether or not there's a virgin mark important?" Lu Chen had already seen through her intention to get close to him. After she returned to report to the Empress on North Country's situation, the Yu Emperor would most likely not let her come back to North Country again. Furthermore, her failure in this mission might lead the Yu Emperor to stop trusting her in the future. She had been in North Country for so long, gathering only such scant intelligence, and yet she had been so easily uncovered by the North Prince. The Empress would probably be very disappointed in her. In the future, she might no longer be trusted and favored by the Empress, so whether or not there was a virgin mark was already irrelevant. No sooner had Murong Shui finished her sentence than Lu Chen pressed down firmly, causing Murong Shui to utter, twice. Lu Chen picked up the brush, then spoke, "I'm a bit curious. If I remember correctly, all your family members, including your parents, were executed for opposing the Yu Emperor, which implicated the entire clan. Logically, the Yu Emperor should be your greatest enemy. Yet, I'm curious why you seem so loyal to her." Upon hearing this question, Murong Shui took 2 deep breaths, and then said, Although my parents died because of the Yu Emperor, I was still young at the time. If it weren't for the Yu Emperor taking me into the palace to raise and protect me tenderly, I would not have lived to see today, nor would I have my current power. So, I should thank the Yu Emperor." Hearing her words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You're treating a thief as your parent, oh no, it should be as your mother." Murong Shui continued, "My family has long passed away, and whatever I do, they won't come back to life. Does the prince think I should avenge my family, only to repeat their mistakes and lose everything I have now?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Unfortunately, even if you don't avenge your family, if you fail in your mission this time and return to Great Ju, I fear the Yu Emperor won't value you anymore." Murong Shui fell silent after hearing Lu Chen's words, as she was indeed worried about this. It was then that Lu Chen began to draw on Murong Shui's lower abdomen. As he drew, he said, "How about this? Let's cooperate. When you go back this time, don't tell the Yu Emperor that I've uncovered this matter. Just report normally the intelligence you've gathered in North Country. This way, you can still be held in high esteem by the Yu Emperor. How about it?" Murong Shui let out a light chuckle, then said, "Is the prince trying to make me betray his majesty?" Lu Chen responded with a smile, "From the moment you climbed onto my bed, you had already betrayed your emperor." Murong Shui fell silent again, emitting only a humming sound from her throat. After a while, Lu Chen continued, "It's not that I am making you betray your emperor. It's that you have no choice but to be with me. Your failure in this mission will inevitably lead to the Empress's disappointment in you. Moreover, being the daughter of a criminal, do you think you will ever be valued again? There is another thing. I think you might be misunderstanding something. I want you to be mine, not because I value your identity or plan to use it for any purpose. I merely want you as a person, I desire your heart." Murong Shui let out a soft snort at this point, saying, "Does the prince really think I am a naive girl who will believe his sweet nothings?" Lu Chen said, "Sweet nothings. I am quite sincere with my words." At this point, the two fell into a prolonged silence. The sensations in Murong Shui's body prevented her from thinking rationally. She didn't know what to do now. Betraying the Yu Emperor was difficult for her, as she had been raised by the Emperor since she was a child. She had no memory of her parents, no emotional attachment. In her eyes, the Yu Emperor seemed more like her mother. The thought of betraying her felt incredibly difficult. But, should she really return and reveal that she had been exposed, perhaps she would no longer be valued. Moreover, now that North Prince had taken her virginity, without her pure reputation, she would find it hard to continue staying by the Yu Emperor's side. At this moment, Murong Shui was anxious. In her anxiety, her consciousness became more and more blurred, until she gradually sank into certain matters. Who knows how much time passed, but eventually, Lu Chen finished restoring Murong Shui's virgin mark. He then picked up the completely limp Murong Shui and returned to the bed. He was still very confident in himself, and he believed that Murong Shui would ultimately choose to cooperate with him. Early morning. A sliver of sunlight filtered into the resting room, shining on the bed with a dazzling brightness as if bathed in a holy light. As Murong Shuai drifted in and out of consciousness, she felt as if she had completely become Lu Chen's wife, involuntarily calling him, darling, under her breath. It was at that moment that Murong Shuai suddenly awoke with a start. The next moment, she found it somewhat difficult to breathe. Feeling the weight of the bad thing atop her, Murong Shuai's emotions became complicated. Her purpose had been uncovered. If she reported back truthfully this time, she might never see the North Prince again. The thought of the events from the previous day caused a flicker of reluctance to arise within her. This was her first man. Even though she had given herself to him for the sake of her mission, she still developed some strange feelings for him in her heart. Murong Shuai's mind blanked for a moment. What on earth was she daydreaming about? She had actually thought of staying by this man's side forever. How could she entertain such thoughts? With this in mind, Murong Shuai glanced at Lu Chen's head. At that moment, Lu Chen was sprawled on top of her, his head resting on her fragrant shoulder. Murong Shuai couldn't help but raise her hand, wishing she could smack the bad things, pig-headedness and take the opportunity to get rid of him. Although that's what she thought, when her hand came down, it merely stroked Lu Chen's black hair. Murong Shuai sighed inwardly, whispering softly, goodbye. She had decided in her heart, once back, she would tell the Yu Emperor everything that happened in the North Country and never return to the North Country again. She was genuinely worried that if she came to the North Country again, she might truly be completely conquered by this bad thing. The North Prince met all her criteria for choosing a man. Most importantly, the North Prince was extraordinarily skilled at handling women. She found it overwhelming and feared that, if her heart softened one day, she might genuinely betray the Empress and become the North Prince's wife. Lu Chen, deep in sleep, seemed to hear Murong Shuai's voice and shifted his head slightly. Seeing Lu Chen's movement, Murong Shuai hurriedly moved her jade hand from his head, pretending as if nothing had happened. Just then, Lu Chen slowly lifted his upper body, his eyes bleary as he gazed at Murong Shuai. Murong Shuai looked straight at Lu Chen, who smiled and said, Shuai, what have you decided? Will you cooperate with me? Murong Shuai replied emotionlessly, I can cooperate with you. Although she had already resolved to report truthfully to the Yu Emperor, she was still in Yan County, still in the North Country. She definitely couldn't outright refuse the North Prince. She would pretend to agree for now and wait until she was back in Great Yu to discuss further, to avoid the North Prince using any measures to forcibly keep her. Something about the atmosphere in the North Country felt amiss. Murong Shuai couldn't quite grasp what the North Country was planning next. Perhaps the North Prince would take a wild notion to become enemies with Great Yu and detain her, an emissary of significant status. Stabilizing the North Prince first was always a no-fault approach. Seeing Murong Shuai's agreement, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, then I will wait for you here in the North Country for your return. I believe we will meet again soon. Watching Lu Chen smile, Murong Shuai thought to herself, never again. Murong Shuai raised her hand and pushed against Lu Chen's chest. Prince, it is time for you to get up. Lu Chen said with a smile, thinking of you leaving the North Country makes it hard for me to let go. How about you stay with me for one more day? Upon hearing this, Murong Shuai's complexion instantly turned pallid. Although she didn't feel any discomfort, she detested the thought of her body being under someone else's control. Furthermore, if she continued like this, she might indeed fall from grace. Her willpower, she distinctly sensed, was faltering. Murong Shuai hastily said, Prince, please show some self-respect. Lu Chen, however, did not heed Murong Shuai's words. He seized her wrists and pushed them to either side of her head before leaning down to capture her lips once more. Murong Shuai cursed inwardly, calling him a bastard and a beast. After what seemed like ages, Lu Chen finally let Murong Shuai leave the North Prince mansion. As Murong Shuai returned, her steps felt weightless, her mind still hadn't cleared. After stepping out of the North Prince mansion, Murong Shuai turned for another look at the mansion's plaque. With myriad thoughts racing through her mind, she could not bring herself to board the carriage that awaited her. After a while, the coachman asked, Lord Murong, is there something else you need? Only then did Murong Shui snap back to reality, and turning, she boarded the carriage. Nothing, let's go. On the way back to the estate, the recent events replayed incessantly in her mind, leaving a hollow sensation in her heart. She could not pinpoint the feeling, but it suffocated her, making her breaths come hard. Unconsciously, her hand moved to her lower abdomen, gently caressing it. In a mutter, she said, North Prince, I will always remember you, you bastard. A few days later, Murong Shui left Yan County, left North Country, and set out on her journey back to Great Ju. Murong Shui was merely returning to Great Ju to report on her duties, but to some, this signaled that Great Ju might be planning some special maneuvers. Thus, they called back the envoy stationed in North Country. Soon after Murong Shui's departure, Zhuge Zongguang made a public appearance at the newly constructed academy in North Country, presiding over the opening ceremony. His appearance immediately drew the attention of spies from all the major forces. The spies quickly realized that while Zhuge Zongguang's aura was indeed powerful, it could not match that of a celestial. Even though most of the spies had never seen a celestial, they knew that a being of such stature would possess devastating powers beyond comprehension, hence their aura would naturally be formidable, unlike Zhuge Zongguang's. The aura that emanated from Zhuge Zongguang aligned more with what the Eastern Times reported, the zenith realm of a grandmaster. This led the major forces to more or less confirm that Zhuge Zongguang was indeed not a celestial and that North Country truly lacked a practitioner of the heavenly human realm. Soon, this news spread to every dynasty and faction. Once the news broke out, certain powers began to stir restlessly. The threat from North Country was simply too great. If not eliminated, nobody could predict whether North Country might one day pose a threat to them. As days went by, Lu Chen kept a close eye on the happenings within the various dynasties. One day, as Lu Chen was in his study receiving a report from Qin Yushan, a soldier suddenly announced at the door, Prince, troops from Great Yu City have arrived at the old city with an army of 200,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately set aside the intelligence report, a smile spreading across his face. It has finally arrived. Turning to Qin Yushan, he continued, that will be all for today. The brocade guard must continue to closely watch the capital city. Qin Yushan replied, yes, Prince, I shall take my leave. After Qin Yushan departed, Lu Chen too quickly headed to the old city, to see the polar region's army of 200,000. Lu Chen arrived at the old city and met the two Grand Masters he had been longing to see. These two Grand Masters were dressed in white fur coats, their muscles bulging beneath the fabric, giving off a powerful aura. Upon seeing Lu Chen approaching from a distance, the two quickly advanced towards him and, arriving in front of Lu Chen, immediately knelt down and said, Subordinate Dongmen Feiyue, Subordinate Song Shuilin, pay respect to your majesty. Long live the king, long live forever. Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then he hurriedly said, I am currently merely a seigneur within Great Sum, entitled to 1,000 years, only. Do not chant, long live forever, in front of others, lest it be heard by those with ulterior motives. Song Shuilin and Dongmen Feiyue instantly realized their mistake, and Song Shuilin immediately said, Your Majesty, it was our lack of consideration. We are willing to accept punishment. Lu Chen walked up to the two men and, with one hand on Song Shuilin's shoulder and the other on Dongmen Feiyue's, he quickly said, Generals, please rise. You have just come from the polar regions and are unfamiliar with the situation in Great Sum, it is understandable. However, do be careful not to speak carelessly next time. Dongmen Feiyue and Song Shuilin said in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. Then the two robust men got up, and at that moment, Lu Chen glanced at the 200,000 troops standing behind Song Shuilin and Dongmen Feiyue. Compared to the soldiers recruited locally in North Country, these troops were more robust, and even more so than those of Great Yu City. Lu Chen revealed a trace of a smile. With these 200,000 troops, North Country's military strength would once again climb a notch. Of course, compared to these 200,000 troops, Lu Chen was actually more concerned about the 1 million population of the polar regions. Lu Chen was quite curious about how the polar regions could sustain 1 million people because it was cold year-round, with only a few months of direct sunlight, and hardly any crops could be grown. With this in mind, Lu Chen turned his gaze back to Song Shuilin and Dongmen Feiui. The climate of the polar regions is cold, and the environment is harsh. I am quite curious as to how the polar regions manage to sustain a population of 1 million people. Upon hearing this question, Song Shuilin immediately replied, Your Majesty, the polar regions are near the sea, and the fishing industry is very developed there, with inexhaustible fishery resources. Lu Chen said, I see. Lu Chen thought to himself, no wonder they are able to sustain 1 million people, it is by relying on the sea for their livelihood. Lu Chen continued, North Country is currently in a period of development and needs a large population. I wonder if the commoners of the polar regions are willing to move south. Song Shuilin replied, Your Majesty, the majority of the commoners in the polar regions are willing to move south. Although in the north they do not need to worry about not having enough to eat, it is exceedingly cold. The people of the polar regions have long wished to relocate southward, but due to many concerns, they have never taken that step. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt reassured. Once the railway between Great U City and the polar regions was completed, it would be much easier for the people of the polar regions to migrate south, and they wouldn't have to worry about losing the land they had lived on for generations. With this in mind, Lu Chen once again looked over Song Shuilin and Dongmen Feiui, the two Grand Master military generals, and then said, Generals, you have undertaken a long and arduous journey to Yan County. I have already arranged for a military camp for you and the 200,000 troops behind you. Go and get acquainted with the new environment. Upon hearing this, both men saluted and said in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. Then, led by North Country soldiers, Dongmen Feiui and Song Shuilin, along with the 200,000 troops from the polar regions went to the military camp. Just at that moment, a guard from the prince's mansion arrived on horseback in front of Lu Chen. Prince, Lady Wang is about to give birth. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately entered the carriage he had arrived in, and then said to the driver of the prince's mansion, back to the prince's mansion. For Lu Chen, his child was more important. He was very eager to know what kind of surprise this child would bring him. Before long, Lu Chen returned to the North Prince mansion. Just as he entered, he saw a maid waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Chen come in, the maid hurriedly said, Prince, the situation with Lady Wang is not looking good. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen didn't say another word and leapt up immediately, using his qinggong to swiftly jump into Wang Qingqi's courtyard, which by then was already crowded with people. Seeing Lu Chen arrive, the crowd didn't say much but quickly made way for him to enter. When Lu Chen entered the room, Chu Yukan was transferring her skill to Wang Qingqi to alleviate her pain. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Chu Yukan quickly said, Chenur, come over here and look. I don't know what happened, but her skill flow suddenly met with resistance. If this continues, both the child and the adult will be in danger. Although Chu Yukan usually disapproved of Wang Qingqi, whom she saw as nothing but a bitch who did nothing but cling to and drain Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi was still Lu Chen's wife and concubine, and moreover, she was carrying Lu Chen's child. At this moment, Chu Yukan put aside all grievances. Lu Chen hurried to the bedside, glanced at Wang Qingqi, who had her eyes closed, sweat beading and dripping unceasingly from her forehead, her appearance one of extreme pain. She had her eyes closed, and although she vaguely knew Lu Chen had returned, she still couldn't open her eyes. Without another word, Lu Chen immediately took Wang Qingqi's jade-like hand and infused his spiritual power into her body, using the rejuvenating skill to check her condition. Once the spiritual power entered Wang Qingqi's body, she immediately felt much more comfortable, prompting Chu Yukan to yield her position willingly. Lu Chen then sat on the stool Chu Yukan had just vacated, and while treating Wang Qingqi, he checked on her condition. Soon, Lu Chen discovered why Wang Qingqi was in such discomfort. It turned out that the skill within her body had been absorbed by the child in her womb. However, the child could not transform those skills, as they accumulated inside her belly and could not circulate. The buildup became more and more severe, affecting both child and mother. Realizing the state of Wang Qingqi, Lu Chen chuckled and then said to her belly, You little rascal, you're thinking of becoming a peerless warrior even before you come out, huh? Even siphoning your mother's skill. As he spoke, Lu Chen used the rejuvenating skill to unblock Wang Qingqi's meridians, and before long, her skill flow was smooth once again. Seeing Wang Qingqi's brow seem to relax, Chu Yukin asked curiously, "Chen'er, what happened to her just now?" Lu Chen replied simply, "The child inside was absorbing her skill, causing her to almost lapse into demonic deviation." Chu Yukin was somewhat surprised. The child hadn't even been born yet and was already absorbing the mother's skill. Could it be that the child would grow up to be a martial arts prodigy? By then, Wang Qingqi, who had been in too much pain to open her eyes, finally opened them. Her hair, wet from sweat, clung to her cheeks, and Lu Chen raised his other hand to help her push the strands aside. Wang Qingqi, with a smile, said, "Thank you, Prince. If it were not for your timely arrival, I might have already lost my life." Although Wang Qingqi appeared extremely weakened, her smile still managed to be incredibly enticing. Lu Chen smiled back and then said, "All right, don't talk now, prepare yourself, the child is about to be born." Wang Qingqi didn't speak anymore, and not long after, the cry of a child could be heard in the room. While the midwives were cleaning the child, Lu Chen continued to treat Wang Qingqi to help her recuperate. Chu Yukin reminded, "Chen'er, have you thought of a name for the child?" Lu Chen replied, I've thought about it for a long time, call him Lu Hongji." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wang Qingqi murmured, "Hongji. Hongji, what a pity, it's a boy." Although Lu Chen had previously told Wang Qingqi that he treated all his children equally, regardless of whether they were his wife's or his concubine's children, they would all enjoy nearly the same resources, barring inheritance rights. But in Wang Qingqi's eyes, a girl would be better. Being in the royal family, there were many inevitable matters, and she didn't want her own child to get dragged into certain struggles. To her dismay, Lu Chen even named their child Lu Hongji. What if, when her child grew up, he started having some inappropriate thoughts because of the name his father had chosen for him? At this thought, Wang Qingqi became exceedingly worried. While Wang Qingqi was contemplating this, Lu Chen spoke up and continued, "Qingqi, it seems you're not satisfied with the name. If you are not, just say it, and I will think of another." Wang Qingqi hurriedly replied, "No need, Prince, the name is quite good." After all, Lu Chen was the prince, and once the words had been spoken, how could he take them back? At that moment, the midwife came over, holding the baby and handed him to Lu Chen. After Lu Chen took the baby, he first used his spiritual power to enhance the child's resistance, wrapping the baby with spiritual power, and then placed him on the bed. By now, Wang Qingqi had mostly recovered. She propped herself up to take a glance at the child on the bed. Wang Qingqi sighed softly. Truth be told, she still wasn't prepared to be a mother. It was all the fault of that scoundrel, the North Prince, who had insisted on getting her pregnant. But the child had already been born, and it was no use regretting it now. Wang Qingqi reached out and gently touched Lu Hongji's little face, then she said, "Juror, you have really put your mother through so much." Although she said this, a smile appeared on Wang Qingqi's face, her smile tinged with a touch of maternal warmth. Ever since she became pregnant, her personality had changed a lot. She was no longer as tumultuous as before. At this time, Wang Qingqi picked up Lu Hongji and then said to the prince, "Prince, I am all right now, you should go attend to your matters." Wang Qingqi was also aware of the complicated situation in the North Country, and with Lu Chen as its leader, he had many matters to attend to. She didn't want to keep him for too long. Lu Chen said, "All right, rest well today. I will come to see you again tonight." With these words, Lu Chen got up and left the birthing room. Once Lu Chen had gone, Wang Qingqi's gaze fell on Chu Yukin, and she said with a smile, "Thank you, Madam Chu, for saving my life today." Hearing this, Chu Yukin huffed lightly and then said, "If it weren't for Chen'er's child in your belly, I wouldn't have bothered saving you, bitch. Now that you have a child too, take good care of the baby once you've recovered, try not to bother Chen'er too much." With that, Chu Yukin also turned and left the room, and after Chu Yukin had departed, Lu Chen's other wives and concubines flocked in, greeting Wang Qingqi with warmth and concern. Meanwhile, Lu Chen headed to the study. The first thing he did upon entering the study was to open the system and check the rewards it had given. Given the nature of the system, it usually awarded population and military forces for having a child, so Lu Chen guessed he probably received population and military forces this time as well. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, he suddenly froze. Congratulations to the host for having a child. You've been rewarded with one Celestial Realm warrior, 100,000 Black Dragon Guards, and an additional 2 million people. The Black Dragon Guards are currently located in the Black Dragon country to the west of the Great Jew. The host can issue one command to the Black Dragon country. Heavenly human realm. Lu Chen felt somewhat incredulous. Although he knew that as his understanding of this world deepened, he would come into contact with increasingly powerful figures, and martial artists of the Master Realm would become less valuable. After all, many strong individuals never left their seclusion in the deep mountains and ancient forests, so their existence was unknown to him. Lu Chen had simply not anticipated that by receiving rewards, he could actually obtain the service of warriors from the heavenly human realm, a realm of celestial beings. The heavenly human realm was the ultimate limit of martial arts in this world as far as he knew, and he hadn't expected to acquire two heavenly human realm subjects so quickly. Lu Chen did not immediately issue orders to Black Dragon Country. He checked the system's marked location of Black Dragon Country. Black Dragon Country was to the west of Great Jew, nearing the territory of the barbarian tribe. Lu Chen thought for a moment. It seemed unrealistic to have the Black Dragon Country's army cross Great Jew to reach North Country right now. If the Black Dragon Country's troops entered the territory of Great Jew, it would mean declaring war on them. Considering the current circumstances, the 100,000 Black Dragon Guards of Black Dragon Country could not be mobilized. However, on second thought, with these 100,000 Black Dragon Guards, it might be possible to intimidate Great Jew should they send troops against North Country. Black Dragon Country could then stab them in the back. With this in mind, Lu Chen said to the system, "Tell Black Dragon Country to refrain from hasty actions for the time being, and moreover, have them send someone to make contact with this prince and establish a channel for information exchange." As Lu Chen's voice faded, the system's voice rang out. Black Dragon Country has received the host's command. The sovereign of Black Dragon Country is dispatching someone to North Country. After seeing the system's prompt, Lu Chen came to the desk, sat down, and opened the world map drawn by the brocade guard, examining it intently once again. Murong Xueye returned to Great Jew and went to see the Yu Emperor immediately. At this moment, within the Empress's bedchamber, only the cool voice of Murong Xueye could be heard. Outside the red curtains, Murong Xueye was reporting the intelligence she had gathered in North Country. Moments later, a gust of wind blew through from the inside, causing the red curtains to flap continuously. The Yu Emperor asked, "So, has Zhuge Zongguang truly not advanced to the heavenly human realm?" Murong Xueye replied, "Indeed." The Yu Emperor chuckled lightly, then spoke, "The North Prince is quite the deceiver. However, I'm curious, given that they have concealed this from the public for so long, why would they choose to reveal it now? Isn't it better to keep other forces guessing?" Murong Xueye replied, "This servant has yet to uncover the specific reason that prompted the North Prince to suddenly decide to disclose this matter." Just then, Murong Xueye suddenly thought of something else and quickly added, "This servant has another matter to report." The emotionless voice of the Yu Emperor immediately conveyed, "Speak." Murong Xueye was about to reveal to the Yu Emperor that her purpose in North Country had been seen through by the North Prince, but she found herself inexplicably unable to speak. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but they just wouldn't come out. Seeing that Murong Xueye did not continue, the Yu Emperor's displeased voice came through, "What is it? Do you have some unspeakable difficulty?" After hesitating for a moment, Murong Xueye clenched her teeth and said, "The North Prince is already on guard against this servant. This servant suspects that the prince might have already discovered the purpose behind this servant's approach." Murong Xueye ultimately could not bring herself to say it. The Yu Emperor said indifferently, "That is exactly what you should let him know. You must not only let him be aware of your purpose, but also that I have lost trust in you." Hearing the Yu Emperor's words, Murong Xueye was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected the Yu Emperor to require her to intentionally disclose her own purpose. At this time, the Yu Emperor continued, "If you do not reveal your purpose, how can you gain the North Prince's trust? Murong Shuai instantly realized that from the beginning, the Yu Emperor was not worried about her purpose in going to the North Country being exposed, because only if her purpose was disclosed could she use her background to gain pity, creating a portrayal of herself as being coerced by the Yu Emperor, with no choice but to offer her body in exchange for intelligence. The Yu Emperor then asked, furthermore, how is your investigation into the mysterious weapon going? Murong Shuai regained her composure and hurriedly answered, Your Majesty, the North Country does indeed possess a special weapon, and they are manufacturing it in large quantities. However, since I have not yet obtained the North Prince's approval, I am still unaware of the extent of those mysterious weapons' power. Just as Murong Shuai finished speaking, the red curtains were torn open by a wild gust of wind, revealing the Yu Emperor's breathtakingly beautiful visage to Murong Shuai. The next moment, Murong Shuai involuntarily flew towards the Yu Emperor. Just as she was about to speak, the Yu Emperor clasped her throat in one hand. The Yu Emperor coldly said, How long have you been in the North Country, and you can't even find out this bit of information? Murong Shuai was gasping for air, unable to speak, her face turning red. Your Majesty, I. Before Murong Shuai could finish her words, the Yu Emperor continued, Are you afraid of losing your virginity, and that's why you haven't approached the North Prince? At this, Murong Shuai's clothes were suddenly torn to shreds by a force, and the virgin mark on her lower abdomen was revealed. Seeing that Murong Shuai's virgin mark was still intact, the Yu Emperor hurled Murong Shuai to the ground, making her cough involuntarily. The Yu Emperor continued, You've been in the North Country for so long and yet the virgin mark is still present, it seems you have not focused on the task at all. Murong Shuai quickly said, Your Majesty, I know my mistake. Please give me another chance. The Yu Emperor then turned and walked towards her phoenix bed, saying as she walked, Return to the North Country in a few days. I need you to find out why the North Prince would disclose that Zhuge Zongguang is not from the heavenly human realm. Murong Shuai said, I will certainly complete the mission. Just then, the Yu Emperor stopped in her tracks, without turning her head, and said, I hope you remember that your life was saved by me. Murong Shuai immediately knelt on the ground and said, I have always remembered, and I am willing to do anything for your majesty in this life. The Yu Emperor said indifferently, You may leave. As the Yu Emperor's words fell, the blankets on the Empress' bed flew up and came to rest on Murong Shuai's body, after which she turned and left the Yu Emperor's palace. After Murong Shuai left the imperial palace, she sighed deeply, suddenly feeling uncertain about the future. She had initially planned to tell the Yu Emperor everything about her experience in the North Country, but when it came time to speak, she was unable to say anything. Furthermore, the Yu Emperor wanted her to intentionally disclose her purpose of approaching the North Prince, then use this to gain the North Prince's trust. If she truly pretended to defect to the North Prince, would the Yu Emperor still trust and employ her upon her eventual return to the Yu dynasty? Most likely not. No one could say for sure whether she truly defected to the North Prince or if her act turned genuine. She didn't believe the Yu Emperor would trust her that much. Although she was full of worries about the future, Murong Shuai ultimately decided to do as the Yu Emperor said. The words the Yu Emperor spoke before she left the palace bedroom were true. Had it not been for the Yu Emperor, she might have already been dead by now. Over the years, actually, many people had wished for the death of this daughter of a condemned official, but under the protection of the Yu Emperor, not only did she survive, but her status grew increasingly higher. Even though the Yu Emperor was harsh with her, without the Yu Emperor, she wouldn't have achieved what she had today. Political struggles are extremely complex matters. Although the Murong family was exterminated for opposing the Yu Emperor, in reality, it wasn't the Yu Emperor who took action but the officers who supported her. That's also why those officers wanted this daughter of a criminal so eagerly dead. The higher her status became, the greater the threat to those who had harmed her family in the past. The reason why there were many rumors about her indecent conduct among the people was because some did not wish the Empress to value her so highly. As for the Yu Emperor asking her to willingly offer herself to the North Prince, Murong Shuai actually didn't care. Compared to the things she desired, her chastity seemed insignificant in her eyes. The only trouble was that after losing her virginity, it was possible that the Yu Emperor might no longer be as close to her as before. In the past, she was the bed-warming maid of the Yu Emperor. If she were to lose her virginity, given the character of the Yu Emperor, she would most likely no longer be allowed to serve. Her present status, it was all because she was by the side of the Yu Emperor. Should the Yu Emperor no longer allow her to be by her side, Mirong Shui doubted her continued favor. Shortly after Mirong Shui left the Yu Emperor's palace, some ministers appeared outside the curtains of the Yu Emperor's palace, discussing matters concerning the Black Dragon country. At that moment, a minister spoke up. Your Majesty, I believe that the threat from the Black Dragon country is substantial and we should dispatch troops to annihilate it. No sooner had this officer finished speaking than another minister said, the Black Dragon country has at most a population of 2 million, what threat could they pose? In my view, the real threat now comes from the North country. There are rumors in the North country that Zhuge Zongguang hasn't broken through to the celestial realm. I think that since the North country lacks a celestial presence, Great Zhu should eliminate this great threat of the North country ahead of time. If we wait until Zhuge Zongguang truly breaks through to the celestial, then it won't be so easy to obliterate the North country anymore. At this juncture, the Yu Emperor, half reclining on a phoenix bed, spoke up, hasn't there been word that many merchant caravans from the Black Dragon country have entered Great Zhu? Upon hearing this, a minister outside the red curtains said, yes, Your Majesty. The Yu Emperor said indifferently, has it been made clear what they've come to Great Zhu to do? A martial officer dressed in black and red spoke up, it's been made clear. Their primary motive for entering Great Zhu is to purchase goods from the North country. The Yu Emperor thought for a moment, then said, the Black Dragon country likely harbors celestial realm powerhouses. The barbarian tribe has been defeated multiple times in their attacks on the Black Dragon country, it is indeed a substantial threat. However, compared to a small country like the Black Dragon country, which maintains its existence on the fringes, I am more concerned about the North country. Hearing this, everyone understood at once that the Yu Emperor's focus was still on the North country. Although the Black Dragon country had long been established, it hadn't made much noise since its establishment, unlike the North Prince who caused so much upheaval upon arriving in his domain and even proclaimed plans to extend the railways across the entire world. Then, a minister said, Your Majesty, since you too see the North country as a great threat, why don't we agree to form an alliance with Great Sum to first extinguish the North country? Given the internal turmoil in Great Sum, even if we extinguish the North country, Great Sum would hardly dare to complain. The Yu Emperor said dispassionately, there's no rush. Greater than our desire to eliminate the North country is that of Great Wu. The martial emperor is highly likely unable to sit still. Let them test the strength of the North country first. Although Wu Junwan was the good friend of the Yu Emperor, friends were friends, and countries were countries. She would not consider Great Wu a natural ally simply because of Wu Junwan. She would prefer Great Wu to take the initiative in dispatching troops, ideally to ascertain the true strength of the North country. Just as the Yu Emperor had thought, upon learning that Zhuge Zongguang was not a celestial, every official in the court of Great Wu could no longer sit idly by. One after another, they advised the martial emperor to eliminate the North country and eradicate the threat of the North Prince. The ambition of the North country had become a serious threat to Great Wu, especially since the North country's heavy cavalry was stationed in Yonggan County, which made the people of Great Wu always feel like there was a sword hanging over their heads. Great Wu Dynasty. In the court session, emotions were running high as ministers argued to send troops against the North country immediately to prevent it from growing stronger. Now that the North country already possessed such formidable strength, if they were allowed to continue growing, Great Wu might not stand a chance against them in a few years' time. Listening to the words of the ministers in the Great Hall, the martial emperor did not immediately respond. He watched quietly, eager to see who would be the first to stand up and advise him not to send troops against the North country. After a while, the martial emperor's gaze fell on Chai Jiliang, and he said with a smile, Chai, do you think we should take advantage of the chaos in Great Sum and destroy the North country? Hearing this question, Chai Jiliang replied, Your subject believes we should be more cautious. The North Prince has concealed the fact that Zhuge Zongguang is not of the heavenly human realm for so long. Now that it's suddenly made public, I believe he must have some ulterior motive. Hearing his words, the Minister of War stood up and intervened. Mr. Chai, aren't you being overly sensitive? Could it not simply be that a few pseudo-celestials have emerged within Great Sum's territory, and the North Prince could no longer hide the truth, thus was forced to reveal Zhuge Zongguang's real status? Why do you think the North Prince has some other scheme or trick up his sleeve? You haven't been bribed by the North Prince, have you? The Minister of War was the one who hoped most for war. Only through war could the Ministry of War have things to do, through which they could gain more benefits. Moreover, it was not just the Ministry of War that wanted conflict. Almost every official in the court wanted to eradicate the North Country. The North Country had many unique treasures. If they could conquer the North Country, they could plunder all those fine things. Of course, aside from the North Country's treasures, as people of Great Wu, they naturally did not want to see such a significant threat looming over them. Now that Great Sum was in turmoil and could not spare attention for the North Country, even if the North Country were attacked, Great Sum would not send troops to help. This created the best opportunity for Great Wu to destroy the North Country, and they certainly could not let such a chance slip away. Moreover, there was another point. If the North Country were not extinguished, when they later attacked Great Sum, it was very likely that the North Country would send troops. The North Country had already positioned their heavy cavalry right over Great Wu's head, clearly indicating they would not allow Great Wu to attack Great Sum. Therefore, if Great Wu wanted to conquer Great Sum, they had to first eliminate the North Country as a potential threat. Chai Jiliang ignored the Minister of War's comment and said, "In my view, even though people now know that Zhuge Zongguang is not a celestial, the North Prince still had no need to voluntarily reveal it. He could have continued to deny it, leaving other powers to speculate. In doing so, he would still possess a deterrence factor. No one would dare to take the gamble on whether Zhuge Zongguang truly hadn't made a breakthrough. Yet now that they have suddenly made it public that he is not a celestial, they have completely lost that deterrence." The martial emperor laughed heartily and said, "How is there no deterrence? Hasn't it deterred you, Chai? It scared you into not daring to speak in favor of sending troops against the North Country." The martial emperor then glanced around the Great Hall and declared loudly, "I have decided, in 2 months' time, we will send our troops to attack the North Country." Upon hearing this, before Chai Jiliang could say anything, with the exception of Princess Junwan's faction, all the civil and military officials in the Great Hall knelt down in unison and exclaimed, "Your Majesty is wise." As the martial emperor scanned the Great Hall once again, he noticed that many ministers had not knelt down, and those ministers were mostly closely associated with Chai Jiliang and Wu Junwan. The martial emperor's brow furrowed. He also felt that continuing like this was definitely not sustainable. He had to seize this opportunity to increase his other son's merits. His daughter's growing prestige in the court was getting higher, and she could potentially cause significant trouble for the crown prince in the future. Seeing that the martial emperor had already made a decision, Chai Jiliang dared not further advise against it. However, at this moment, he said, "Since your Majesty has decided to attack the North Country, this subject suggests sending Princess Junwan to Great Ju once more to continue discussing the alliance with Great Ju. Great Ju shares a vast border with the North Country. The threat from the North Country is the greatest for Great Ju, hence, they are the most eager to annihilate it. Furthermore, it is now almost certain that Zhuge Zongguang is not a celestial. If Great Wu were to proactively propose an alliance at this time, this subject believes Great Ju should agree to it." The martial emperor said indifferently, "I will discuss this matter with Junwan. Now, let's discuss the matter of sending troops. The North Country is no ordinary feudal state. The fact that they could annihilate the barbarians of the North Land and defeat the Tianqi king shows their strength. Therefore, before attacking the North Country, it is imperative to be fully prepared." Even the martial emperor, who favored solving problems through military might, was considerably more cautious when it came to the matter of attacking the North Country. After the imperial court meeting ended, Chai Jiliang immediately headed to Wu Junwan's Green Cloud Palace. At that moment, Wu Junwan was leaning on a luxurious chair, one hand supporting her head and the other holding a piece of paper, which she was earnestly examining. "Your Highness, Mr. Chai requests an audience," someone said. Wu Junwan said languidly, "Let him in." As the words fell, Chai Jiliang entered the Green Cloud Palace. Upon entering the Great Hall, Chai Jiliang said, "This subject greets Princess Junwan." Wu Junwan's posture remained unchanged, and her gaze stayed fixed on the intelligence in her hands. However, a red curtain separated them, and Chai Jiliang was unable to see the situation inside. At that time, Wu Junwan said indifferently, "What brings Mr. Chai here?" Chai Jiliang straightforwardly said, "His Majesty plans to send troops against the North Country in 2 months to annihilate it." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan was taken aback, and her brows slightly furrowed. With control over a vast intelligence network, she naturally knew the news that Zhuge Zongguang was not a celestial. However, she did not believe the North Prince's disclosure of Zhuge Zongguang not being a celestial meant that there were no celestials in the North Country. During her mission to the North Country, her protector, Pei Hong, had distinctly felt a terrifying presence at the North Prince mansion, and that oppressive feeling even posed a death threat to Pei Hong. Even if Zhuge Zongguang were not a celestial, it was very possible that another powerful being had already broken through to the heavenly human realm within the North Prince mansion. Moreover, the fact that the North Country dared to openly reveal that Zhuge was not a celestial showed that they were already prepared, and they were no longer afraid of any power. Great Wu attacking the North Country at this time. Seeing that Wu Junwan had not spoken, Chai Jiliang continued, "His Majesty's word is as precious as gold, and I'm afraid it is difficult to change this decision. This subject hopes Princess Junwan can persuade the Yu Emperor to form an alliance with Great Wu and seize this opportunity to eliminate the threat of the North Country." Wu Junwan pondered for a moment, her thoughts eventually turning to the North Country's secret weapon. She was, of course, aware of the North Country's secret weapon, but her knowledge about it was not extensive. Wu Junwan then asked, "Does Mr. Chai know about the mysterious weapon the North Country possesses?" Chai Jiliang countered, "Is your highness referring to the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrow? The power of such a weapon is indeed terrifying, but to use the piercing cloud bow requires high-quality warriors, not just anyone can wield it." Upon hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Junwan did not immediately respond. Seeing that Wu Junwan remained silent, Chai Jiliang thought she was worried about the piercing cloud bow and continued, "Your Highness, although the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrow are powerful, the materials required to make these two weapons are extremely scarce, and the North Country's army cannot equip them on a large scale." At that moment, Wu Junwan came back to her senses and said with concern, "If it were only the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrow, this palace would not be worried. From what I understand, the mysterious weapons possessed by the North Country are not just the so-called piercing cloud bow and arrow. The piercing cloud bow and arrow are weapons manufactured by the aristocratic families of the south of Great Su, and while they are very powerful, they are not easy to use. But the rumored weapons of the North Country are different. It seems that even ordinary people can use them, and their power is not much less than that of the so-called piercing cloud bow." Hearing Wu Junwan say this, Chai Jiliang's mind went blank for a moment, and then he frowned. This would mean that the North Country poses an even greater threat than we had anticipated. Indeed, His Majesty should completely eradicate the North Country before it has a chance to grow. Otherwise, once the North Country has developed, it is likely to turn around and attack other dynasties. Originally, Chai Jiliang was opposed to attacking the North Country because he always felt that the North Country had some conspiracy afoot. But upon hearing that even the common people of the North Country have weapons as powerful as the piercing cloud bow, he felt a great sense of crisis. Recently, an agent from Great Wu had obtained a piercing cloud bow and several piercing cloud arrows from Great Su, and Chai Jiliang personally tested the power of these weapons. An arrow shot from the piercing cloud bow could easily kill a Grand Master, and if the common people of the North Country possessed the strength to kill Grand Masters, once the North Country's arsenal grew, Great Wu's situation would become very dangerous. Moreover, the North Prince had long exposed his ambition to conquer the world. With such grand ambitions, and possessing such terrifying weapons, once the North Country grew in power, it would certainly not hesitate to wage war. Therefore, it would be best for Great Wu to eliminate this threat at all costs. If it cannot be eliminated now, Great Wu might never again have the chance to do so. Just as Wu Junwan was about to speak, suddenly, a maid's voice rang out at the entrance, "Your Highness, His Majesty invites you to visit his study." Seeing that Wu Junwan had matters to attend to, Chai Jiliang immediately said, "Since your highness has business to attend to, then this servant shall not intrude any further. I shall take my leave." As his voice fell, Chai Jiliang turned and left the Green Cloud Palace. After Chai Jiliang left, Wu Junwan slowly rose from her chair. She had the maid tidy her clothes, and then she headed to the martial emperor's study. Wu Junwan had pretty much guessed why her father had summoned her at this time. Clearly, her father wanted her to make another trip to Dayu and continue to seek an alliance with Great Ju. When Wu Junwan arrived at the study, the martial emperor cut straight to the point. He spoke of attacking the North Country and expressed his hope that she would once again go on a diplomatic mission to Great Ju to join forces with them to annihilate the North Country. As Great Wu's Princess Junwan, Wu Junwan of course had to partake in important matters concerning Great Wu. Without hesitation, she agreed to his request. If she could facilitate an alliance between Great Ju and Great Wu this time, it would certainly elevate her prestige further. However, Wu Junwan was somewhat worried. Even though she and the Yu Emperor were good friends, the Yu Emperor of today was no longer the same as before. The Yu Emperor's most important identity was still that of the ruler of Great Ju. The current Yu Emperor surely viewed issues not just in terms of personal relationships. Judging from the last time the Yu Emperor refused to form an alliance with her and Great Wu, it was clear that for the current Yu Emperor, their friendship was obviously not as important as the national interests of Great Ju. Wu Junwan was not certain that this mission to Great Ju would definitely result in an alliance. But even if she could not forge an alliance with Great Ju, she would still find a way to negotiate for Great Wu's troops to pass through Great Ju's territory. The Dayu dynasty and the North Country shared an extensive border. If they wanted to attack the North Country, it wouldn't be sufficient to only advance from Yonggan County. Yonggan County was too small and guarded by the North Country's heavy cavalry. If war broke out, the North Country would surely send reinforcements to Yonggan County to reinforce their defenses there. The best strategy to defeat the North Country would be to bypass Yonggan County, pass through Great Ju's territory, and then directly invade the North Country's homeland. Since Yonggan County was heavily defended, they should deploy troops to hold off these soldiers and prevent them from reinforcing their positions. Therefore, the mission to Great Ju this time was quite important for Wu Junwan. No matter what, she had to secure the support of Great Ju. Several days later, Wu Junwan set out on a mission to Great Ju once again. North Country. Today, Lu Chen had finished dealing with the official documents early. The documents sent to him now were all quite significant, and most of the other matters had been delegated to Zhuge Zongguang. Lu Chen wasn't as busy as before. After handling the documents, Lu Chen went straight to Wang Qingqi's courtyard. He hadn't even entered the courtyard when he heard Wang Qingqi's voice, cooing at the child held in her arms. Upon entering the courtyard, it seemed Wang Qingqi didn't notice his arrival, as she continued to soothe the child in the pavilion. At that moment, Wang Qingqi said to the child in her arms, "Juror, when you grow up, you must behave properly. Don't be like your daddy, flirting and causing trouble everywhere." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "When have I ever flirted and caused trouble everywhere? Lady Wang, you're tarnishing my reputation in front of the child." Only after hearing Lu Chen's voice did Wang Qingqi's maid snap back to reality, promptly curtsying and saying, "Greetings to the prince." Wang Qingqi also hurriedly held the child and said, "This servant pays respects to the prince." Wang Qingqi didn't seem to care at all about the words she had just spoken. If Lu Chen heard them, so be it. While holding the child, Wang Qingqi said, "The prince must have misheard. I was just telling Juror to learn more from the prince in the future." Lu Chen smiled and then approached Wang Qingqi, wrapping an arm around her waist. He said, "Really? So I must have heard things." As he spoke, Lu Chen's hand began to wander over Wang Qingqi's body. "Mr. Wang has been resting for quite some time. I wonder how well you have recovered. There is a lot of work I intend to hand over to Mr. Wang." Hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingqi knew what this rascal was hinting at, and quickly said, "Thank you for your concern, my prince. This servant has almost fully recovered." With Lu Chen's help, Wang Qingqi had recovered her health almost to what it was before childbirth. Lu Chen considered that the child was still young and needed Wang Qingqi's care, so he had not sought her out. But now the child was being looked after by a wet nurse, and Wang Qingqi had some free time. At this time, Lu Chen said, "Is that so? Then I shall have to inspect thoroughly." With that, Lu Chen said to the wet nurse in the pavilion, "Take good care of the child. The prince and Mr. Wang need to have a talk." Upon hearing this, the wet nurse immediately stepped forward to Wang Qingqi, ready to take the child. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi sighed inwardly, and, feeling helpless, still handed the child over to the wet nurse. No sooner had she passed the child to the wet nurse than Lu Chen swept up Wang Qingqi's soft, delicate figure with a princess carry and headed straight for the room. This caused the cheeks of the maids in the pavilion to turn red, and the wet nurse laughed softly to herself. In their eyes, this was a display of the deep affection between the prince and his lady. After Lu Chen carried Wang Qingqi to the room, he placed Wang Qingqi on the bed and then hovered over her, looking down at her from above. Lu Chen didn't immediately start to caress her. Instead, he gazed into Wang Qingqi's eyes, a slight smile curling up at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "Who would have thought that after giving birth, Mr. Wang would become even more mature and alluring?" Hearing this, Wang Qingqi raised her jade hand to her mouth and with a smile said, "Your servant seems to have discovered one of the prince's peculiar inclinations. It seems that the prince has a special fondness for women who have given birth." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback, then he said, "Oh. Why would you think that? Even before you gave birth, I invested quite a bit of energy on you." Wang Qingqi said, "Your servant recently heard that the prince seems to be neglecting Sister Nanyan and Yao Yao, often visiting the chambers of concubines who have children. It hasn't been long since your servant gave birth, yet the Wang family came looking for your servant. Doesn't this prove the prince's predilection?" Lu Chen laughed. Indeed, he had been frequently visiting Mu Zixuan in both Xiaozhou and Dazhou lately, but not because they had children. He was doing so to use the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell to enhance their strength. However, in Wang Qingqi's view, it seemed he preferred the company of mothers, hence his frequent visits to the three of them. At this point, Lu Chen said, "If you put it that way, wouldn't it cause the women who have not conceived my children to feel anxious and sad?" In this era, the concept of valuing a mother for her child was deeply ingrained, and it was also rather difficult for martial artists to become pregnant. If such rumors reached Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan, as well as other concubines who had not yet conceived, what would they think? They would surely feel that because they had not yet borne the prince's children, they had not provided heirs and thus he had developed an aversion to them, to the extent of not seeking their company in bed anymore. Then, Lu Chen seriously said to Wang Qingqi, "Qingqi, you must not speak such words in the future." Seeing how serious Lu Chen looked, Wang Qingqi immediately realized the potential consequences of her earlier words and quickly said, "Your servant realizes her mistake and is willing to accept the punishment." With that, Wang Qingqi's peach blossom eyes looked up at him with a hint of playfulness. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen promptly turned Wang Qingqi's body over and then slapped her buttocks with a smack. The next moment, Wang Qingqi's delicate body trembled, she let out a whimper, her face flushing red, her body growing restless. Lu Chen said, "I think you've been pregnant for too long, and without proper discipline from me, you seem a bit too self-satisfied, which led you to speak carelessly. It would be fitting to properly punish you." At this moment, Wang Qingqi, lying on the bed, said, "Although what your servant said earlier was inappropriate, the prince indeed did as mentioned. Lately, your servant often hears such talk around the prince's mansion." Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, "What talk?" With boldness, Wang Qingqi said, "Your servant heard that the prince is like a child who hasn't grown up, snagging food from his own children, leaving them unable to eat their fill." "Ah. This." Lu Chen immediately fell silent and did not continue to speak. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly fall silent, Wang Qingqi on the bed let out a soft laugh and then said, "He, Prince, it seems your servant has spoken truly, otherwise why would the prince suddenly fall silent?" Lu Chen came back to his senses at that moment, and he lifted his palm again and smacked it hard on Wang Qingqi's buttocks, then he said furiously, as if, flustered and exasperated, "How dare you frame me, I think you're just asking to be put in your place." Fine, since in your eyes I'm already that kind of person, if I don't commit that kind of act today, wouldn't I have been wrong for nothing? Wang Qingqi slightly turned her head to look at Lu Chen behind her and said softly, Prince, remember to hire a few more wet nurses for Juror tomorrow. Lu Chen responded indifferently, I know. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen flipped Wang Qingqi's body over again, and before Wang Qingqi could say anything more, he bent down and sealed her red lips with his own. In the end, Wang Qingqi paid a heavy price for her slip of the tongue. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen finally ceased his harsh punishment of Wang Qingqi. He then lay beside her ear and asked, Qingqi, do you plan to continue managing the rain listening pavilion? Upon hearing this question from Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi's consciousness instantly sharpened, and she promptly replied, does the prince wish for me to stay at home and take care of the children forever? Lu Chen said with a smile, that's not it. I was just asking, the workload of rain listening pavilion might increase significantly. You've just had a child, and you need to manage the rain listening pavilion affairs and spend time with the child, which might take up more of your time and energy. Wang Qingqi replied with a smile, then from now on, I'll spend the time I used to accompany the prince with the child, ouch. Before Wang Qingqi could finish speaking, the smile on her face disappeared instantaneously, and she faced Lu Chen's stern punishment once again. Lu Chen then said, as my consort, attending to me is your duty. You actually consider not attending to me, you're becoming bolder and bolder. At that moment, Wang Qingqi turned her head, her eyes misty, and she pleaded pitifully, I know I was wrong, Prince, please forgive me. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly at the thought. What a sly fox. Then he set aside the matter he had been discussing earlier and continued to punish Wang Qingqi. A good while later, Lu Chen resumed speaking, now that the news that Zhuge the Great Scholar is not a celestial has spread throughout the major dynasties, there is sure to be major moves from them. The rain listening pavilions trade caravans need to pull out of the dynasties before they take action against the North Country. Although Rain Listening Pavilion was originally established to gather intelligence on the major dynasties, it has now become a massive commercial entity. If Rain Listening Pavilion does not withdraw in time from the dynasties, once a dynasty declares war on the North Country, they'll surely target Rain Listening Pavilion first, which would lead to significant financial losses for the North Prince Mansion. Wang Qingqi had been paying close attention to outside affairs during her pregnancy, so she was very clear about the current situation. After catching her breath, she said, Prince, rest assured, I will ensure that the Rain Listening Pavilion's influences withdraw from the hostile dynasties as soon as possible. Relieved by her words, Lu Chen took a deep breath as if he had relaxed completely. At that moment, Wang Qingqi asked, Prince, is there anything else? Holding Wang Qingqi's waist tightly, Lu Chen replied, no, this was the only matter I came to discuss with you. Alright, let's drop this topic. Let's first consider the matter of giving Juror a brother or sister. Hearing this, Wang Qingqi cursed inwardly. This bad egg used tricks last time to get her pregnant, now he planned to use the same tactic again, and she was not about to let this man have his way. One child was enough for her, there was no need to have another. Whether she could even protect her current child in the future was uncertain, having another would make it even harder to protect them. However, it was clear that this was not for Wang Qingqi to decide. In the end, she still succumbed to the various tricks of Lu Chen. Early in the morning, Lu Chen got up from the gentle jade fragrance of Qingqi and found that she was giving him a resentful look. Lu Chen smiled and said, Mr. Wang, why are you looking at me with those eyes? Qingqi said gloomily, no wonder the princess told me to be wary of the prince a bit, lest my own child goes hungry. Lu Chen, thick-faced, said, I still know my limits, and I will find a few more nannies for Juror later. Qingqi gave Lu Chen a glare, but said nothing more. At this time, Lu Chen got up and stretched leisurely. Qingqi also hurriedly got up, picked up Lu Chen's clothes, and prepared to dress him. Lu Chen grabbed Qingqi's wrist and wouldn't let her continue. I'll dress later, I want to take a bath first. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qingqi stopped what she was doing. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at Qingqi's snowy white body and said with a smile, Madam sweated quite a bit yesterday, you should also take a bath. Chinky said gloomily, Prince, you go wash first. Chinky immediately saw through Lu Chen's little scheme. She suspected Lu Chen intended to drag her into bathing together, but she didn't want to join Lu Chen in the bath, who knows what else he might do while washing. At this moment, Lu Chen asked the maidservants in the room, go check if the hot water is ready. Yes, Prince. The maidservant entered the shower room afterward. Soon, the maidservant returned from the shower room, Prince, the hot water is ready. Hearing this, Lu Chen scooped Chinky up into a princess carry and headed straight toward the bathroom, walking and laughing as he went. We've been husband and wife for so long, there's nothing to be shy about. Seeing that Lu Chen had lifted her up, Chinky quickly wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck and said no more, resigning to her fate that the bath was inevitable. Shortly after, the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom, and when Chinky came out, she was completely drained of energy, lying on the bed with no desire to get up. With the assistance of a maidservant, Lu Chen dressed himself and glanced at Chinky on the bed, chuckling, Mr. Wang, you've become even more tempting after having a child. Hearing this, Chinky, who was lying on the bed, turned her head to look at Lu Chen and then said, Prince, you should spend more time in the room next door, these days Nanyan and Yao Yao have been missing you. Lu Chen replied, don't worry, I understand the concept of impartial favor. I've been visiting them these past days to help Zixuan and the others improve their skill. Now that Zixuan and the others have officially started on their path of cultivation, I don't need to go there every day anymore. You rest well, I'll take my leave for today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen walked out of the room. Chinky just lay on the bed, watching Lu Chen's figure from the side without getting up to see him off. Have a safe journey, Prince. After leaving Chinky's courtyard, Lu Chen planned to return to Wind Cloud Court for breakfast when a maidservant hurriedly came before him. Prince, Commander Qin seeks an audience. Hearing this, without a word, Lu Chen directly headed to the study. Upon reaching the door of the study, he saw Qin Yushan and Liang Zong standing there. The simultaneous presence of both suggested they had very important intelligence to report. As they saw Lu Chen approaching, they promptly bowed and said, subordinates greet the prince. Lu Chen didn't stop but continued toward the study, saying as he walked, come in and we'll talk. The two immediately followed Lu Chen into the study. Upon entering the study, Qin Yushan took out a report that had just arrived in Yan County that morning and handed it to Lu Chen. After receiving the report, Lu Chen opened it and glanced over it. At this moment, Qin Yushan spoke, news from the Imperial Palace suggests that only a celestial can now possibly heal His Majesty. To treat His Majesty's illness, the state preceptor has invited the old ancestors from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain to the capital city to discuss how to break through to the heavenly human realm. Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, this is probably a trap set for them. Lu Chen also realized that the Sum Emperor did not wish for other celestials to appear within Great Sum's borders. The two old ancestors from Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain had already reached the Unity Realm, which is the pseudo-celestial realm. Once their cultivation in the Unity Realm concluded, they could become true celestials. At that time, Great Sum would face two more powerful adversaries. His father most likely wanted to invite them to the Imperial Palace and then set up an ambush to eliminate them. As Lu Chen was looking at the report in his hands, he said, the two old ancestors from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain shouldn't be foolish enough to go to the capital city at this time. Lu Chen hadn't finished his sentence when he noticed that the report stated that the two old ancestors from Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain had immediately accepted the invitation from the Imperial Palace upon receiving it. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned. Those two old guys shouldn't be fools. Can't they see that this is a trap? Or did his own father use some tactic to make them unable to refuse the invitation to the capital city? Qin Yushan continued, according to our investigation, the state preceptor must have promised some conditions to the two old ancestors from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain, which is why they agreed without hesitation. However, our people have not yet been able to discover what those specific conditions are. Lu Chen fell silent, laying down the report in his hand and slowly tapping his fingers on the desk. After a while, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Liang Zong. Commander Liang, do you have something to report? It was then that Liang Zong finally spoke up. A spy from the Great Wu dynasty has sent a message. Great Wu has decided to send troops to attack North Country 2 months from now. Princess Wu has once again been dispatched to Great Ju, apparently in an attempt to persuade Great Ju to join forces in attacking North Country. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was not surprised. Great Wu and North Country shared only a small border at Yonggan County. If Great Wu wanted to annihilate North Country, they would need to pass through Great Ju. Moreover, for Great Ju, North Country was also a threat, so it wasn't surprising that Great Wu sent Wu Junwan as an envoy to Great Ju. Furthermore, it was highly probable that they would come to some kind of cooperation this time. Even if they did not form an alliance, Great Ju would certainly agree to let their troops pass through. Now it all depended on whether Murong Shuai would return or not. If Murong Shuai still planned to return to North Country, it would indicate that the Yu Emperor was not very keen on military action against North Country at this time. While Lu Chen was thinking this, a soldier at the door said, "Prince, Miss Murong has returned to the mansion." Hearing this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly curved upward. It seemed that the Yu Emperor still harbored some fear of North Country. In this case, Great Ju probably would not join Great Wu in sending troops but would at most agree to let them pass. After musing for a while, Lu Chen first addressed Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, have someone keep a close watch on every move in the Imperial Palace. Inform me immediately of any news." Qin Yushan replied, "Yes, Prince." Lu Chen then turned to look at Liang Zong, "Commander Liang, activate the spies from Great Wu. Use silver to bribe their ministers, and get them to impeach their Princess Moore in court." Liang Zong replied, "Yes, Prince. All right, if there's nothing else, you may all leave." Qin Yushan and Liang Zong said in unison. This subordinate takes their leave. Lu Chen was particularly concerned about the state preceptor's invitation to the two elders from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain to the capital city, and what was most important was that those two old fellows had actually agreed to it. Lu Chen couldn't figure out what his father, the Sum Emperor, was planning next. He then summoned Zhuge Zongguang, intending to ask him what he thought. After Zhuge Zongguang arrived at the study, Lu Chen passed him the piece of intelligence Qin Yushan had just given him, and asked Zhuge Zongguang to read it first. Zhuge Zongguang's gaze fell on the intelligence in his hands, and he did not move his eyes away for a long time. At that moment, Lu Chen asked, "Great scholar, what do you think my father, the emperor, is going to do next?" Zhuge Zongguang didn't answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Being able to make the two elders from Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain agree to the state preceptor's invitation without hesitation must involve Mysterious Moon Palace." Lu Chen's mind went blank for a moment, and he instantly understood the implication of Zhuge Zongguang's words. The Mysterious Moon Palace was also within the territories of Great Sum, and it posed a significant threat to all the major forces. Over the years, Mysterious Moon Palace had been suppressing other powers because they had a celestial being and everyone from the major forces was angry but dared not speak out. Now, the two elders from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain both had hopes of breaking through to the heavenly human realm. Coupled with the deep-seated contradictions between the Great Sum royal family and Mysterious Moon Palace, a celestial being of the Mysterious Moon Palace had killed many Grand Masters of the Great Sum royal family. This further weakened the power of the royal family, and the power of the aristocratic families greatly increased. For a long time, the Sum Emperor found himself in a somewhat hollowed-out position. Now, someone in the Imperial Palace had entered the Unity Realm, and the two elders from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain had also reached the Unity Realm. If they could break through to the heavenly human realm together, they might well hope to annihilate the Mysterious Moon Palace in the future. Lu Chen then said, "So, according to you, my father, the Emperor, is planning to unite with Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain to annihilate the Mysterious Moon Palace." Lu Chen thought for a moment and then continued, "With the current chaotic situation in Great Sum, isn't my father, the Emperor, being a bit too hasty?" In the capital city, the struggle for succession was becoming more intense. When the princes heard that Zhuge Zongguang was not a celestial, they became restless again. The seniors were also constantly recruiting troops and buying horses. The situation in Great Sum was chaos in the capital city, chaos in the localities, almost a complete mess. And yet, his father, the emperor, was still thinking about dealing with the mysterious Moon Palace. Zhuge Zongguang then said, Prince, in the view of this old servant, His Majesty is not in a hurry to deal with the mysterious Moon Palace, but to break through to the heavenly human realm as soon as possible. The arrival of the two elders from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain in the capital city at this time should only be to assist His Majesty's smooth breakthrough. Lu Chen instantly reacted, this prince understands now. What Zhuge Zongguang meant was that although his own father, the emperor, and those from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain all intended to deal with the mysterious Moon Palace, with their current strength, they naturally were not a match for the mysterious Moon Palace. Therefore, Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain would first help the Sum Emperor settle the chaos within Great Sum, aid the Emperor in breaking through to the heavenly human realm, and then they would deal with the mysterious Moon Palace. Recalling that Zhuge Zongguang had previously speculated that the condition for the Sum Emperor to break through the heavenly human realm was to eliminate all the seigneurs of Great Sum, Lu Chen connected everything that happened in the capital city in his mind. The Sum Emperor most likely believed that Zhuge Zongguang was not a celestial and that North Country had no celestial. Hence, he wanted to utilize the power of Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain to eliminate Zhuge Zongguang, then destroy all the seigneurs of Great Sum, ultimately making himself a celestial. Once he became a celestial, he would then help the two elders from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain become celestials, and the three of them would join forces to eliminate the mysterious Moon Palace. Of course, whether his own father, the emperor, would honor his promise and sincerely cooperate with the two elders from Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain was a matter for later. Lu Chen, in any case, felt that given his father, the emperor's character, he probably would not truly cooperate with the two. It was possible that the two were also well aware of this and that they were only cooperating on the surface while having their own schemes behind the scenes. At that time, Lu Chen said, let's set aside the matters of the capital city for now. This prince has summoned the state preceptor here for another reason. According to our spies, in 2 months, Great Wu will send troops to attack North Country, and they have also dispatched Wu Junwan on a diplomatic mission to Great Ju, intending to ally with them and jointly send troops. Hearing this, Zhuge Zongguang pondered for a while and then asked, Prince, this old servant heard earlier that the envoy of Great Ju had returned to their residence. If Great Ju also plans to send troops against North Country, they should not continue to send envoys here. Lu Chen said, that's what this prince was thinking as well. I'm just puzzled as to why the Yu Emperor doesn't plan to form an alliance with Great Wu to deal with North Country together. Zhuge Zongguang continued, the Yu Emperor is a cautious person. In the view of this old servant, she wants Great Wu to test the strength of North Country first. If North Country is not as formidable as she has anticipated, she will likely still deploy troops to attack North Country. If the prince wishes for North Country to have a lengthy period of peaceful development in the future, the best course of action would be to completely crush the armies of Great Wu. Although Lu Chen also wanted to show off his muscles, the purpose of doing so was to ensure a period of peaceful development for the North Country, not just to show off for the sake of it. Any military action is backed by political motives. Lu Chen pondered for a bit before discussing some matters about the upcoming war with Zhuge Zongguang. 2 hours later, Zhuge Zongguang left the study, and just as Lu Chen was about to leave as well, a soldier at the door said, Prince, the envoy from Great Wu said they are returning to Great Wu to report and have already left the North Country. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. The envoy from Great Wu really fled quickly. It seemed they already knew about Great Wu's plans to deploy troops against the North Country and were afraid of what the North Country might do to them, so they hurriedly made their escape. Lu Chen said, if they want to go, let them go. Don't bother with them. Although the North Country and Great Wu were set to go to war in 2 months, Lu Chen was not about to do something like killing another country's envoy. He was no longer a political novice, he had a clear grasp of what should and should not be done. Upon receiving Lu Chen's command, the soldier at the door immediately replied, yes, Prince. The soldier then turned and left the entrance of the study. At that moment, Lu Chen walked to the doorway and glanced outside, just as a maid from the prince's mansion hurriedly approached the study. Seeing Lu Chen standing at the doorway, the maid quickly bowed and said, "This servant greets the prince." Lu Chen nodded. "What's the matter?" The maid answered, "Prince, Miss Morong seeks an audience." Lu Chen was not too surprised and said, "Let her come to the study." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. He had been planning to go back to the main courtyard for something to eat, but now it seemed he could only eat her. During the time Morong Shui was away, he had been constantly thinking about her. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yan County, a woman dressed in white riding her horse was rapidly approaching the city gate. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with long black hair fluttering in the wind and an air of immortal aura enveloping her, drawing the gazes of all those she passed by. Who is this woman? So beautiful. Could she be one of the prince's consorts? How have I never seen her before? While everyone on the road was captivated by her, the soldiers at the city gate decisively blocked the woman's path. "Miss, please dismount and register." The woman paid no attention to the several soldiers at the city gate. At that moment, a chill emanated from her body. In the next instant, the soldiers who had blocked her path seemed to be controlled, their eyes lifeless as they consciously made way for her, then said with expressionless faces, "Miss, please come in." North Prince Mansion, main gate. After alighting from the carriage, Morong Shui gazed at the plaque of the North Prince Mansion, her thoughts swirling. She had believed that in this lifetime, she might never return to North Country, to Yan County, or see the North Prince again. Yet, unexpectedly, not much time had passed before she was sent back by the Yu Emperor. Morong Shui sighed softly. Merely thinking about the incidents that had occurred in the prince's mansion with the North Prince some time ago made her delicate body involuntarily tremble slightly. After returning to Great Ju, she had someone investigate the average prowess of men in bed, and the final result of the investigation showed that none were as fierce as the North Prince. Her actions, including such an investigation, led to impeachment by certain officials at Great Ju's imperial court who looked down on her, accusing her of promiscuity and a lack of propriety in her private life. Of course, with the Yu Emperor's protection, even if she faced impeachment, nothing would happen. When Morong Shui left Great Ju for North Country, those ministers of Great Ju still thought their impeachment had taken effect, that the Yu Emperor had distanced himself from Morong Shui once more, sending her to North Country. Remembering the information she had gathered in Great Ju about men, Morong Shui's cheeks flushed. It was at this moment that the voice of the servant girl from the prince's mansion came through. "Miss Morong, please follow me." Upon hearing the servant girl's voice, Morong Shui snapped back to reality, quickly stopping her wild thoughts. She would have to find a way to extract information from Lu Chen later. How could she indulge in such impure thoughts? If her mind were preoccupied with the matters of men and women, how would she gather intelligence from the North Prince? Guided by the servant girl, Morong Shui quickly arrived at the study and came before Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen, Morong Shui greeted him, saying, "This subordinate pays her respects to the North Prince." Lu Chen glanced at Morong Shui, who was dressed, as always, in white clothes with black trim, exuding a cool and authoritative aura that was involuntarily heart-stirring. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It hasn't been that long since we last saw each other, yet Shui seems so distant now." Hearing this, Morong Shui responded expressionlessly, "Prince, I am an envoy of Great Ju, representing the entire Great Ju, so I kindly ask that the prince show me some respect." As soon as Morong Shui finished speaking, Lu Chen gestured with a wave of his hand, and in the next moment, all the doors and windows of the study closed. Morong Shui was about to say something when she found herself enveloped in Lu Chen's arms. She tried to struggle, but realized she had no strength at all and was completely incapable of pushing Lu Chen away. At that moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, "With the doors and windows open, you are an envoy of Great Ju, once closed, you are my woman." Morong Shui didn't panic. After all, her body had long since been claimed by the man before her, one given to lascivious pursuits. She said expressionlessly, "Prince, you are perhaps being a bit too overbearing." Lu Chen didn't respond to Morong Shui's remarks. Instead, he asked, "When you returned this time, did the Yu Emperor see through the virgin mark one drew for you?" Morong Shui replied, "No. Hearing this, Lu Chen said, "It seems my drawing skills are quite good after all." The Yu Emperor really didn't recognize it. At this point, Lu Chen swept Murong Shuai up in a princess carry, which took her by surprise. Before she could react, he headed straight for the resting area inside the study room. Murong Shuai felt somewhat helpless, she didn't know how to respond. She was a spy sent by the Yu Emperor, an agent under his command, supposed to keep a certain distance from Lu Chen. Yet Lu Chen didn't seem to care about any of that, acting as if she truly were his woman. Of course, this arrangement did have its advantages. Her mission to the North Country was to get close to the North Prince, and now that he treated her as his woman, it would be even easier to extract information from him in the future. However, there was a strange feeling in Murong Shuai's heart. She felt completely incapable of refusing Lu Chen. Within moments, Lu Chen had laid Murong Shuai down on the bed in the resting room and loomed over her, gazing down at her stunning, delicate features. Lu Chen continued to inquire, "What sort of information did the Yu Emperor send you back to gather? Ask me directly, and I might just give you the answers now." Upon hearing this, Murong Shuai peered into Lu Chen's eyes, as if trying to discern something from his gaze, but his eyes were so clear that it was impossible to tell if he was joking with her. Then Murong Shuai said, "His Majesty wants me to find out why you chose this time to reveal that Zhuge Zongguang is not a celestial. Announcing it now brings a lot of trouble to the North Country." The trouble Murong Shuai spoke of was clearly about Great Wu. On her way to the North Country, she had learned of Great Wu's movements. Great Wu was already mobilizing troops northward, and it wouldn't be long before they would likely wage war against the North Country. This upcoming war had a very direct connection with Lu Chen's revelation about Zhuge Zongguang not being a celestial. If Lu Chen had not sent Zhuge Zongguang out and about, maintaining an ambiguous status and leaving others to speculate, Great Wu would not have dared to dispatch troops so openly. Lu Chen said, "So that's the issue. It's simple. Because the North Country's strength has grown formidable, we no longer fear any dynasty, so I see no need to continue hiding our power. If anyone wishes to attack the North Country, isn't the North Country also willing to use a war to deter those hostile forces?" Hearing this, Murong Shuai was momentarily taken aback. Then she asked, "Does the prince mean that the North Country no longer relies on a celestial to deter hostile forces and can contend with the whole world on the strength of its military alone?" Lu Chen lifted his hand, caressing Murong Shuai's exquisite, snowy chin. "To contend with the entire world goes too far, but to withstand the assault of one or two dynasties is no problem at all." Murong Shuai quickly assessed the truthfulness of Lu Chen's words in her mind. Confirmed by his gaze, she felt that Lu Chen wouldn't lie to her. Lu Chen went on, "For the North Country to develop peacefully, relying on the deterrence of a celestial won't suffice. With more and more Grand Masters entering the Unity Realm, Zhuge Zongguang's true nature not being a celestial was bound to come out. Knowing this, it's better to just have a war and establish the North Country's position." Murong Shuai responded, "Doesn't the prince think this is a bit too risky? After all, the prince has only been in the North Country for a few years. If a dynasty were to attack the North Country with all its might, it's highly likely that the North Country wouldn't hold." Murong Shuai didn't directly mention the impending assault by the Great Wu dynasty on the North Country, believing that the North Prince must already be aware of it. Lu Chen gazed into Murong Shuai's gem-like eyes and asked with a smile, "Are you worried about me?" Murong Shuai replied indifferently, "The prince is overthinking it." With that, Murong Shuai turned her gaze away, avoiding Lu Chen's direct look. At that moment, Lu Chen's hand moved to Murong Shuai's belt, speaking as he began to undo it, "High risk can lead to high return. Only those who dare to draw their swords can deter the enemy. Only after the sword is swung can some be deterred from drawing theirs." Murong Shuai was somewhat speechless. How could Lu Chen manage to speak so earnestly while his hands were undressing her? Although she was aware of what might transpire next, she did not stop Lu Chen. In her heart, Murong Shuai thought of it as her recompense to Lu Chen for extracting information. Lu Chen had not been intimate with Murong Shuai for far too long. Facing this serene and stunning older woman, Lu Chen found himself somewhat carried away. At this moment, Murong Shuai's mind was a bit muddled. She began to doubt herself. Was coming to the North Prince mansion really about gathering intelligence? Gently caressing the pattern on Morang Shui's abdomen, Lu Chen said, I didn't expect the tattoo to still be there. Drawing it with my method, it seems to preserve for a longer time indeed. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Morang Shui slowly came to her senses. Lying on the bed, her gaze lowered slightly, and the next moment, her eyes widened as if pricked by a needle, and she immediately lifted her gaze, staring intently at Lu Chen's handsome face. Lu Chen continued, however, the virgin mark crafted by the Yu Emperor is quite beautiful. The pattern on Morang Shui's body consisted of a peach heart surrounded by some symmetrical designs, looking exceptionally exquisite. Lu Chen was somewhat curious. Why would the Yu Emperor craft such a design as a virgin mark? With the virgin mark sand already existing in this world as a means to discern if a woman had lost her virtue, there was no need to make it so complex. The virgin mark took up a significant portion of Morang Shui's abdomen, and its creation must have taken a lot of effort. When Lu Chen was giving Morang Shui a virgin mark some time ago, it had already taken up much of his time, let alone the fact that his marking had no actual effect, purely being ornamental. If a mere painting took up so much of Lu Chen's time, then the creation of a real virgin mark would definitely be more troublesome. Why would the Yu Emperor bother to do so? Listening to Lu Chen, Morang Shui just looked at him quietly, without saying anything. At this time, Lu Chen continued, does this virgin mark have any special meaning? Morang Shui took a deep breath and replied, I don't know. Lu Chen continued to inquire, does every woman beside the Yu Emperor have such a virgin mark? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Morang Shui instantly became vigilant. Although they were presently engaged in illicit activities, she wasn't so muddled as to casually divulge matters related to the Yu Emperor. Morang Shui, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, said, you wish to through me, to inquire about His Majesty. Lu Chen smiled. He hadn't expected Morang Shui to be so sensitive. His question was merely casual. He spoke lightly, I've said that I want to keep you in the North Country, not for any political purposes. I simply desire your body. I was just curious about anything special about the pattern. There's no need for you to be so sensitive. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Morang Shui looked into Lu Chen's eyes, which were fervent at the moment, as though his mind indeed hadn't been on anything else just then. After a while, Morang Shui finally said, only I have the virgin mark. Other palace maids simply have the virgin mark sand. Seeing that Morang Shui answered, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, it seems you are quite special in the heart of the Yu Emperor. But I don't understand. If you are so special, why would she be willing to send you to be by my side? Isn't she afraid of throwing meat buns to the dogs, never to return? Morang Shui didn't respond to Lu Chen's question. His query made her feel profoundly ashamed. She believed that the Yu Emperor had entrusted her with such an important task mainly due to trust. Since she arrived in the North Country and slept with the North Prince a few times, her conviction started to falter. Now she even doubted whether she was inherently a promiscuous woman. Seeing Morang Shui's silence, Lu Chen did not go on. His gaze fell once again on the virgin mark on Morang Shui's abdomen as he continued to study the pattern. After a while, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and curiously asked his system in his mind, can this pattern really determine whether a woman has lost her chastity? Yes, the curse pattern is known as the love lock mark. Once a man deflowers a woman with this curse pattern, the mark will enter the man's body. From that moment onwards, he will fall deeply in love with the woman, and the curse pattern will disappear from the woman's body. Seeing the system's explanation, Lu Chen was stunned, his actions coming to a standstill. What? The love lock spell. This is actually a curse. Impossible to guard against indeed. How could someone place a curse here? When I deflowered Morang Shui, doesn't that mean I was already afflicted? But I don't seem to have any anomalies, and there's nothing wrong with my body, could there be a time limit? As Lu Chen was utterly puzzled, the system's notification sounded once again. The love lock spell needs the substance from the curse pattern to be triggered, which is a poisonous material. However, it cannot harm the host with the poison immunity body. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. At that moment, Lu Chen's lips couldn't help but curve upwards slightly. No wonder the Yu Emperor sent Murong Shuai, a woman so important and valued, to his side. The Yu Emperor intended to use Murong Shuai to control him. Thinking this, the Yu Emperor must be a woman with great ambitions, otherwise, why would she send Murong Shuai, who she has specially cultivated for so many years, to the North Country? The Yu Emperor probably aims to turn me into her pawn and then achieve some unspeakable goals. I just don't know what this woman wants to do. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly stop and gaze at her, Murong Shuai was slightly stunned, and the next moment her expression appeared rather urgent. Murong Shuai tried hard to control her emotions and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Nothing, I was just thinking that if your emperor loses both the lady and the troops, I wonder if she will be very angry." Murong Shuai didn't understand the meaning of Lu Chen's losing both the lady and the troops, and she looked at Lu Chen with a flush of red on her face, full of confusion. Lu Chen said, "All right, let's not talk about this. You've finally come back, let's catch up properly." As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. His lips curled up. "This pattern is quite nice, how about I draw another one on your back as well?" Without waiting for Murong Shuai to respond, Lu Chen flipped her over, then he raised his hand, and the next moment, the pigments and brushes from the study flew to him. Lu Chen then drew a similar pattern on Murong Shuai's buttocks. Murong Shuai didn't know what Lu Chen was up to, but it didn't harm her, so she did not stop him. However, once Lu Chen finished the drawing, she distinctly felt him become much more irritable. Murong Shuai comforted herself inwardly. Everything was for the Yu Emperor, all for extracting intelligence from the North Country. Lu Chen and Murong Shuai stayed in the resting room for a day. When Murong Shuai left, she was in a daze, foreseeing the events upon entering the prince's mansion. Moreover, the Yu Emperor's intention was to have her approach the North Prince in this manner, and she had already fully accepted these facts. It's just that she still didn't understand why Lu Chen was so trusting of her. Could the North Prince truly believe that one could win a woman's heart in such a way? Thinking of Lu Chen's confidently handsome smile, Murong Shuai in the carriage couldn't help but snort softly. So naive. Murong Shuai left when it was already time for dinner. Lu Chen stretched lazily in his study and thumped the sides of his lower back. Lu Chen found that whenever he got intimate with a woman, his ambition would strengthen notably. Murong Shuai had just left, and he had felt somewhat hungry, but now he didn't feel like going back to the main courtyard for dinner at all. All he wanted to do was deal with the official correspondence piled up on his desk. Just then, a maid at the door asked, "Prince, the princess consort sent me to ask if you're coming back for dinner tonight." Seeing someone had come to ask, Lu Chen finally decided to go back for dinner first and think about it after. Then Lu Chen said, "This prince will be there shortly." Afterward, Lu Chen walked towards the Wind Cloud Court. As he just arrived at Wind Cloud Court, and before he even entered the courtyard, a maid called out to him from behind, "Prince, Master Xuanyuan requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He stopped in his tracks, turned his head to glance at the maid behind him, and asked with confusion, "What does he want with me so late at this hour?" The maid answered, "This servant does not know." Lu Chen continued, "Where is he now?" The maid said, "He's already in the study, waiting for the prince." Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. He had just come from the study, and now he was to return there. Lu Chen then said to the maid at the entrance of the courtyard, "Go and tell the princess consort that this prince has suddenly been called away on urgent matters. Have them start dinner without me, there's no need to wait." As his words fell, Lu Chen returned again to the study. At this moment, Xuanyuan Cheaj was standing at the doorway of the study, appearing somewhat anxious and restless. As soon as Xuanyuan Cheaj saw Lu Chen approaching, he immediately went up to greet him. "Greetings to the great king." Lu Chen asked curiously, "What brings Lord Xuanyuan here so late?" Xuanyuan Cheaj said, "Great king, may I have a word in private?" Lu Chen directly headed towards the study. "Follow me." After entering the study, Xuanyuan Cheaj immediately closed the door and said straight away, "Great king, I suddenly felt a tremendous oppressive force earlier. It made me extremely anxious and uncomfortable, as if all the strength in my body was being restrained. Hearing this, Lu Chen's brow immediately furrowed, and his expression turned extremely serious. Xuanyuan Cheaj was a celestial. If something could make a celestial feel undue pressure and sensations of their power being restrained, that indicated the arrival in the North Country of an extremely powerful being. Moreover, that person must be aware that Xuanyuan Cheaj was a celestial and had intentionally tested him. The sudden appearance in the North Country of a being capable of threatening a celestial was troubling for Lu Chen. Currently, the most powerful beings in the North Country were the celestials. If someone stronger than a celestial had arrived, they would have no way to confront them. Firearms might deal with grandmasters, but even killing a grandmaster was difficult, let alone confronting a being above celestials. Who could it be? Lu Chen then asked, in your opinion, why did you feel that way? Xuanyuan Cheaj answered, I suspect a celestial being has entered the North Country. That person must have detected my presence and deliberately tested my strength. Hearing Xuanyuan Cheaj's answer, Lu Chen fell silent. After a while, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and his lips involuntarily curled upwards as he was struck with a realization. It seemed he needed to work diligently during the coming period and could no longer indulge in daily dalliances in bed with his women. Only by performing well could he leave a good impression on that person. With this in mind, Lu Chen said to Xuanyuan Cheaj, pay more attention to the surroundings of the prince's mansion in the coming period. I've already guessed who the visitor might be. As long as that person does not do anything harmful to the mansion, you don't need to concern yourself with her. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Cheaj was slightly startled, realizing the visitor was someone the prince knew, which meant there wasn't anything to worry about. Xuanyuan Cheaj thought the visitor had a status similar to his and had come to seek allegiance to the future human emperor. If that was the case, the visitor should not pose a threat to the North Country, even if she were stronger than himself. With this, the prince had inadvertently gained yet another strong ally, once again bolstering the strength of the North Country. Xuanyuan Cheaj immediately responded, this old servant understands. Lu Chen continued, all right, you may go back for today. If there's anything, I will summon you. Xuanyuan Cheaj replied, yes, my lord. This old servant shall take his leave. As his voice fell, Xuanyuan Cheaj turned and left the study. After Xuanyuan Cheaj had left, Lu Chen sat in his study chair and fell into deep thought, pondering to himself. If it really was her who had come, she would likely not appear immediately, but rather, observe him from the shadows. He wondered whether that woman would set some sort of test for him. Enough of that for now. Better to go and have dinner. When the time comes, that woman will surely show herself. With that thought, Lu Chen stood up and returned to the Wind Cloud Court. By this time, his concubines were already having their evening meal. Seeing him return, they all hurried to their feet, some carrying basins of water, others serving rice, and some pouring wine. After Lu Chen took his seat, he chatted with his concubines about some affairs of the North Country while dining. The whole family sat in the grand hall, presenting a picture of happy harmony. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, a woman in flowing white garb watched the Wind Cloud Palace with an expressionless face. Seeing Lu Chen laugh and chat with his women, the woman murmured to herself, he truly is a fickle man. Yet, it seems he treats his women quite well. However, this alone is not enough to prove he is a good person. I still need to observe him more. After dinner, Lu Chen went to Yelv Nanyan's chamber. As soon as he entered, Yelv Nanyan began to undress him. Almost every night, Lu Chen engaged in that sort of activity, so it had become a habit for her. As soon as Lu Chen arrived, she would take the initiative to undress him and attend to him. What Yelv Nanyan didn't expect was just as she began to undress Lu Chen, he took hold of her jade hand and said, Nanyan, I'm going to take a bath first. Let's turn in early tonight. At these words, Yelv Nanyan was slightly taken aback and didn't quite understand why Lu Chen was behaving this way today, but she didn't ask further and responded, this concubine understands. Lu Chen then took his clothes and went to the neighboring shower room. The servants had intended to enter the bath to help Lu Chen with his bath, but he stopped them. For someone of Lu Chen's esteemed status, having maids assist him with his bath was the norm. Usually, when Lu Chen bathed, it was either the maids scrubbing his back or his concubines bathing him. Yet today, he acted out of character, choosing to bathe alone. This left Yelv even more puzzled. What was going on with Lu Chen today? After bathing, Lu Chen went to sit on Yelv bed, then said to her, Nanyan, it's your turn to take a bath. Yelv replied, yes, prince. Afterward, Yelv went to the bathroom for a bath. When she came out, dressed only in a white undergarment, the sight of the gentle beauty before him still somehow stirred Lu Chen's heart. However, he always felt as if a pair of eyes was watching him, which made him unusually well behaved. When Yelv returned to the bed, Lu Chen simply embraced her soft body and then closed his eyes, falling asleep immediately. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Seeing Lu Chen do nothing but hold onto the delicate body to sleep, Yelv felt somewhat dazed inside. Just sleeping. Isn't it still quite early? The long night stretches on, not doing a bit of something. Yelv didn't believe she had done anything to anger Lu Chen, which would cause him not to touch her. If Lu Chen truly had any complaints about her, he wouldn't have come directly to her bedroom to sleep. Upon hearing Lu Chen's snoring, Yelv was fairly certain that Lu Chen had indeed fallen asleep. Soon, Yelv realized that it must have been because Lu Chen had done something with some woman in the study today, which was why he wasn't in the mood at night. Although most of the women of the prince's mansion were present in the main hall during the evening meal, Lu Chen had many women, and it wasn't only within the prince's mansion that he had women. There were women outside it too, and perhaps Lu Chen already had a new favorite. Thinking this, Yelv didn't continue to pursue the thought further and soon closed her eyes to sleep as well. The next morning when Yelv woke up, she saw a fuzzy figure standing by the bed. She rubbed her eyes and discovered that it was Lu Chen. Lu Chen getting up so early was truly surprising for Yelv. Previously, when Lu Chen visited her, 9 out of 10 times he would linger in bed, not getting up early, as Lu Chen loved to embrace her fervent body. Why did he get up so early today? While Yelv was deeply puzzled, Lu Chen turned his head and looked at Yelv, smiling as he said, Nanyan, you're awake. It's still early, go back to sleep for a little while. Having said this and dressed, Lu Chen didn't wait for Yelv to get out of bed and left the room immediately. Yelv quickly said in bed, my respects as you depart, prince. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, a trace of worry flashed through Yelv beautiful eyes. There was something very strange about today's Lu Chen. As for what was strange, too formal. Yes, that was it, too formal. The Lu Chen of the past was never this formal. Lu Chen was naturally quite fond of beauty. As long as he held her, his hands would roam over her, and in the morning, they would always share kisses. But today, Lu Chen had simply left. Definitely something was amiss. After thinking for a while, Yelv still couldn't figure out why Lu Chen had become so formal. Finally, she could only guess that he must have had a lot on his mind recently, so he had no inclination to indulge in matters between men and women. Now that the news of Zhuge Zongguang not being a celestial had spread to all the major dynasties, it was normal for the North Country to face various troubles, and it was normal for Lu Chen to feel the pressure at such a time. With this in mind, Yelv stopped her wild speculations. After getting out of bed at Yelv place, Lu Chen went to the main courtyard for breakfast. Even Mu Zixuan found it incredibly unbelievable to see Lu Chen up so early. It was well known that of all the people in the prince's mansion, Lu Chen had the greatest fondness for lounging in bed, preferring to nestle in a woman's embrace. No one had expected that today Lu Chen would get up so early, and even come on his own to have breakfast. Most of the time, Mu Zixuan would have breakfast sent to the study by the maid servants. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Mu Zixuan didn't think too much, as she guessed that Lu Chen must have had something on his mind today, which was why he had gotten up so early. After breakfast, Lu Chen headed to the study to deal with political affairs. Basically, he spent the entire day in the study handling official documents, even eating lunch there, looking exceptionally serious. At dusk, Lu Chen repeated the routine of the previous day, returning to the main hall for dinner, and then casually chose one of his wives or concubines to sleep with. Lu Chen's life continued in this manner for the next few days. He would get up very early in the morning, wash up, eat, and after breakfast, go to the study to handle political affairs. Occasionally, he would go out to inspect the housing construction around Yan County. Then every night, he would definitely have dinner with his wives and concubines. After dinner, he would choose one of them to go to bed with. In choosing which wife or concubine to sleep with, Lu Chen did not show favoritism towards any woman, switching companions daily, appearing every bit the role of a good man. At dawn, Lu Chen woke up from Chu Yukin's gentle jade fragrance. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he noticed her eyes intently watching him. With a smile, Lu Chen said, "My lady, why are you awake so early?" With a suspicious look, Chu Yukin said to Lu Chen, "Chenur, you've been acting a bit off lately." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, "Off? In what way?" Chu Yukin replied, "I heard from Zixuan and the others that you've suddenly become a lot more subdued these past few days. You go to bed as soon as the night falls, and you get up at the crack of dawn." Lu Chen, a man known for his lust, had suddenly become so subdued. It would be impossible for his women not to notice since they knew him through and through. The change in Lu Chen was too apparent to them, and it puzzled all of his wives and concubines. At first, they thought Lu Chen might be growing weary, as he had hardly rested any day. No man in this world was as diligent as Lu Chen, which explained why there was so much harmony among the many women in his harem. Mu Zixuan and the others thought that Lu Chen must be feeling aesthetic fatigue, doing the same things every night, hence his sudden turn towards a more subdued behavior, simply falling asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Latterly, a few of the women gathered together to discuss their observations, only to realize that Lu Chen was treating all his women the same. Over these past few days, he hadn't touched a single one of them. They then suspected that perhaps Lu Chen was having an affair in the study, causing him to lose interest at night. However, when they summoned the maids from the study and inquired, they found out that no woman had entered Lu Chen's study recently, and he had been seriously dealing with political affairs the whole time. This only deepened the bewilderment within Mu Zixuan and the others. They even began to worry whether Lu Chen was impotent or had fallen ill, and were quite concerned about his condition, eventually deciding that Chu Yukin, the senior among Lu Chen's women, should ask Lu Chen directly. Chu Yukin had the closest relationship with Lu Chen. If she asked him, he was likely to answer. After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen let out a sigh and said, "In 2 months, Great Wu will attack the North Country, and there will be a lot of matters to attend to in the coming days. I currently have no desire for those things." Upon hearing this, Chu Yukin also sighed. "I thought so. Zixuan and the others said you've been behaving oddly lately, and I suspected that something big was happening in the North Country, that you're under a lot of stress. Chenur, I believe that the North Country can overcome this difficulty too. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, and the more stressed you are, the more you should let it out. Keeping it bottled up can lead to obsession, and it's very easy to harm yourself." Continuing, Chu Yukin sighed again, "As a woman, there's not much I can do about these things. If the pressure gets too much for you, then let me help you relax a bit." As she spoke, her hand from under the covers began to move downwards. Hastily, Lu Chen said, "There's no need for now. I have things to do today, so I need to get up early." With that, Lu Chen quickly threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and then looking into Chu Yukin's eyes, he said, "My lady, rest assured, if I truly can't bear the pressure anymore, I'll let you help me relax." As his words fell, Lu Chen picked up his clothes and began dressing himself. Seeing that he had spoken so, Chu Yukin no longer said anything. She too quickly got up from the bed and helped Lu Chen with his clothes and belt.